Okay, so last week we had quite a bit of interesting stuff happen. To open, we found out that Snarf taken Davine's had Tavine's retinal scans taken off the armory door before going down to Tommy's to get a part-time job there. He's working there because one, he wants a lot of money to help keep his terminally ill nephew alive as long as possible, but he also wants to retire. Elsewhere, we had Davine finally get her hands on Jiren and basically propose to him as much as he proposed to her, and they are now engaged. We then saw Colonel Combat, which did not go very fun for the people who were watching it. And then we had the girls go on their big getaway weekend, while Ash, Julius, Rolly, and the Spartans were left to, get train and get to know each other better and just associate with each other. And Hunk and the A team went to spy on the girls and make sure that there were no boys. Shenanigans were gotten up to, and the weekend was ruined for Davine, Suletta, Commander Integra, and Lazuli. Eventually, the boys were found out, and it was discussed that the turmoil going on the team may have very negative consequences for it going forward. And I believe that's everything, right?
Yep, that's it. So moving on into the next week, you've put Hunk through a week of having to train the Spartans as punishment, and you've signed on for another week because Commander Jiren is backlogged on paperwork. So you've been ordered to do that. We start off very early in the morning. Davine's working out right there, as per usual, in the gym, and she hears sounds like something set down outside the gym. Two instances of sound set down outside the door.
She looks up, sort of surprised from wrapping her hands. She stands up, walks over to the door, opens it slightly, and peeks out.
That's what she sees.
Uh, oh. She'll step out of the into the hallway and look around, step into the entrance to the armory, look around. Does she see anyone else?
Just more curious in a power down state. It's 5 in the morning, so it's very early.
I. Huh. She steps over to the tea and oatmeal with kiwi in it, picks it up. I don't know if you can hear me, but thank you. And she'll.
You hear Suletta say, "For what?" as she comes out with a sleeping memory ant in her arms and Scar.
Oh, uh, the oatmeal and tea.
She's going to move this way and look down at the oatmeal and tea as Scar comes and stands right here looking down at it. And you're eating breakfast out in the hallway?
No, it was set out here for me.
By who? As Scar just stares down at it.
I, I, I believe it would be Snarf. He usually makes me breakfast in the morning.
Scar kneels down and picks them up for Davine and hands them to her.
Thank you, darling.
Mr. Freetooth here was just showing me the progress on Ash's mobile suit. Every morning?
I believe so, yes, every morning.
You're sure it's him and not Julius just being a good son?
I'm sure it's him.
How do you know? Scar, it's him. He gets up an hour and a half early to make it every day. Wakes me up.
Yes, it's him. I've seen him in the kitchen before. Making it and eating.
Eating it.
Well, eating his own breakfast, but he makes this for me.
Oh. Suletta kind of shuffles memory hand in her arm. Ever eat with him?
No. I should though, if I ever see him again.
And Suletta is staring down at the oatmeal and tea, not even making eye contact with Davy. As Scar, well, today's his last day.
Right, I forgot about that.
Assuming Jennifer's gear she makes for you passes the test, he'll retire.
She sighs and nods. Right. Do you know where he is?
Scar, no clue. As Davy notices Suletta just staring right down just glaring down at the tea and oatmeal.
Do you want some?
No. He blinks twice looking at the tea and oatmeal and then looks away at the wall. Looks excellent though, but no, I'm not hungry. Not yet anyway. It's too early for me. I prefer Juligan's cooking.
Right, yes, Juligan's. Snuff is quite a good cook.
Yeah. She's fighting. Damien can tell her eyes are fighting not to look at the tea and oatmeal. Every day since you've come back from the frontier and Malcolm?
Well, there was a bit of a pause when he was, not great, I suppose is the right term for it, but ever since then, yes.
Oh. She puts her head on Memory Ann's and kisses it and holds the kiss just looking at the oatmeal and tea. And Scar, Damien looks at Scar, he's doing the same.
Do you want some Scar?
No. It's made specially for you.
Right, yes. Well, is there anything else I can help you all with?
Suletta, you've never eaten. Have you ever thanked him for it at least? Kissing Memory Ann's head?
No.
Oh. Scar, what did you expect? And Suletta awkwardly shuffles Memory Ann in her arm. Well, the progress on Ash's mobile suit's coming along great, Mr. Tarak and Mr. Freetooth and Jennifer are doing a wonderful job.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Yes, wonderful. She is, again, fighting her eyes to look down at the tea and oatmeal.
Well, have we gotten any leads on the power core we need, or what else did we need for it?
What type of tea is that? I wonder. She's sniffing the air. Power core. No, kiwi.
Yes, kiwi. It's my favorite fruit.
The door to the apartment kicks open. Davine can hear Suletta mumble, "Thank God," as she looks ahead and sees Icy being carried by her Spartan with what looks like some type of smoothie drink. And Suletta, "The early lovebirds get the worm, eh?" And she winks at them. As Icy looks at Davine and winks, sucking the whatever drink it is out of her cup through the straw.
She nods at them both. I'm glad you two are having a good time.
She stops sucking down on the straw and, yeah, we have to get up early to avoid Hunk.
Makes sense.
The most peaceful time of day for the two of us. What is that? She's looking down at the oatmeal and goes back to drinking her drink. Why are you eating in the hall?
Oh, it was set out for me in the doorway. I was in the gym.
Snarf made it. I see. Oh. Well, that's kind of him on his final day. Is this like his special goodbye treat?
Oh, no, he's done it every day.
Every day?
Every day.
Since coming back?
Basically.
Davy notices everybody staring down at the oatmeal and tea except the Spartan, who's staring up the steps anticipating Hunk's arrival.
So, has Hunk been going easy on you, Thanksgiving?
A little bit, ma'am. Icy, my Spartan, Banksy, makes me blueberry smoothie every morning. Stiletto. He's
Right.
never missed a morning. And even when I wasn't talking to him, he just made random flavors until I told him what my favorite flavor was.
Right, that's very sweet of you, Vinsky.
Well, it's the least I could do.
I'm glad you do that for her.
I see. You should thank him since it's his last day.
Yes, yes, I should. But I don't think anyone knows where he is currently.
Scar, who knows? Probably prepping Davian's gear.
Is he in the armory?
If he is, we won't know. I can't get in, nor can you.
Oh, right. Right.
Suletta, how is the oatmeal and tea? Is it made to your liking? And they're all just staring down at it. And now the Spartans started staring down at it.
Yes, yes, it is to my liking. He somehow gets it perfect every time.
Every? And Suletta finishes. Icy says every. And Suletta finishes morning. Scar. Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks. That's really nice of him and very considerate.
Yes, very nice of him and considerate.
Yeah. Gets up early to work on her gear and make her breakfast. Then usually eats alone in the kitchen. Icy awkwardly shuffling in her Spartan's arms, trying not to look. Now Suletta and Icy are both darting their eyes away from the oatmeal, but they keep going back. It's almost there's a magnetism effect going on. They're not blinking.
Yes, he's a very sweet man. I should thank him when I see him next. Hopefully I do before tomorrow.
Icy, oh, he'll be out of here sometime today, as long as Jennifer's copy of your gear is She licks the bottom of her lip and then just starts looking over her Spartan's shoulder at the door, working.
Yes, yes, of course. I'm glad Jennifer has learned to do it so quickly. She's a very fast learner.
Scar, yes, I'm sure she's thrilled to be losing her mentor.
Right.
Davy notices the two girls just staring right at the oatmeal and the Spartan.
Well,
He even goes down Earthside to get fresh kiwis. Organic, fully grown, all natural.
I did not know that.
Now the girls are really looking at the oatmeal.
Now Davine's looking down at the oatmeal. I very much did not know that.
There is ruffling coming down the stairs, and it's Hunk. All right, hands off the good. Why are we eating breakfast in the hallway? And Banksy sets her down and moves away as Hunk stands in between them. Hunk, oh, nice smoothie, Icy. Takes it away from him. Fine, whatever. Oh, oatmeal. Is this the new eating spot when Julius is asleep?
No, it was set outside the door by Snuff for me.
Hunk, oh. Well, that's. First time, huh?
No, it is not the first time.
Suletta every day. And Icy since Snarf got help. Hunk. Oh. Scar. Yeah. And they're all just staring down at Hunk. Well, you better drink that tea before it gets cold. Does he make it the way you like?
Yes, 1 cream, 1 sugar. I had taught him on the Majestic. That's how I liked my tea.
But you weren't drinking tea on the Majestic, right?
No, it just came up in conversation one day.
Suletta, he remembered? Icy through his psychosis.
Apparently.
Hunk. Looks right at the oatmeal and
Yes, he's a very good man. Hunk, do you know where he is?
no, I just woke up. Apparently not good enough.
Right.
Soletta inhales sharply, looks right at Davine in the eyes, and goes to say something, and Icy does the same, and they stop themselves from saying anything. As the Spartan awkwardly stands here, and Hunk comes over, and that's it. Icy shuffles around, just stay right in between the two of you, but Hunk's looking at the oatmeal.
You were going to say something, Soletta?
No. Scar! Would you put Memory Ann down for a bit in the private living quarters in the armory, please? You can get into there, right? And Scar, of course. She comes over here, hands him Memory Ann. I have to go to the looking right, arms crossed, looking right at the oatmeal in Davine's hand. The Marauder Academy, it needs me. The first classes are in 3 hours. I gotta go. And she leaves. As Hunk, the academy doesn't open for 3.5 hours to the Spartan. It makes me. Maybe she has paperwork to do.
Yes, perhaps it's paperwork.
Scar, or perhaps. Never mind. Come on. And just takes Memory Ann this way.
Or perhaps she's just awkward. Yes.
Hunk, well, yeah, most of us are pretty awkward. Puts his hands on his hips. Every morning, huh?
Yeah, every morning.
He leans into Icy, trying to not to let Davine hear it. Now I see why he wants to get out of here. As Icy just slurping her drink through the straw, nodding her head. But Davine definitely heard Hunk say it as Banksy clears his throat, trying to cover what he said.
She hangs her head. I'll be in the gym if you need me.
Oh, before that, right before she can come down, before she can go into the gym, boom, everybody else is awake. Early morning. Zaris, Ash, Pequod, you went through the hellos, goodbye, the kiss, it's all done. You woke up, you're coming down.
Good morning, everyone. What's going on here?
Hunk turns around, nothing.
Eating in the hallway?
No. What's going on? Snuff set out this food and drink for me. I was in the gym.
That was kind of him.
Banksy every and Hunk morning. As Saris Ash lets me drink a little bit of him every morning, takes the edge off, wakes me up, comes over here. Nice smoothie, as I see. Yeah, my Banksy makes it for me every morning.
Pequod gives me stuff to eat every morning, and I try to make her something to eat every morning too. Every morning? Every morning.
For how long?
Since he got help.
Oh. But by chance, are they your favorite dishes for breakfast?
Yes.
Right,
Pequod with an eyebrow raised. I used to get up an hour early to cook for Julius and Ash and the Headhunters.
something I will thank you for to this day, because it... Oh, gods, no offense to Rob and the kitchen staff, but gods, were you a better cook even with that hot plate.
She laughs as Saris, I mean, I can't eat them, but I can smell. Those are fresh. Points at the kiwis like, picked this morning. You can still smell like the farm they came from. At least I can. And Pequod, yeah, they're nice looking.
Julius leans down to them. Yeah, very fresh.
That I can't. I know he's been getting paid well, but the amount of money just for a bowl of oatmeal looks
He
awkwardly.
takes a dropship down every morning, sir. Banksy speaks up down to earth.
Oh gods, I can't even imagine how much money that costs him. Yes, Saris, you wanna go and get something to eat with me in the kitchen?
She turns, looks at you, but she hears a zap coming out on his crutches. What the hell?
Uh-oh.
Zap, I thought that Sunny and Icy were gonna look at your leg.
Oh no, this is old war injury from LD50. Davine done joined him.
LD50?
Why we congregating in the hallway?
Oatmeal. Kiwi snarf.
Speaking of Snarf, I'm going to get him a gift. It's his final day. Get out of my way.
It's his final day.
Yeah. I see. Assuming Jennifer's version of Davian's gear passes the stress and tolerance test, he's leaving yet.
Oh. Do we have any idea where he is? I would love to see him off.
Zap, no, I don't. I'm just gonna leave the gift outside the armory door. I don't know where he is. He was up all night helping Jennifer. Spent many nights up, no sleep, working on that overcomplicated LD50 gear Davian wears. Think they call it war hero gear.
Yes. It is something else.
It's pretty good gear.
Yeah, whatever. Now make room as Zap comes through. And one of his crutches gives out and he falls. Oh, my leg!
Banksy, help me get him up. Come on, Come on, Zap.
He helps you. Callie. Give me a hand here, Callie.
Whatever. And he's helping him up.
You get him up, he gets his other crutch. I gotta make it all the way down to Ring 8 to get a gift.
You know, Zap, we have wheelchairs available. We could have Mercurius wheel you down if you're having that much trouble.
No, that's a cop-out. I don't need a wheelchair. Banksy will put me on the bench if I take the wheelchair.
Looks up at Banksy. I'm not gonna ask.
I don't know what bench he's talking about.
I have no idea either. Oh my.
Nice smoothie, as Icy. Thanks. And starts finishing it.
Yeah, looks good. Looks good. Well,
Every morning.
Yeah.
Every morning.
So, Banksy, how did you like the week training with Hunk?
You can see he gulps big, looking at the oatmeal. Fun! Hunk, it was enjoyable. Well, here, let's just throw this oatmeal and tea away, Davy. Julius is up now.
No. I'll eat this.
Oh, alright. He steps back.
Right.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna get inside and cook something for us to eat. Yep. She walks into the kitchen.
Pequod puts up her finger, looking right at Davy, and just turns around and follows Julius into the kitchen. Saris and walks into the kitchen.
Walks up, looks down at it, and follows them into the kitchen.
I see. And goes into the kitchen. And now Hunk and Banksy. Hunk, this is awkward. Let's just go into the kitchen. And they go. And Davine finds herself alone in the hall.
after the most awkward conga line of all time.
She's just gonna go into the gym. She doesn't feel she is necessarily wanted in the kitchen right now.
Pequod helping Julius cook. Go ahead.
Every day. Oh boy.
Yeah, every day.
I knew he'd try to sneak his stuff on the Majestic, but here too? Oh my.
Ever since he was better, he got help, and he looks back at Icy. Is that right?
She nods her head, drinking the last of her smoothie before going to clean the glass in the sink.
Oh,
You know, yeah, I'm not gonna say that, never mind.
I mean,
Hunk say it.
Has Jiren never made her something like that?
Hunk awkwardly shuffles in his seat as Banksy moves chair.
I said
Julie
that's why I didn't want to say it.
Julie sets down the knife he was using to cut up fruit and just turns around and rubs the back of his neck. I don't know if he has or not.
I mean, not to disparage Commander Jiren, he's a good man, but, Snuff's feeling that hurt and he still did that for her.
Hunk leans back in his chair, playfully punches Ash in the shoulder. Well, Snarf's a loser.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
He's, well, other than Julius, he was probably my closest friend on the Majestic, and I care deeply about him. He's an amazing man.
Icy finishing washing the cup, and next to Suletta, the smartest person in this apartment.
Yeah, I'd say so. Jennifer's got a chance of catching up to them, but she's still so young.
The gym door opens. Sasha comes in her workout clothing. Why are you eating alone in the gym?
I just felt like it today.
Oatmeal and tea, huh? And she comes over, sits down on the leg machine looking at Davy.
Yep, oatmeal and tea.
Smells good, looks good. Healthy looking kiwi.
Yes, apparently it's fresh off of
Leave it to Julius as she starts the leg machine.
now.
Oh. Julius, that looks like Julius is cooking.
Snuff is a pretty good cook.
Ah! She comes over here, changes leg machine. Well, it's his final day, so probably a goodbye gift.
Every day.
You know, Towns buys me a breakfast sandwich every day. He can't figure out stoves, but it's the thought that counts. As she's doing the leg machine looking at the tea.
She chuckles and nods. That's it is. Did you just wake up, or have you been up for a bit?
I've been up for a while. Couldn't sleep last night.
Do you know where Snuff is?
I saw him in the armory helping Jennifer. And then I think he stayed up to finish Jennifer's work.
Ah, the armory, okay.
He doesn't leave the armory anymore for the most part. I think he even sleeps in there. She keeps doing the leg machine. Now I see why. She tries to say it under her breath.
She sighs and takes. Then she finishes the tea and takes the last bite of the oatmeal. Puts the dishes together. Yes, he's a. Yes. She'll go into the kitchen, wash the dishes as quickly as she can.
Come back. She bumps right into Leslie coming in her workout clothes. Where are you in a hurry to? Why are you eating in the gym?
I just felt like it today.
What'd you have? Looks like oatmeal, tea, and kiwi.
Yes, yes, that's what it was.
Commander Integra comes down smoking a cigarette, looking at it. Yes, Snarf makes it for her every morning. He goes into the kitchen. Leslie, oh,
Yes.
excuse me? She goes into the gym, not saying anything.
She sighs, nods. Yep. And then she'll try to go into the kitchen.
She's safe to go. She can clean the dishes and get rid of them.
She cleans the dishes and then immediately heads back into the gym.
Sasha, same magnetized eye effect on Davine, trying not to look at Davine, but keeps looking at her out of the corner of her eyes, and so does Leslie.
Well, do either of you need any help working out today?
No! Sasha speaks up. Leslie, every morning, huh? And Sasha nods.
He sighs and goes over and picks up some dumbbells and starts curling them.
Here, Ash. Scar comes in. Your daughter's awake.
Well, that's pretty awkward. I don't know how I'm going to explain that to Aunt Suletta.
Scar sits down. Can I have a cup of coffee, Juliet?
Of course, Scar.
Thanks.
He'll make up the coffee and hand it to him.
Nice. He presents a small flask and pours some liquid into the
All right.
toast. He passes the flask to Ash. To Snarf.
To Snuff. One of the dearest friends I have. Takes a drink and hands it off.
Not anymore. As he sips his coffee.
Distance doesn't mean the bond isn't there.
Whatever you say. As he drinks another sip of coffee and I say, oh.
Aye.
Yep.
Commander Integra Frankenstein statue. Looks good in there, doesn't it, Ash and Julia?
Yep, the Frankenstein statue looks amazing.
Yes, it does. Incredible.
Yes. I'm sure it will fix those AK-47s.
Right.
Nobody said peek on Julius. You notice she's awkwardly cooking too much food.
Julius turns around and goes back to cooking.
Your mom is really bad at social interaction, Julius. Just like you were.
Yeah. Thank you for helping me with that, dear.
I think somebody should have helped your mom.
I think so, too.
Hunk's going to take off his mask a little bit to take a swig. Drinking fucking bourbon in the morning, huh, Scar? Then Scar cheers and finishes his coffee.
Cheers.
Snarf bought it for me as a goodbye gift. I figured I'd spread the wealth. Want some? And Banksy, no thanks. Come on, Julius. Take a swig.
He looks down at the flask. Looks up for a second. Yeah, for Snarf.
Taking one doesn't mean you're a drunk like your father.
That's right. That's true. Thank you. And he'll take
I
a
wonder
little
if
sip.
he cooked breakfast for Davine every morning.
He did not.
Why
From
is he
what she told me.
I see sits down next to the Spartan with her hand over her mouth. Commander Integra. Ash, move away. Take Memrian towards the back of the kitchen, please, as she presents a cigarette.
Yes, of course. Carry your bag there.
Oops.
Yeah. Just,
Hunk, well, he's a loser.
no. He's not. I feel like an idiot for not noticing it myself.
Towns comes into the gym, looks at the ladies working out. Here you go, Sasha. She gets up, kisses him. Every morning. Towns, what? And Sasha, nothing. I appreciate you. I just want to let you know. And Towns, no problem. I have to go to work. See ya, Major Lasley. Hi, Davine. Nobody's saying anything in the kitchen.
Yeah.
So, how do you like your eggs? Hunk, how do you want them?
He's just looking down at the empty table. Whatever way you think is best, son. I don't care. Your cooking is good no matter what you do it, no matter the way. And you cook for me every morning, and I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Dad. I love you a lot.
You know, you know, has anyone seen Commander Jiren since he returned?
Hunk groans, Banksy. No, he's busy with paperwork or something.
I understand that, but he's got to be off duty at some point.
Commander Integra, and he hasn't come up to the apartment once in a week.
I understand that being exhausted, but
Scar stands up. Wonder who makes him breakfast every morning.
you know, I can't blame him. Even when Mom was putting us through the ringer, in the worst ways imaginable, I still called Ceres every night.
Pequod, it was very sweet, even though some nights it kept us awake. Ceres, yes, it was. Look what I made, Ash. Here, I made this. I made it last night after you fell asleep. Maybe this will make us feel better.
I should It. Yes, that helps. Thank you.
It's from Crutch Bob Crutch Pants. Look, Pequod. And Pequod looks at it and can't laugh. Ha ha ha. Funny.
Thank you, love. It does help.
Hunk, you're not laughing at a joke about making fun of Ash. And Pequod, oh, it's just funny. Ceres closes the wrist computer. Oh, I tried.
Julius holds her hand, kisses it, and lets it go to let her continue to cook.
You ever feel like you missed the forest for the trees and made a wrong decision?
Ceres nods. Everybody nods. I see. Well, she'll at least say goodbye to Snarf, I'm sure. That'll help.
If he lets her.
Banksy, look at this. It's some type of what-if comic book they're making about Squad Sigma. This is you guys meeting somebody.
That looks like Mom.
That's a very younger version of my wife, yes.
Yeah, I'd say that's about accurate to what would happen if we met Mom and Malcolm called her, does that say, Bikini Girl?
Banksy, why are you guys running away?
Because, I don't think she would appreciate it.
It's because of what comes next.
Yeah.
I see. Malcolm didn't like Major Lasley. Banksy.
No, he didn't. He called her, well, you've seen the movies, right, Banksy?
Unfortunately, some of them.
Have you seen him refer to a washed-up hag?
Ah, Banksy nods his head.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, there was, I don't even know what it was. It was either somebody's drawing or some photo shoot she did, something like that. That was in some calendar. I don't know if it was an actual photo of her or just a drawing, but he saw one of her in a swimsuit. And he looked at it, blinked twice, and... Oh, Bikini Girl. Is that Bikini Girl? And, yeah.
Bikini Girl. God.
If only he'd said that to her face, how much could have been avoided?
An extreme amount.
Jennifer comes into the gym with Scar carrying Davine's gear with a sad look on her face. Well, Davine, my gear passed all the tolerance tests and stress tests. You're good to go.
Oh, thank you so much, Jennifer.
Yes, Snarf's good to go as well. Leslie, oh. Sarah, or Sasha, oh. They distance themselves.
Right. Jennifer, is he still in there? I would like to thank him.
He went down to talk to General Lorelei about something.
Oh, I see. Possibly finalizing something about the retirement.
Yeah, I think forward pay. They're gonna pay him some checks in advance
Ah, I see.
for his sick niece.
Sick knees.
Scar, can we not? And Jennifer, if you need anything, Davine, after Snarf's gone, I'll have Sasha's boyfriend lift the lock on the armory. And they leave.
Oh, sick niece.
Sasha gets up and leaves the gym. Sitting down eating her breakfast sandwich as Leslie. Well, it's time to eat. Julius is cooking something good. See you, Davy. Comes in the kitchen.
Goodbye.
Hunt gang's all here.
Mostly.
Now we just need General Lorelei.
Yeah.
I wonder where she is.
Probably looking at shirtless pictures of you.
I wouldn't
Hey.
doubt it.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
Oh,
Zap comes back in. You hear him. Sasha, Zap, why don't you come eat breakfast? And Zap, the Davian's in earshot. Zap, no, I don't need someone to cook every morning for me. And if someone did, I'd at least thank him. And he keeps walking with a bag.
Oh,
oh.
Sasha, well, I don't think Davian probably heard. It's okay.
he heard.
She had.
Leslie, she's probably busy looking at her gear. Jennifer just gave her gear, and it's all good to go, and so Snarf's free. Free man!
Oh,
Good for him.
Yeah.
good for him.
Thanks, he leans into Icy. Our breakfast is always this awkward here. And she shakes her head no.
Did we... Leans over to Julius. Did we push her down the wrong path?
Probably not. I don't. You. It was up to her. In the end, we couldn't have changed anything about it, I don't think.
We did meddle, though.
I mean. Oh, God. He asked questions and we answered them. The shirt was just a funny joke. Oh, God.
I didn't have to help him hand make a beautiful Damascus Wakasashi.
Well, oh, who knows, Ash? There's nothing we can do about it now.
No. Nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
Scar comes into the gym. Do you want that put in the armory, or are you going to stare at it all morning?
She's just staring at it from the comment that Zap made, and then she looks up. Oh, I'm sorry, Scar. Please. The armory?
He comes in, takes it. You're welcome.
Thank you.
And, I'm impressed with Zap. I've never seen him so coherent and biting.
I see. Losing friends hurts.
It does.
Yeah, bet it does.
Hurts big time. I live down in the armory with them since my room is now other people's rooms. They're all pretty close. They play SWTOR.
Yeah.
Snarf was even playing with them.
Oh,
That's nice.
poor. Yeah, good.
Very nice.
Rolly wakes up. Davine hears him yawning outside the gym door, sniffing the air. Is the cheese queen cooking, or is this Snarf cooking Davine's special meal in the morning? What time is it?
Oh, it's the cheese queen and king in here.
Oh, nice. Snarf doesn't let us have any of that special oatmeal or tea. He goes and sits down.
Oh,
Yeah.
what do you want to eat, bud?
It's pretty expensive. The kiwis are expensive. The tea is called King's Blend or something like that. Pretty expensive stuff. I always wanted to try one.
Oh,
Leslie has her hand on her stomach. Looks like her stomach's sick. Sasha has eaten one bite of Towns' sandwich she bought for her, is just staring down at it. Commander Integra just and blows smoke out of her mouth up into the ceiling.
So Maxky, do you want to go down to the kill house today and maybe just shoot large guns?
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, yeah. Jiren is. I guess you and Julius are still our subs, along with Commander Sir Hunk. Hunk, yeah.
Yes. I mean, well, maybe at this rate we might just put in a request to bring you into the squad entirely and train you that way. Be around you so
see.
much.
Icy nods her head with a smile as Scar comes to the door. Rolly, we're doing flashpoints in an hour. The boys want to do one with Zap before, or Scar, whatever his name is, Snarf before he leaves. Rolly, I'll be there!
So Snarf's gonna be here in an hour. Good. That gives us a chance to say goodbye to an old friend.
very, very true. Very true. That's our chance if he doesn't, do a whole goodbye to all of us thing. He might. He's a nice guy.
You know.
Pequod, what's the point of having a friend if you don't treat him like a friend? Not you two, just... Anyway, and she goes back to cutting stuff.
You know, it's funny. We've only known Snarf for a little under 3 years, right? But it feels like we've known him for a decade. It's strange that...
Leslie still holding her stomach. Oh.
Are you okay, Mom? Would you like me to get you anything?
No, I just lost my appetite, I think. Give Rolly my plate. And she slides it over to Hunk as Rolly, I'll eat it!
Of course you will. You've got a stomach bigger than you are.
I am a growing boy.
Yes, you are. How big do... I've never been around many millipidians. How big do you guys grow?
No, a little bigger. Not too much bigger than what I am right now. The females tend to be bigger than the males.
Dimorphism makes sense.
Commander Integra looks around the room awkwardly. Back at the gym. Davine, why don't you come sit down with us? Instead of hiding in there.
Yes, ma'am.
She'll walk in.
Here, look at this. I'm subscribed to the Time magazine digital copies. Apparently, Saint Guillotine's dark history has been coming to light recently. Turns out he had some battle with his son hundreds of years ago called the Melee Civil War.
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes, this was police records have been kept about it. This happened sometime back in 2018, 19, something like that, hundreds of years ago. This is a screenshot of them battling in front of some high school that's no longer there in Garden City.
How is someone that foolish and lacking in wisdom after that many hundreds of years?
Commander Integra, I have no idea. Apparently, they've been living their normal lives over and over and over for hundreds of years. The Menace would go to school, drop out, rinse and repeat, and the war continued up until you guys took him. She's looking right at David with her one eye. Took him down.
Yes, a cyclical curse, right? What was that old movie? Groundhog Day, yes.
Something to that effect. Leslie, want anything to eat, Davy?
No, thank you.
Commander Integra, look at this mugshot of the Saint from back in 2008.
Wow.
Is he asleep?
They're calling it Sleepy Kevin.
Sleepy Kevin. Why Kevin?
Kevin is his middle name. John Kevin Maley was his true identity. He adopted the Saint moniker apparently sometime during the first Maley Civil War.
Oh. Well, that's interesting. I never really knew his real... I thought his name was actually just Saint Deity, to be honest.
Leslie, what the heck was he doing in my hometown when Julius almost ran him over? And Commander Integra, in a tell-all interview he did with Time Magazine, apparently hunting the Menace.
The Menace did show up in your hometown.
Leslie, I remember I blasted him into dust with your help. She points at you. And then he somehow came back.
Well, I suppose that put him in elite company now, didn't it, Mum? How many people technically survive you actually putting effort into blasting them?
Commander Integra, this is if you get the full magazine, open up the front cover, sometimes they do a big picture on both pages. This is the opening cover to the article. As you can see, the Saint has a storied history.
It would seem I am missing a lot of symbolism here.
Julius, you notice something that usually would bring Pequod to her knees. She's staring at it, just faking a laugh. Ha ha ha!
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Is that one on the book? Why are those characters from the game that you guys play, Rolly?
He squints his eye. Sure looks like it.
Did... So,
Interesting.
who made this? Like, is this an archived image, or is it
Commander Integra, apparently the Menace made it years ago, and it was saved on an archaic computer like the ones that they play this SWTOR game in the armory with.
Have you ever seen those books of art drawn by people in asylums, where it's very symbolic and it almost is impossible to decipher?
Yes, actually. Sarah's... yeah! Pequod,
That's what this looks like to me. It feels like there's a joke that I'm not in on.
Hunk, look at that moose's face, Pequod. Pequod, every morning, just staring at the moon.
and he rubs her back a little.
Yes, whispers to Julius, "We need to get her out of the apartment."
Probably a good idea. Do we have to go to the rings for anything?
Rolly stands up. Well, I'm gonna eat my food in the computer room. Go play some SWTOR.
All right, have fun, man.
Thanks. I'll try to have fun. It's an okay game, but it's kind of crappy. Don't tell them I said anything.
Well, you can use my old game, man, if you want at any point.
He nods. Maybe I'll get around to it. It's a crappy game, but playing with your friends makes it fun. It's always the thought that counts.
Yeah.
Have any of that tea left, Davine?
No, I'm sorry, really.
Oh, it's okay. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Broly comes here, looks back in the kitchen. You know, Snarf makes that every morning. It's a secret recipe, and walks this way.
Yes. We established that there was a flower shop on this ring, right?
Oh, yeah.
Ash is going to kind of turn away and quietly order a bouquet of roses for Ceres for pickup today, and then turn back around.
Okay.
Yeah. The thought that counts.
Zap.
Where are you going, Zap?
Carlick,
Yes?
he comes back to the door. What do you want?
I'm just seeing what you're doing. I'm got to keep track of my my best men after all, right?
Oh, I'm going back down to the rings. I forgot something for Snarf.
Um, do you need any help?
Yes, do you need any help? I can help carry something for you, sir.
He looks at Davine. Not from you. Walks.
Are you sure you don't need anything, Zap?
He's not in earshot anymore, and if he heard you, he doesn't care.
Right.
Ceres has her hand over her mouth. Pequod. Good for him. Under her breath. I see. Ugh.
Oh, God damn. Okay.
Commander Integra, I'm going to watch the children. See you. And leaves the kitchen.
No, thank you, Pequod. I'm not feeling very hungry right now.
Pequod, yeah, me neither. I guess we'll just eat the leftovers later.
Yeah, this is brunch. Yep.
Yeah. I need
I
something.
see. Oh, maybe General Lorelei will come up and make it less awkward somehow.
I don't know.
Possibly.
I don't know if that would make anything less awkward right now.
Leslie, oh. Just groans. Hunk does the same.
Um. Sarah. Oh boy. Ceres, you wanna? I've been thinking. Do you wanna come down to Gateway with me? The rings.
Eris scratches her neck, awkwardly trying not to look at Davy. I know, I want to go check out the pinball machine. Me and Sasha are gonna try to beat each other's high scores. The one that we stole from the convention a couple weeks back in the armory.
Yeah. Yes. Of course. I need to bring you down at some point. Need to have a talk with an old friend.
Sasha, I didn't bite this part of the sandwich. I cut it in half. Do you want it, Davy?
No, thank you. I'm okay.
Sarah's, come on, Sasha. Let's get out of here. They leave. They go to play pinball.
How about you, Pequod? Or anyone? Does anyone want to come down to the rings with us?
I see. How about you? It would actually be very appreciated. We Lieutenant Maine, we could talk to him with you. It'd be very helpful for us and the team.
You see, she's running her finger on her bottom lip, just looking at Davy. And Leslie is looking at the wall.
I see.
Yeah, I'll come.
Good.
Pick me up. The Spartan picks her up. I see. We most likely have a mission today, from what we heard this morning. So, any last-minute things you want to do, talk to people. Please take me out of here. Come on, I'll be waiting at the elevator. And they walk away.
Yes. Hugs, Hunk. All right. Bye, Dad. Hugs. Laz, bye, Mum. I'm going to go make sure of things and then head out with them.
Hunk, don't worry about it, Davine. It'll all work out. He's just a loser kobold anyway, right? Leslie punches Hunk in the shoulder and drags him out of the room. Ah!
He's not a loser, though. And Julius looks over at Pequod. You want to come down to the ring with me?
Pequod, looking over her shoulder at Davy, picks up Emery and yeah, let's take her. Here, Davine, you take her, if that's not too much to ask.
No, of course not. I'd love to take a.
She wipes her hands down on her pants, which is something she never does, getting herself very dirty. Let's just get out of here.
Gonna take a quick peek at the rifles really quick to see their progress.
Nothing's been done.
I shouldn't be surprised.
This one's about 75% done. You could probably trade it for some.
Right. Let's get going.
Scar's going to walk in before you leave. What are you looking at?
Looking around at everything, I suppose.
Snarf hasn't really been working on the
I can't blame him.
focused on Davine's gear. He walks out here with you, so Davine's in earshot. Stays up day and night working on it.
An incredible man. In a lot of
Not
ways.
really. Not incredible enough.
Wouldn't say that. Perhaps, some people may just not understand just how great he is.
Scar. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Walks back in. We're playing SWTOR. You're welcome to join, but not Davey.
Can you, message me when he arrives?
No,
Okay.
he does not want a goodbye ceremony. Scar comes out here. We're going to exchange gifts, and he's leaving. And I will not tell you when he's here. And you can't order me. I'm a civilian.
I know that. Just ask. I'd like to say goodbye to my friend as well.
Scar. You know, walks over here looking at the AK. I know my friends' last names. And he crosses his arms and goes back into the armor, or into the computer.
Right.
And you are free to leave. As for the final time, Zap finally comes back into the armory. Urgh. Before you guys can leave. And he's got a bag. Urgh. Kalik, where you going?
Headed down with, Julia's Pequod, Icy, and Banksy. We're gonna get supplies and, do some work.
Well, work on your mobile suit's gonna have to halt. Snarf might not be the expert, but he's an extra set of helpful hands. So you're just gonna have to suck it up.
Of course.
As he trudges back. Oh, my leg. I've never felt, right in David's earshot, this much pain before.
Maybe looks at Marianne and sighs. I really fucked up.
She
Oh,
boops
that's
Davian
the-
on the nose. And you guys, put you there, are free to go down to get out of the awkward situation unfolding before you. Oh, he's not here. Sorry. Neither is she. Wrong token. All right, you're here. You're good to go. I see Spartan holding her. Pequod, you. I see. Yes. So we have a mission. I don't know the details yet. I'm gonna talk to Lorelei in a little bit. But any last rounds you want to do? Pequod, we should cook something special for Snarf as even a to-go gift,
Yeah.
or buy him something.
Yeah,
Julius, do something.
Yeah, I'll think of something. Yeah.
Alright.
Pequod looks at the Chancemen poster, her eyes looking right at Davine. Ugh.
Yeah, well, right. To work first, work first. Right, let's, Go talk down to Maine, I suppose.
I see. Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah.
Pequod, it's been a while since I've seen Rain. Wonder if he cooks breakfast for somebody every morning. Come on, Julia.
Oh, dang, 4 of us.
Yes, sir.
Oh, she's following us down here, too.
Yes, Pequod. Oh, go away, Davine. What the fuck are you doing here?
Going to,
She's looking for Snark.
going to knock on the door.
Oh, she's not gonna find him. Door opens. Lieutenant Maine coming out of a back room. Boom, there he is. Full house early in the morning.
Yes, sir. Put his hand out. Good to see you, sir.
He shakes it. Pequod comes in. Long time, Lieutenant. He smiles at her, mask off, gives her a slight hug. So, what are we doing here today?
Well, you said to bring people down to learn combos, so we brought our captain. I see.
Good choice. Magic user. Pequod, you're not a frontline fighter yet. And Pequod, no, not yet. Ash is training me in shooting, and Julius has taught me how to fight. Maine, okay. What are we thinking? Let's sit down, gather around, think tank something up. Strengths, weaknesses, something that I think she could do probably with both of you.
Well, I suppose the easiest strength and weakness of me and Ash, at least, is one's really good at range, but subpar in melee combat, while the other is great at melee combat, but subpar at ranged combat. That's the easiest strength and weakness.
All right.
Would it... Let me think. Well... Would it be possible to play on that with teleportation, probably? Possibly?
Icy nods her head. Lieutenant Maine. Julius can fly. He's Leslie Jr., so he doesn't need teleportation. Icy, I can pretty much teleport for the most part. I was thinking ice for Julius. Lieutenant Maine, ice. And Icy, what if I just freeze somebody, for instance? Like, overdo it. I'm trained in most ice magic, and Julius could just shatter them. I think stronger enemies, it would probably make them easier to hit, i.e., reducing their armor. But weaker enemies, he could just shatter into a million pieces. Pequod, that sounds cool.
That's very good.
Yeah, I like it.
Ash is, I don't know. As she looks over at Ash and her Spartan's arm, Lieutenant Maine, what do you think?
What about imbuing the bullets I'm firing with magic? A handful of shots coming out and bursting in flames. Something like that.
Or cold.
Yes, exactly.
That I can do. Lieutenant Maine, well, what about something the three of you? Take your combo moves from the past. We've got, you could do... She can freeze people up for you, Julius, knock them down, shatter them. She can give you a heat rush, I suppose we'll call it, or whatever. Insert element here for your guns. What about something for all three of you? That you all, pull off at the same time. Like the assault plastique, desperation play. Something you have up your pockets. For big foes, maybe.
What if it was something like triple tap, but instead of a concussion grenade, she just holds them up in the air?
Lieutenant May nods. I see. I can make Julius fly at like Mach speeds if I really want to.
Could you... it's a bit of an interesting one, but could you, in theory, influence the trajectory of a bullet?
Icy nods her head.
Maybe Maybe they could be influenced to impact in areas that he's hitting, increasing the potency of the hits he's doing.
She nods, Lieutenant Main. Well, but she's a magic user, so we have to think outside the box. We're not constrained with tech and stuff like that.
That's what makes it so difficult. I'm so used to working within those bounds.
Well,
I'm always running away.
if you can increase me to Mach speed, you could also do that to bullets, right?
Yes.
What if you increase both the bullet and me to Mach speed and like a 1, 2, 3 punch type thing? Both hitting at the same time. One of them can, like me, destroy some armor on an enemy, and then the other can hit the vital point of the destroyed armor while you speed us both up.
A high-low technique, yes.
Pequod nods her head. What about that final blow thing we used to talk about? And I see, yeah, in theory, it was you'd pump Ash's speed up to where he could shoot out the weak points of the enemy, leave them vulnerable, and send Julius flying through something. It was after the Ray fight we started talking about it. Send Julius flying through something at Mach speed. Damage amplification on the bullets to get around armor. Pequod, i.e. power armor targets.
Or
And just put a lot of energy behind Julius and kaboom.
that's very good because most enemies are. Let's say they'll be misted by something like that. But those that are strong enough to withstand it, well, they're not going to be having a very good day. They'll be debilitated in some way after an attack like that.
With enough arcane energy behind Julius moving at high speeds, it would be a big fucking explosion. As Pequod starts laughing.
Bigger than Lasley's old explosions?
Not that big. We're not gonna blow up town.
Oh, thank God.
But at that point, the kinetic energy he's dispersing, he might as well be a missile.
Well, it's easier to hold people in place and manipulate them if they're weakened.
It's true.
Shoot out the weak points, I can hold them in place and put a ton of kinetic energy behind Julius.
That's
That-
good. What do we call it?
Pequod, I named it Final Blow when we were talking about it. We started talking about it after you guys were on the news with Malcolm fighting the Ray, the big robot. Tewaz's robot.
Yes, I think that is a very good name.
Lieutenant Main, yeah, it was a sloppy engagement. You would expect an Arcane Council team to work together, take it down a big target, not rely on, no offense, an unexperienced pilot in a mobile suit. It was very sloppy.
You would think, but then again, plays the footage of "Have at them, Julius!" as he runs into the building. You would think that, wouldn't you?
Lieutenant Main, well, yeah, I mean, Malcolm. But now you have a real leader in Wizards, so now you can really pull off some big blows. And Pequod, final blow.
Yes, something like this probably wouldn't kill a Ray, but it'll have seen better days.
Lieutenant Main, well, you might not have a mobile suit when you're facing one, so you should have strategies on facing one without it.
Yes, yeah, I agree.
Pequod, hey, Lieutenant Main. Hey, yeah, you'll help me and Julius come up with combo moves, even though I'm not a fighter, but Julius has taught me to fight. And Lieutenant Main, absolutely. I'm here early in the morning. I get up 1 hour early every day to cook breakfast for my new girlfriend, and I see, oh, God.
Of course.
Julius leans on the wall and holds his chest. Oh,
Good man, good man. Treat her well. Aye.
Lieutenant Main, you okay, Julius?
I'm good. I'm good. Just, training. Sore.
Lieutenant Main, I learned it from the best. He points at Pequod. See you getting up early in the morning at Raven Rock to cook breakfast for these two.
He really is the best.
Yeah.
Pequod grabs the base of her neck. What's wrong with you? He's just looking around the room. The Spartan kind of groans and shuffles Icy in his arm.
Ah, nothing. We're fine. Yeah, I think that works very well. Something we can work together on, and I think it'll work beautifully.
Well, you know the music. I don't know what your Deep Six classified to a guy like me, so I don't know what you got going on today or tomorrow. But if you got a mission soon, it won't be ready. But you start coming down just like Hunk and Davine did. They practiced a lot, and they got their little trick move, the punt thing down, so they're ready to go. So all you gotta do is show up, and I'll have. I can't guarantee 100% accurate target, but a comparable target to array units set up. We might have to do some in VR simulations, but as long as you put in the effort, I think you'll get it down between the three of you.
I'd say so, and we have experience working together. I think we'll pick it up quite fast.
Pequod, what do you cook her every morning, Lieutenant May? Lieutenant Maine. No, she likes cream of wheat. Cream of wheat with raspberries. And coffee, black, 1 sugar. Always remember your lady's drink order.
Is he gonna tap his neck? Not too hard for me.
Lieutenant Maine, yeah, you got it easy in that respect. In that respect.
Anything for her, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you love your partner, it should be expected, right? I say, yeah, my boyfriend makes me smoothie every morning.
And
Even when we weren't talking, because I was too awkward, he just made random flavors.
and Julius has cooked, and Pequod have cooked for each other every day since we've been back.
Lieutenant Maine, but it's just normal. It's the thought that counts. It's the thank you every morning that keeps me going. What? Whatever. You see him shrug. Pequod has a vein popping out of the side of her head. You hear Pequod, I'm gonna break Davine's jaw. And I say, no, you're not.
Right, well, thank you, Maine. Appreciate it. Always good to see you and learn from you.
I look forward to seeing what you guys could do. You know, we'll train you on a combo move with Julius, combo move with Ash, and then this triple threat. What was it, Pequod? Oatmeal with key. Final blow! And Lieutenant Maine, yeah, final blow. We'll stop by tomorrow, early in the morning, preferably. 8 a.m. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
As soon as once we're able to, we'll be stopping down.
Yeah, no problem. And if you want to learn trick moves with anybody else, bring them down. You know, Sasha, you could do a lot with a sniper. And even these Spartan kids, he gestures at Banksy holding Icy, who's just has her head buried in his shoulder. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're gonna be working together, right, Banksy? Makes sense.
Yes, sir. Just staring at the wall.
Well, we won't take up any more of your time, Maine. Thank you.
Yeah, have a good day, as Pequod walks over here.
Do you want to go get things together, Julius, for food?
Sure. Yeah, I'll get food stuff.
Pequod, what's his favorite food? Snarf. We could make it to go. Just leave it with Scar. He'll give it to her.
I don't know. Gods. Didn't ask.
I see. Didn't he give you a bunch of king crab?
Yes, he did. We can make that for him.
I see. No, just buy him his own.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sure the food lady has that. If not, it's Gateway. There's a shop for everything.
Pequod, if not, we could just take a shuttle down to Earth every morning and buy some fresh.
Yep.
Yeah.
I see. I'm gonna go down to JSOC and talk to Lorelei, see if I can get any of the details.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Carry me down, please. And he, yes, this way. They disappear.
I've got 2 more necessary stops.
Yeah. He looks over at Pequod. Mind if I pick you up?
She, sure.
He picks her up.
Alright. You coming with, or gonna do your own thing?
I gotta do my own. I gotta see if I can trade that AK for any ammunition, and I need to pick something up.
Alright.
Just gonna head up.
Go ahead, Ash.
Knox.
Door opens.
Buck, JD, good to see you two.
Morning!
Morning. Well, I know that the AK here isn't finished, but I was hoping I could trade it for some ammunition.
What AK? Your armory's gone dark to us besides the manifest. And when we call up, we get a Mr. Freetooth who does his damnedest to keep us informed on the progress, but for the most part, or we got a Walren who asked us if we wanted to play SWTOR, so.
I believe it was an AK-102. He's gonna pull up anything he can on it for them.
You know, the scope's on backwards on that.
I do.
The flash hider's not soldered on. The magazine well is improperly. Yeah, if this is a joke, it's a good joke.
Right.
But you're not getting anything from us.
That's fair. Okay.
That gun's ruined. That looks like something I worked on when I was first. This is JD speaking. First in the Rangers, when I first, I got the apprentice job, and they gave me an AK similar, and I botched it to hell and back, though I didn't put the scope on backwards. Not only that, but the stock, there's a crack down the back, as if somebody tried to hammer it to make it straighter or something. Who worked on this?
Well, I would assume it was our our engineer, but I'm not positive anymore.
The kobold? The guy who actually knows what he's doing? Because I don't think, unless he was fucking cracked out or something, there's no way.
Right, I'll get to the bottom of that. Apologies.
Yeah, we can't take that.
You're good. Can't blame you.
I hope the other ones aren't like that.
Hopefully not. Gonna head out.
If you got nothing to trade, anything else,
No.
worthwhile?
Not at the moment.
Alrighty.
Right.
Down at the store, Julius and Pequod. Pequod just blank expression on her face. Door opens. The old lady's very lucid. It's early in the morning. Good morning, my beautiful couple.
Good morning, ma'am.
What can I do for you?
Hi, we were wondering if you had king crab?
King crab. Alaskan king crab. No. No. They almost went to... Sit down. Have a history lesson. Pequod sits on your lap. If you sit.
Yeah, he sits.
She's just looking at the palms of her hands. Alaskan king crabs almost went extinct hundreds of years ago. EarthGov took them, cloned them, and brought the species back to a stable point. But for the most part, they are a protected species. If you get your hands on them, they are very expensive. You can legally acquire them, but they are extremely expensive. And Dungeness crab we have here, but Alaskan king crab, there's no need for us to carry something like that, because the market value up here, hell, only the generals would be able to afford it.
Okay. Oh my god.
That's a strange request. You don't hear that requested up here too often. If you like Alaskan king crab, Anchorage, Alaska is about the only place you can find it. You go down and they do sell live ones. They're taken from the non-protected areas. Only ones caught in the wild that aren't of the cloned genus are tradable goods. Legally, I should say.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for...
You're looking at 8-9 million credits for 5 of them. I mean, they're huge animals. You get a lot of meat off of them, but hardly anybody eats them just because of the cost.
He nods and takes a deep breath. Okay. Can
Can I get your best quality crab that is at that place?
Dungeness crab is the best we can offer in terms of quality and price. It's fair, believe me. We have it. We have them whole. They're not alive. They're kept frozen. How many would you like?
He looks at Peapod.
She's just looking down at the palms of her hands, shaking her head.
He nods.
And he'll just name off everyone in the squad. It's enough for everyone in the squad, and 3 for Snarf.
The old lady. Okay, fine. I'll get them rounded up. You have an armful. Are you going to be able to carry them?
Yeah, I'll be good.
Fine. Give me 5 minutes and we'll have them all squared away for you. If you'd like, she turns on the TV. They're airing repeats of the MWF here early in the morning on Fox. Enjoy! As she goes into the back to get them with her son.
MWF, do you want to watch this?
She doesn't say anything.
Okay. We'll wait outside for a little. You'll take her outside and stand by the door.
Ash, you're up.
I'm gonna admit I cannot remember exactly where we said the flower shop was. Okay, gonna walk up. Walk in. Hello.
Doors open. There's a little kid hanging out with the 2 ladies you saved on one of your few successful missions during Squad Sigma.
Hello, guys.
They look up at you. Roses.
Roses.
Never forget the name of Sherion Valorius. Mimosa comes over here and hands you the book.
Thank you, Mimosa. How are you doing, little one?
She smiles up at you. Mimosa, one of Gondar's. She runs off to go see Dad.
Something else.
Yeah,
Gondar.
what do you need? Oh,
No, just Gondar. He's something else, isn't he?
good man.
One of the best, I'd say.
Buys
Ah.
General Lorelei a rose every morning. White one. Always leaves a good tip, even though you, generally speaking, don't tip in gift shops / general stores.
Ah. Well, he's doing something right. I mean, for someone like General Lorelei to choose anyone, you've got to be a great man.
Mimosa nods. It's the thought that counts.
That's why I'm here. Spur of the moment, get her flowers for my Ceres.
Oh, it's good to do. It shows you appreciate someone.
Yeah,
It's the little thing.
It does, and it is. How much do I owe you guys?
60 credit.
Pays 60. Thank you, girls.
You're
Pleasure.
very welcome.
I'll probably be back before too long to get more things for her.
Keep up the good work with the roses. The thought that counts, the little things, girls tend to appreciate that. If you can find somebody that does that for you every day, that's the dream. Mimosa smile.
That it is. Well, I try to give to her every day. I mean, what I do can't give much more than it.
Just do your best.
Right. Thank you, girls. A pleasure.
You're welcome.
I will see you next time.
You can meet up Julius down here unless you want to go somewhere else.
Oh, he's gonna meet up.
The old lady comes out with a big box, not carrying it. Her son's carrying it. And she waves you into the store. Not a fan of the MWF, are you?
He walks in. No, I'm not. Thank you so much. How much do I owe you?
That'll be 4,000 credits. As Pequod swipes her wrist computer.
Thank you so much again, you two.
Ash shows up. She notices Ash. He could probably carry the box for you. He looks like a fine young man. Rosen!
Yes, for my fiance.
Come in here. Let me get a look at them.
He'll walk up and show them to her.
Very nice gesture of you.
Thank you.
Before my husband passed, every morning he'd have my coffee ready for me.
Yes. Delightful young a delightful thing to do for someone you love.
Yes, and now my son does it for me in his stead. It's the little things, the thought that counts. As Pequod, you see a tear forming in her eye.
He
Yes.
wipes the tear away. Good man. And he puts out a hand to shake his.
He shakes your hand. Time to watch the MWF repeat, Ma. And they sit down and start watching. You hear Malcolm. Malcolm Mania is running wild.
Yeah. Malcolm Mania running wild. Yes. Um. Uh. Let's head out, shall we?
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna stop somewhere real quick.
Go ahead. Where do you want to go?
The gift shop.
Right. I'll head back up if you want. Whatever you guys want to do.
It's up to you. You can come if you want. I don't mind.
I just came from there.
Oh, well. It's up to you.
I'll head back. Have fun.
All right. Julius will head up to the gift shop.
There you are. I'll take you there. That door opens, and there's the girl.
Hi.
Carrying a box of crabs, mostly looking at you. And girl, what can we do for you?
I was just looking to get a gift.
Sure.
He's gonna set Pequod down for a second. I'll be right back, okay? And he's gonna look around for a little statue or plushie of an elephant.
You find one.
He's gonna pick it up, walk over to the girls. How much for this?
20 credits.
All right. He swipes his wrist computer. Thank you. You too.
You're welcome. Is she okay? As Pequod's just looking at the ground.
She's having a tough morning.
Oh. Well, everybody has bad mornings. Just make sure you're there for her.
Of course, I try my best. Every day. Breakfast every day. Thank you so much, you two.
What was that?
Uh, personal things in the apartment.
Oh,
Other people. You know how it is.
yeah. Understandable. You guys, big group of you living up there.
Yes, very big group.
Well, we don't see many people from your squad down here. I guess we don't know your new squad members. There's a Spartan that comes in and buys things for, I think you're this little redheaded girl all the time, orange hair, cute, beautiful little girl. And then this kobold guy who was on the Majestic, he bought a panda plushie a long time ago. About the only people we've ever seen from the Majestic on our short time on the Majestic.
He bought a what? I'm sorry.
Panda plushie.
A
Like
panda.
the elephant one you have, but a panda, the animal.
Right. Right. Okay. Thank you for letting me know that.
Yeah.
I'll be sure to try and get some more people down to your shop. It's wonderful.
Send the business down. We could use it. It's boring sitting here all day.
Yes, ma'am. I'll try my best.
Well, have a good day and keep an eye on that one. They both look at Pequod.
He nods, picks her up, and puts the elephant plushie in her arms.
He takes it.
I love you a lot.
I love you, but Julius, I called him Spackle 50% of the time I spoke to him as a joke.
I know. We should have treated him better, but we always make mistakes when we don't know what we have, right?
We
And
shouldn't make them.
Well, some mistakes are preventable, yes. But other times, it just happens and we don't realize that what we're saying or doing or seeing or whatever it is, it's bad or stupid or whatever. We
Yeah.
shouldn't do it.
I guess. As she keeps the plushie in her arms, and you make your way back to the apartment. Commander Integra sitting with the kid. Hunk and Lasley are in the kitchen with David in memory.
Julius is gonna walk over to Integra, kneel down and whisper,
Did you know that Snarf bought my mother a panda plushie?
She looks at you and. No, I didn't, but it doesn't surprise me.
Right, right. It's my mother's favorite animal.
Yes, he seemed to be a thoughtful man.
Right. Yep. Oh, Jesus.
he stands up. All right. I'm gonna bring this into the kitchen.
I love you, Mom.
Love you too, son.
Gonna make his way up there.
Zanzibar is gonna move and get out of the way.
Walk up.
Sasha playing the pinball. Saris turns around and, for me,
For you, love.
thank you very much. Gives you a big hug and a kiss. Thanks. I do really appreciate it.
I know you do.
As Sasha loses at the pinball machine again. Great. I'm off my game this morning. You see them all playing Swap Tour. Is that Rolly? Got 7 going south. Need you down here. Get the bridge. And Rolly, I thought we were the only ones on this server, Zap.
At least they're having fun.
Saris, do you want to see something?
Yes.
Between you, me, and Sasha.
Of course.
She takes your hand with the roses, walks you over here, moves Zap's crutches out the way. Types in, she's logging into the game, and you see Davine level 49 Sentinel.
Davine doesn't play. Oh,
That's Snarf's account.
right. Of course.
Saris, they logged it in hoping he'd show up, but he didn't.
Can't blame him.
Zap, you ain't allowed to play on that. You gotta log into another account if you want to play. Saris, yeah, I'll play anytime. Zap, good, we need raid team. We're losing a member. Need 8 people and then we're gonna lose Snarf. He never did get that character to max level.
Right.
Saris, I'm so glad I picked the man from Gallia that actually had social skills. And Sasha starts laughing.
He's gonna pull her in and kiss her. I say it a lot, but I'll say it again. You're the greatest thing to have ever happened to me.
She gives you a kiss back. This is awkward.
It is. I don't know. What do you want to do? I'll do anything you want.
But we shouldn't make Davine feel like a pariah for being an idiot. And Sasha, yeah, that doesn't mean we can't hide in here away from her and keeps playing.
If you want to go down and be around her right now, even though it's awkward, then I will support you.
Zap, Davine joined LD50.
What is LD50, Zap?
The enemy. Ask Banksky, he'll tell you. Rival guild, they're on this server. As Rolly whispers, we're the only ones on this server.
I think he's talking about his old guild.
Rolly's gonna come over. Ever since Davine stabbed him and he found out Snarf was leaving, he's been acting really weird.
He's going through it. I can't blame him. Can't blame blame Scar.
Topak coming me. Hiya!
I can't blame either of them. They're going through it. I get it.
Hoping Camellia comes on tonight.
Camellia, whatever.
Camellia? Sarah speaks up. Camellia. She's like a daughter to me.
Right. Whispers to her, I've stopped asking.
Saris, how much pain medication is he on for that leg? And Broly, none. He's not high. He's just really gotten weird since getting stabbed and finding out Snarf's leaving. Really weird as he sits back down.
I would say that's an understatement.
Oh, Zaggy! Zaggy! Actually, I'm going to the kitchen to not learn. She crosses her arms, trying not to laugh at them. Sits right down next to Julian.
Perhaps we should come up and play with them from time to time.
Saris, yeah, I wouldn't mind as Pequod sits down with her elephant plushie in the corner. Oh, Civil War, my favorite man.
Yeah. He's looking over. Come on, let's go see what they're doing.
See you later, Callie.
I'll see you, Zap. Thank you.
Alex, Saris waits to laugh until getting into the kitchen. Nice elephant plushie sitting down with her roses. Pequod, yeah. It's the thought that counts.
Yeah, it is. When
Actually, gonna cook more food that nobody's gonna eat, Julian?
Oh, maybe at this point.
Leslie was rubbing Davine's shoulder with her hand.
You know,
You-
you know someone cares when they think about you like that.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they care. And they buy a plushie.
Leslie, you look good with her. To Davine, Memory Ann. One day you can have your own. Another one, besides Julius. Another little one.
Thank you. Yes, perhaps. Perhaps.
So, Devine, has Jiren been around you since he got back?
Oh, Han comes and sits down next to Sasha.
Oh. Well, no, he's had a lot of paperwork. Understandable.
Hasn't called at all?
He's busy.
Right. Kind of scoots closer to Saris. Right.
Yes, right. Well, where's Nicole?
Down in JSOC, getting information about any upcoming mission.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Upcoming mission. Upcoming mission. He walks over.
Does Jiren know your favorite animal, Davine? Hunk speaks up. Leslie glares at him. Hunk sinks into his chair.
Julius just grabbed a bottle of water and he dropped it.
Oops. Oh. I'm not sure, actually. I should ask him about that.
Has he ever asked?
I don't believe he had. Well, he learned a lot about me from you, Julius, and I see from when you were all training with him.
Alright, cut to the chase, babe. Hunk slams his hand down on the table, looking right at Davine. Did Jiren ever make you breakfast?
No.
Just wondering. Leslie, I'm gonna kill you. Looking at Hunk, it doesn't mean anything. I've never made Leslie breakfast. And Leslie, no, he hasn't. When I was pregnant with my Julius, every day, it's the strangest thing, actually. Has anybody ever had the fillet of fish from McDonald's?
Yeah, once or twice.
Aye.
I had one back when I was fresh out of basic, so we're talking hundreds of years ago. And it was the most disgusting thing I think I've ever eaten. But when I was pregnant, I craved them so bad I felt like my skin. She's holding out her hands to show Davine was crawling. And every day, and there's no McDonald's in Antarctica. So every day, Hunk, she points over at Hunk, would fly through different time zones, and my sleeping schedule was a mess. Pequod would know. Pequod nods. So I'd wake up at weird hours, sometimes 5 p.m., sometimes hell, 2 in the morning, and every day I woke up, there was multiple, somehow hot and fresh filet of fishes from McDonald's in a large fountain coat. And she smiles and looks at Hunk. And Hunk, yeah, I flew through quite a lot of time zones.
That's very sweet of you, Hunk.
Hunk, oh, it's the thought that counts, Davy.
Yes, the thought that counts.
Yes.
Has Jaren ever gotten you like a gift, like a keepsake? You know, not flowers or something like that. Like a plushie or a necklace or something like that. Not that I can think of at the moment. Right. Okay, yep. Just wondering.
Yeah.
Scar comes into the kitchen with a very expensive looking box of tea.
Hey, Sky, what you got?
He walks over, opens the trash can, and throws it away. Snarf
What?
said to throw it away. It would go bad sitting in his empty room.
Oh, was that the tea he used?
It's King's brand. It's expensive. You can only buy it from somewhere called the United Kingdom. I think I worked there a long time ago. Anyway, he said to throw it away. See? And he pulls up his wrist computer showing a text message from Scar. I think Rolly wanted to keep it, but Snarf wanted it thrown away.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Sky.
Nice. As he walks out of the room just glaring at Davey.
Julie sits down next to Pequod and rubs his face.
Pequod looking at Hunk. Fillet of fish, huh? Hunk, yeah, I'd get her fresh fish. Hell, I even went and caught some. Ice fishing. You make the hole, you stand over it. Some days I would even use a spear for the challenge, and it didn't do it for her. She wanted that crappy, cardboard tasting filet of fish from McDonald's. Every day she had it. It was very hard actually to get down her sleeping patterns since they were all over the place. So I spent more time flying around just trying to. She always sleeps, and Leslie, 5 hours every day. So get it down to a pattern and have it there hot and ready.
Wow, it's really awesome, Dad.
Hunk, well, that's what you do when you love someone. You know. Sasha, oh.
Julius nods,
Yep. When you love someone,
looks over at Davine, and then looks away quickly at Malk Flair staring forward.
Scar sighs and enters the kitchen again. We really need to get a waste receptacle in our portion of the armory. Hunk, what the heck's that? Scar, it's a pangolin, Stuffy. It was Snarf's favorite animal. He said to throw it away. He throws it away!
he didn't want to take that with him.
Would you?
Fair enough.
Hunk. Just clears his throat awkwardly.
Yeah.
Wow.
Leslie, well, I'm sure once Jaren's done with his paperwork, all will be well.
Yep, it will be.
Yes, yes, I have. I have been missing him.
Yeah. Leslie just crosses her arms and looks at the ceiling.
Right.
You hear Icy and Towns talking as they come in together. But Davine definitely hears Icy. It's really fucking awkward. Just don't say anything. Towns, copy that. Comes in.
Hello. Captain, any news?
She sits down, looks around the room. Yeah, we have a mission. We're gonna get called down pretty soon.
Good, any info?
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. There's the planet you fought with the Tallgeese against the Ray unit. Taurus was the name of the colony and the planet. Scans indicate there's an oil rig deep in the ocean there, one massive ocean on the planet. On the oil rig, in the center of the oil rig, is what looks to be, from SIS scans, she points at Towns, Towns pulls them up. Looks to be a Ray unit, but a newer one that's been worked on and customized. Snarf and Jennifer are outside the door talking, but everybody's caught up with what Icy's saying. So, General Lorelai's plan is we go in, try to steal the power core from the Ray, scuttle the facility, take the Ray down. It's worth trying, at least she thinks it is, because that Ray was able to go toe to toe with the Tallgeese instead of trying to build one or taking one from another mobile suit and leaving it inoperable. We steal our own. And their power cores are going to be more advanced than anything 500-year-old mechs we have.
It'll be like supercharging ours.
If anything, just going and scuttling the place is enough. We know how these guys like to operate nowadays. Scans indicate there's no living signatures on the oil rig. It is an EarthGov controlled planet, so for it to be manned by whoever, Tewaz and friends, would be risky to them. Very risky. But we know how they like to operate. I wouldn't be surprised if they jump us. They're somewhere underwater, like Globnock in a sub, waiting.
Right.
Right.
Or if they can remotely operate the Ray.
That too. Problem is, Icy kind of shrugs. The problem is, there are combat engineers, but we don't. Towns, I'll cut some wires and pull the core out and hope for the best. As Snarf, I can do it, and comes into the doorway with Jennifer.
Snuff, good to see. You can do. You know how dangerous this is, right?
Leslie looks over his shoulder. As a combat advisor, you come sit on the ship and tell Towns what to do. And Towns works for me. And Leslie, right? And Snarf, if you want to risk it, but I could probably get the power core out of that thing easy peasy.
I think the combat advisory role would be the safer of the two. I wouldn't like to see you get hurt.
Neither would I.
Snarf looks at Icy and Icy, I can't authorize a civilian to go on a mission. Davine's a different story. She's signed as a civilian combatant. You're an engineer. And Snarf, well, we'll just ask Lorelei. If you want Ash's power core out of there, I should be there. Worst comes to worst, on the flight over, and he points at Towns, I'll show him how to take it out. If I can't leave the ship.
Okay.
All right.
Snarf, and besides, watch this. And he types on his wrist computer and disappears. I have a stealth generator. And Towns, yeah, he wanted one. We gave him one a couple weeks ago after somebody screamed at him. And Hunk, oh, shut up.
Well, isn't that nifty?
Right. Are you still there, Snuff?
Jennifer looks at the spot he was in. He's gone.
Right.
Right.
Well, your gear's ready, Davine. Have fun. And she
Thank you, Jennifer.
I see. So we should probably gear up and head down
Aye.
Yeah.
and deal with that. Whatever. And she gets up and walks out.
Yeah.
Gear up as she's walking away.
Yes,
Towns,
ma'am.
what the hell's the problem this morning? And Sasha grabs him and I'll tell you later. Just-
Walk out.
Leslie, ah! I'll take memory Ann.
Yes, thank you, Leslie.
You're
She
welcome.
Stands up and goes to gear up.
Go on, Julius.
Mm-hmm.
He stands up, looks over to Hunk, puts a hand on his shoulder.
You alright?
Yeah, fine. She could have thanked him. He gets up out of the chair.
She could have.
Don't begrudge somebody from being awkward.
Trust me, I want to talk.
You guys all gear up and make your way down to Jason. Boom. And you have Lorelei, Agent R, and O waiting for you. General Lorelei greets you all, geared and ready to go, looking confused at Pequod, with Achilles sitting right there on the big globe computer thing, just licking his paws, looking at you. I assume we've been briefed.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, then we don't need to go over anything. Scans indicate, again, nobody is on this station. I would be on guard.
Right, with the way
Of course, ma'am.
with the way they can teleport operate on the assumption that it is manned.
Now, General Lorelei walks over here. These power cores, from everything we can tell, from the wreckage we got from when you took down the first one back on Taurus, Ash, these power cores operate not too dissimilar from the power core that will be, hopefully, in your mobile suit, Ash. That being said, they're definitely stronger. The power core from the Ray, what was recovered from the prototype unit off Taurus, you want to talk about supercharging a system. I think most people who have some experience, Sletta and I have watched the Taurus fight many times, not to laugh at Malcolm. Yes, you were inexperienced, but that thing overpowered your suit easily, even when
Yes.
you were on your game.
Yes, it did. It was incredible.
And were it not for Julius's intervention, you would not be standing here right now. So with that said, your primary objective, one way or another, is to scuttle the facility. And that can easily be done. You don't need to set explosives. Have Pequod blasted into the bottom of the ocean. Secondary objective, if we could retrieve a power core, the power core, from the Ray unit, she shows you, oil rig facility, scan of it. In the middle, the heart of the facility, all we need is the power core brought back. And even if it's not brought back in perfect working condition, that's fine. The one from the Ray from Taurus was mangled. But still, and Agent O speaks up, way better than anything we've got. Way better than what's it called? An Agent R, the Ariel. An Agent O, the Ariel has. So if we can bring it back in decent shape and we can replicate it, then we can plop it in the Ariel, plop it in Ash's suit, and you two can go to town in the future, with your suits.
Of course, ma'am. So, do you recommend a small strike team go down before we scuttle the base, or all of us?
General Lorelei, I will leave that to your captain. I assume you're going to be ambushed. I see. I was thinking we know we're going to get jumped, probably. I say we drop a small strike team, like Julius suggested, into the facility, and we drop the rest of us up top. Draw out anybody that's waiting for us. And we'll fight them up top, on top of the oil rig, and hopefully create a distraction if there's anybody hiding down below, or teleports, I see air quotes, down below.
Right.
General Lorelei nods. Problem is, getting this power core out, Towns shrugs. Towns, well, I mean, he's looking around, you see, clicks his visor, It goes red, so he's looking for infrared signatures. And Snarf speaks up, appearing from stealth right next to Julius. And Towns, this guy wants to come. This is Snarf. General Lorelei, looking right down at him, standing in front of Pequod. Huh? Agent O. Huh? Agent R. What? They're just all staring at him.
Our engineer, ma'am, for the squad. He wants to come along either in a combat advisory from the ship method or feet on the ground method.
You see her look over everybody one at a time, and then she stops at Davine, tilts her head a little bit, and looks over at Snarf. You're free to leave and retire. Snarf, well, one mission. If you want that power core back, Ash is my buddy. I want to make sure he's prepped for the future. I'll get it out. In perfect working condition. Agent R, huh? Agent O. Achilles looking down at Snarf. General Lorelei puts her finger over her mouth, looking at Snarf. Looks at Davine, back at Snarf. Ash, Julius, Towns, and Snarf. Stay here. The rest of you go to the ship.
Yes, ma'am.
Link's gonna... Come on, Cerus. Cerus is just staring at poor Snarf. Cerus, Ash.
Yes, Saris. Come on.
He looks at you blankly and then leaves with a hug.
Right.
Pequod looks at Lorelei, shakes her head, and walks off. Towns comes over here. Sasha grabs Davian's arm and come on.
She looks over at Snarf and Lorelei. Okay.
Lorelei gestures towards the door.
Yes, of course.
I see staring at poor Snarf. Captain! I see. Right. And leaves. Come into my office. All of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Towns, we're gonna die, Snarf. Snarf. Ha! Anytime she talks through her teeth, that means she's gonna really angry at us. She's standing at the side of her desk, tapping her finger on the desk. What is this all about? Speak! Somebody!
Do you feel comfortable with me telling her, Snarf?
Snarf, hey, I mean, it's a good way to go out on my career. I'll go on one mission. He puts up a fist. And I'll be with this guy. He points at Towns. Ash speaks highly of him. Right, Ash?
Yes, I'd say he's very good. He's one of the best I've worked with.
Towns, I can't guarantee your safety. And Snarf then brings somebody else down with us. And Towns, my pick would be Davine. Snarf, fine. You, Davine, infiltrate while the rest of the boys and girls take the fight to, if anybody's there. General Lorelei staring bullets through Julie.
Oh, God. She's just gonna read my mind, Snarf. There is something more to it, I believe, ma'am. I'm not going to voice my opinion because I could be wrong and I would not want to insult anyone here.
General Lorelei looks right down at Snarf and lifts her eyebrow as Towns walks back here. What's going on?
He's reading his mind, I think.
And there is a long, awkward pause for about 5 minutes, and it just keeps going and going. You see her facial expression get angrier and angrier and angrier. Keeps going.
Yes.
Town starts to whistle. General Lorelei is starting to tremble, her fist shaking with anger.
Ma'am?
She looks right down at Snarf. The word man is not spelled G-U-N. I expect that thinking from Ash. Snarf shrugs at her and just looks right back at her. Fine! She puts her hand up. Towns! Fetch him a suit from the SIS armory. He already has a stealth generator. Fetch him a black jumpsuit. Kobolds serve in SIS. I'm sure you can find one. Then report to the ship. Towns. Right. General Lorelei comes over here. You'll die. Snarf just stares right back at her. Did anybody inform him of what that stupid, confused, lonely creature of an alien has told you? They didn't create life, so life, my kobold friend, is truly a blessing. You'll die. And he's just looking right back at her.
You believe
You see her eyebrow raise. They're not saying anything because they're talking in their head. Go ahead, Ash.
He'll die. Are you seeing the future, ma'am?
She squints her eyes looking at him and he just looks right up at her. Fine! She slams her hand on the desk. Throw your life away! On a fool's errand of a... And she looks right at Julius and then stops talking. Fine! Go! When a man's mind is made up, it's made up. Escort him to the ship. Get out! She
Yes.
puts her hand right at Julius and then you, Ash.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Snarf, thank you. And leave.
They're gonna escort him.
Yeah, he walks ahead of you. This is his chance. He disappears.
This is bad.
Very bad.
You make your way to the Nova. It takes off. Snarf, alright. You with me. He points up at Towns. I want to show you some things in case I get hurt and I can't help you. And Towns, okay. And they go into the engine room.
Right.
Julius awkwardly whistles as he sits down next to Sasha and wraps his fingers on the table.
Saris is gonna gesture for Ash.
Sit down next to her.
Is he actually coming with us?
He's been giving clearance.
What? He has?
Yes, he has.
Oh, that's... Well, is it just going to be him and Towns, then?
Him, Towns, and one other.
I believe Towns made the choice of you.
Oh, okay, yes. Well, I'll try my best to protect them.
You will.
Yes, I will.
He's actually coming?
Mm-hmm. General Lorelei gave him the clearance.
I see, looking down at the scan of the facility with their hands on the table. His mind's made up.
And you can't change a man's mind when it's that made up.
Yeah, you can't. He jumps over the side of the couch so he doesn't have to ask Davine to move, and he goes up to the bridge and sits near or next to Pequod.
You see her staring out into the void of space as it's piloting. She won't even clear me for combat.
Yes.
Still don't have my Makarov. Pequod speaks up. Why would she send him, Julia?
He rubs her shoulder.
I think the General has her reasons. Snarf does too.
Pequod looks back at Icy and her head's just down looking at the computer table. Well, he'll go with Davine in town, so he'll be safe.
Yes. Hopefully.
Who better? Icy? She's just looking at the computer table. Who better, Icy? And she doesn't respond to Pequod.
I think strategically this is the safest he can get. Unless I go into Lazuli form or I see Transcends again. This is the smartest strategical decision I think we could make.
Sasha, does he even have a firearm? Icy, he won't need one. Just looking at the table. Sarah's because he's with Davine in town.
I hope so.
Yeah, Julie's gonna stand up and go over to Icy and rub her back.
She nods her head and God, I've worked with civilians, engineers in combat. It ain't no big thing. Just cover their six. The escort missions, babysit missions, whatever. I would have preferred a combat engineer. We have them. Lorelei, they were down in JSOC. He's gonna sit down next to Davine confused.
So am I.
And she looks at Ash, Julius, and Icy.
Shrugs, he wanted the position. Practically begged for it, with how long she was looking into his head.
Oh. Well, yes, I'll have to keep him safe then.
Yes, you'll have to.
See Icy shake her head, Julia.
I know. She's, gonna try her best.
And he's gonna put a hand on her shoulder, trying to reassure her, but he knows she already knows.
She's gonna try her best to keep him safe.
Sarah's, well, there's nobody better than Davine and then Towns with all of his tools. And now Towns can actually shoot thanks to Ash and Sasha. Yeah, he's down there every day with us with the Spartan kids. So
Yes. He's progressed very quickly.
yeah. Look at it this way, Pequod. You get to finally let this thing loose, blow the hell out of this oil rig. It's gonna be a good day.
Yep. Hey, that's something to look forward to.
Hunk's gonna come up here, so the game plan's simple. Towns, Davine, and Snarf will infiltrate, and they'll infiltrate after our boots hit the ground on the top of the oil rig facility. I'm sure they got motion sensors and cameras. Second our boots hit the ground up there, give us a couple minutes, see if we can draw anybody out, and then if nobody shows up, we'll reconnoiter to you guys down below. Saris, well, I agree with General Lorelei. They're probably waiting in ambush somewhere.
Undoubtedly. They always are.
Yeah, always are. Well, luckily, if they do come and ambush us up top, they won't be able to get away, thanks to this one. And he playfully nudges Icy a little.
She nods her head. Hunk, well, everybody just stay on your toes. This is the first time we've had a civilian coming into a mission. We've had a couple civilians leaving with us, but gotta stay on guard.
Right.
Stay sharp. Don't let the fact he's a civilian get to your head. Just let the training kick in, do what you've always done, and he'll make it out in one piece.
Right.
Davy nods. Well put.
Pequod, we're here. At least in atmosphere. Whenever we want to begin.
Julius goes down to Icy's level and whispers, "It's up to you. Are you ready?"
Yeah, let's go. She picks her head up. Somebody go get Snarf in town.
He's gonna look at Hunk. Davine, why don't you do it? Go talk to him. Right. Yes. She stands up. I'll go get them.
Davine comes in, sees Towns and Snarf going on over something on Snarf's wrist computer. Towns, yeah, I'll try my best if it comes to it. And Snarf, yep, looks over his shoulder, sees Davine, and stealths up.
Damn it.
Towns looks over his shoulder. Right.
I know
He's
you
just
can-
looking at Davine.
I know you can still hear me, Snuff. We're about to sit down.
Towns leaves.
I don't know if you're still in the room anymore. After the mission, she rubs her finger on the wall. I would like to speak with you about something. Some things I probably should have been saying a long time. Now I'm probably talking to no one. And she'll go out to everyone else.
You are free to begin. So, Davine, Towns, and Spackle. Snarf will be here. They're not in yet. The rest of you, nighttime, you land on the oil rig facility. Boom, boom, boom. You drop out, Pequod pulls up immediately. Because she's not going to risk the ship if that ray unit activates, and yeah.
Alright. What's the plan, ma'am?
Icy looks around, walks out here, just spread up. She's looking around, no cameras?
Walks up. Sense anything?
Eris is gonna come here. Sasha's gonna. I'm going. Aims her wrist this way. Fires off a grappling hook and begins grappling all over. And she decides to stay up here, and you see her pull out a scent and start aiming around. As Hunk is slowly going around the facility.
Sense anything, ma'am?
You see Icy looking around. No. I don't. You see her tilt her head like she's confused.
That feels wrong, ma'am.
They really would leave this place unguarded? She comes over here. Saris, it's in EarthGov space. EarthGov planet. Maybe they abandoned it.
With that thing on it?
Probably were afraid to try to take it out of the atmosphere. You hear Sasha over the radio. Through space blockade. I don't know, EarthGov space. Maybe they thought they'd be noticed.
Yes, but they already used one to make a statement here. It seems so wasteful. Activate. If not, it seems like if that's the thing, just leaving it here, they might as well have activated it and just made a statement.
Icy comes up here, Julius. You see she's looking down at the ground here. Not sad, just looking, tilting her head.
Julius will go over. What you looking at?
That. And you see her point down at the ground.
He looks down at the ground.
Move! And she pushes you out of the way. You go this direction, flying. She uses her kinesis to push you because she's smaller than you. She goes this direction, and busting out of the oil rig facility itself is this creature. Roll a flies up into the sky about 300 feet into the. So, good look at her. Those are her wings. Roll Ceres, please. You play her while I begin. Oh, there's... oh, you know what? We gotta clear the initiative order because it's still there. Let's all roll again because it's still there from the last time because we don't do combat all the time. Whatever her new initiative is, we'll just stay there. I'll roll the others. So she flies up. It sounds like a jet going off.
Well, that looks familiar.
Just set the stage of the fight. Please read carefully. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And the lovely Sandra. All right, that is good. So, you hear this woman maniacally laughing. She looks just like her picture. The 24 ACs are her wings of her flight suit. She has a 22 AC. On her base suit. However, she cannot be hit by ranged attacks if somebody isn't engaging her in melee combat, keeping her still. In other words, time to fly, Julius. And she is up in the air, and her opening turn will. Ash, you know enough to know. You see, she has a grenade launcher. She pulls out the grenade and hits right on you for 28 points of damage. This grenade launcher hits in a 10-foot radius, so you and Icy both get hit.
Void.
And she's not done yet. She's then going to fly over here, ending her turn. Ash, I'll do Sasha, you do you. Sasha's going to do something very simple. You take your turn, Ash.
Well, let me think. Look at that. Not much I can do here, ma'am.
Icy, just wait. Just give me a second and I've got you.
Understood, ma'am. He's gonna hold his action.
Alright. Icy puts her hand out and is holding her action. She's waiting for something. Ceres is up.
Well, second verse, same as the first. There's not much she can do, so she has to hold hers.
Perfect. Icy's going to Hunk! Yeah. Throw him! And Hunk comes over and nothing personal, Ash. Grabs you, ignites his thruster pack, spins you around, and throws you into the air.
Oh, shit!
And I actually don't know if it will link. I'm gonna try. I mean, it's just... yeah, that's what you get from trying to link the built-in spells into Roll20. She casts Fly on you, Ash.
Okay.
Julius, you're up.
Julius immediately limit breaks and flies 2. Yeah.
You notice on the tips of these voided out flight suit wings are large explosives. Look like warheads. Like stuff you would see fired from the Nova. Okay.
Large warheads on her wings.
Wonderful.
He's gonna make 3 attacks. On main part.
Okay, main part. Gotcha. You hit her. You hear a female groan "Ah! Ah!" as you hit her. She's gonna look up at you. I have to thank you for getting rid of Globnock. I was tired of taking orders from that moron.
What? You're welcome.
I'll repay you in kind as you see her reload the grenade launcher staring at you. See if you can keep up, little one.
Oh, you think I can't?
Okay. Can I take my held action?
Yeah, and Ceres's.
Five.
Hunk can't do anything. He did his.
So to there. Pull out. What turns do I have? Yeah, debilitator. Aim for the body. Take a shot. Okay. Miss. Take a second shot. Miss. Take a third shot. On that shot, because I'm within the necessary range, I will spend a grit to hit dazing shot, because, well, you decide, because it does say most enemies. I'm trying to give her disadvantage on her next attacks.
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright, so she dazing shot on her. I'm within range of the suit's abilities, so she auto fails the save. Has disadvantage on her next turn.
All right. Don't forget Ceres.
Yep.
You held your action with Ceres.
That's what I'm doing. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. She's now within range. Pull out the plasma rifle and take a shot. Miss. Take her second shot. Oof. And that's all she can do because a lot of her stuff's melee based.
No problemo. Raging Raven is going to cackle at you, Ash, and you hear what sounds like almost like a rocket taking off. You see the back of her armor lighting up purple, and she's going to Afterburners! Keep up! And flies through both you and Julius, causing 68 points of damage coming over here. I will need a dex check of 23 or higher from Ceres. See
Okay.
if you want to stay in the sky if she fails it. She makes it. So, won't take any of the damage, and Raven will miss her, trying to knock her to the edge of the platform. Ash, take your turn, because Sasha's going to fire her weapon.
He is, now, seeing that, not a happy camper.
Bear in mind, she's not engaged in melee combat with anybody.
Okay. Look at Julius. Get in her face.
That's the plan.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Right there. And I will hold his action.
Sasha's gonna hold hers. She's gonna move over here. Oh man. Poopies. Icy's gonna move here, but she's on the ground running atop the boxes. And Hunk's MP5 is great, but not good enough, so he's gonna have to. Let's see. He'll move there. Concluding their turns. Julius, you're up, unless Ceres wants to do something.
Not much she can do. She's holding her action, too.
Julius.
These will get right up in her face.
And then just gonna get lit up like a Christmas tree. Sasha will.
I'm taking mine. Again, within range. Debilitator.
Hunk will miss. Icy's not gonna do anything yet. She's holding something in her pocket. Not physically.
I'm gonna spend another grit since I'm within range, and I'm gonna try and knock her out of the sky with winging shot. You decide how that's ruled, because I am within the range of the suit's ability, but I assume it's gonna be a bit different than normal.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay,
Be my guest.
it's hit already. So
All right. So she will fall out of the sky, landing here, and you see her wings flex out, aiming.
right. Third shot. Nice. Bonus action, I'll pop my second wind. If I can find it on here somewhere. One sec. I'll do it in a sec after Saris gets her stuff. 2 shots. Are these with advantage because she's on the ground?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. And then that'll be my turns. Just finding
She's
second.
going to hit you with that, knocking you out of the sky.
All right,
Her
let's.
wings flexed up. You see Ash explode Julius in a cloud of purple energies. She looks up at you, Julius. Bring it on, punk.
Damn it.
Ash, boom, falls to the ground as she, laughing at Ash, lying there unconscious. The skies belong to me. She points back at herself with her thumb.
He's gonna get onto the radio. All the ranged, get on the wings. Me and Saris, if she's not in range, wings. If she is, go for the main body with me. Deal?
They all respond, copy. You hear Sasha say copy as she's holding her action. As Ash lies unconscious.
Are they all holding their action?
I am going. No. Hunk's getting up in her face. And so will Icy. Because they're on the ground. You have to fly down. Do you care if Hunk uses one of your med darts, Ash?
No.
He's gonna stick you with one in the neck. Just grab your gun and right into the side of your neck.
Okay. I'll roll it.
Icy will present her hands and start clawing with the claws built into her armor at the right wing. That will conclude Icy's turn. I'll roll Sasha's deck for Ascent, and we will go to you, Julius.
Alright, yeah, Julius is gonna fly down, and he said he's gonna keep on going for the...
Icy and Sasha are going for this wing.
Alright,
That's the one that hasn't fired. Left will just left one fired the Heat Seeker at Ash. Heat Seeker doesn't have to roll, so bear in mind, if she just wants to use it, it's gonna hit you. She does have a limited supply. You're up, Julie.
and those are all on the left wing.
Mm-hmm. The right wing, maybe you'll see what it contains.
Alright, he's gonna fly down in front of her, and he's gonna say to Hunk, Ash, Saris, go for left wing.
Understood.
Hunt nod.
And 4 attacks on main body.
Ooh, the 29 connects. I like to imagine you punch her right in the face. Void blood coming out of a hole you created with the punch on her mask. This place will be your tomb.
Yeah, the suit will be yours, so.
She's going to laugh, but before she takes her turn, Down here! Snarf, Towns, and Davine have successfully infiltrated. Towns is looking around very concerned, with Snarf uncloaked, walking behind him.
Ah, you should cloak.
No, I can do this. I'm not that weak and pathetic. He comes over to Towns. Towns, not now.
I know you're not weak and pathetic, but please, for your safety, I am in charge of keeping you all safe.
Snarf doesn't respond to her and comes up to the door, and this door is locked. And it's behind here, and Towns, yeah.
Is it a lock either of you can hack, or do we
Snarf,
need to
I got it! Over there. Points over here. You could probably open it from over there, and if it's powered down, I can get it powered up. Just give me a few seconds, and he walks this way. Davine sees Towns looking into the door. There's big black windows.
You can't see anything, Towns? And she's gonna start walking towards Snarf.
Towns is going through his vision modes on his visor, and oh shit, and the door comes busting open, sending Towns flying back this way. The door itself hits here. And coming out, Davine hears mechanical footsteps. Is another one of those, as Towns is struggling to pick himself up from the force of the door. Now, what does Davine?
She turns around. For a second, her eyes get wide in absolute terror and fear. Before she looks back, sees Snarf steals herself. Oh, shit.
This thing is crackling with purple void lightning electricity. I'll roll his initiative, but he goes to the top of the order regardless. Okay. Read the description of his terrible roll. Goes to the top of the order for this fight down here. He puts his arms out to his side. Davine sees the electricity crackling around him. His mouth is open. And she sees himself start to get coated with something. She didn't see the one Ash and Julius fought years ago.
Oh, God.
But she can infer probably what it does.
That might be the liquid metal they were talking about, as she pulls out the plasma sword and lights up both sides of it.
So we'll just put all of its buffs. He's fully buffed. He does not, the one thing Davine notices, is he does not have a plasma rifle like his predecessor. Davine, roll initiative. Towns is gonna pick himself up. Davine hears Towns, oh Jesus, looking at it. And the initiative order is nice and reorganized. The exception of this guy needs to be at the top, because he is at the top of the initiative order one way or another. Davine sees this thing turn, look at her, and then look right back at Towns, though Towns is out of Davine's line of sight currently, and he marches over to Towns. Davine most definitely hears the sound of Towns getting the shit beat out of him.
Yeah.
She hears "Ah!" as Towns is punched in the throat, skipping his next 2 turns.
Damn it. Snuff cloak.
Snarf does not listen to her.
Shit. Damn it, Snuff. Do it, please. As she... If it's her turn,
Yep, go ahead.
she's going to run up to it and do her attacks on it with the plasma sword.
Very good. So, interestingly enough, let's see if they hit.
Oh.
They
No.
do not. So they're bouncing off the mimetic polyalloy coating him. As Davine hears a blade on sheath. And Snarf's going to make his way down here, and he's got a little ion knife. And that will end what's going on down here for now. Back up top, Raging Julius at the top of the initiative order. Is going to present her right wing and fire that. So, Icy, Hunk, Ash, and Julius contract. Alright, are we all Gucci here? So Clugsy fails, Ash passes, -4 class feature die. Ash, you're good. Icy is going to fail. She's not supposed to be rolling at advantage, so she fails. And that will conclude the Raging Raven's turn. But, Ash, you notice her looking right at you, and then she looks right over at Sarah. Take your turn, Ash, because Sasha's going to do her thing and just fire a scent. Lay's target is still up. There's always a laser beam on this lady.
Yep, give me 1 sec. I'm scrolling back up to reread that one.
And she is on the ground. For now.
Right? No. Really is rude to look at someone else. Going to holster Debilitator and pull out Ravage. I'm gonna actually burn my bonus action now to reload it, point it right at her body, and take a shot with a very specific bullet in the chamber. Ooh, it's taking a sec. There we go.
Okay.
So he's gonna pump 1 hard light into her chest, and then the rest are just regular shots to the wing. He was told to do the left wing like he was told. Yeah, that one. Oof. Okay. Move back a little bit. Oh no, it isn't nice to change dance partners that quick. Saris's turn. Let me look. Oh, she can make it. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Right here next to Julius. And she is going...
Ash is teleported up here on the same crane with Sasha by Icy because you're low HP.
Okay, fair enough. I'm sorry, haven't gotten to use her much, so I'm just looking. Yeah, she is going to. Well, not much she can do. I'm looking. Apologies. Yeah, she's gonna spend her first thing dropping Blood Haze underneath Raging Raven. Oops, didn't mean to do that. There, so that's under her. I'll mark off the 2 blood points. And then she's gonna look at the chest, like Julius had said, and go for the Bloody Blitz attack on it. Miss, but that's her turn.
Julius.
Julius is going to look at Miss Raging Raven, pull out a water lung mint, look at
Oh
Icy,
god. Oh no!
look at Icy. I've always wanted to try this,
Oh no.
and pop one.
You see her have to try to cover herself with her wings as she and like wobbly backs towards the edge of the platform, surrounding her body with her wings, screaming and screeching. A tormented creature, to be sure.
And then I believe that is an action to do, so
Yep.
that is all.
Back down here. 2 of Towns' turns have been skipped. It will be the prototype unit's turn. So this will count as one of Towns' turns that have been skipped. It's going to whip over here. And like nightmare fuel for poor Davine, grabs Davine's hand, ripping the saber out of it, the beam saber, and crushing it in front of her face.
Oh no.
Oh, it's not done yet. Then going to grab Davine's arm and start twisting her arm, disarming any other weapon she had on her, bringing Davine to her knee. And Davine, feeling like her arm is getting twisted apart. Another hand is going to accompany Davine's throat, and it is going to apply the same choking effect that its predecessor did to her a few months back, and start to choke. Snarf's going to get off of her, climb onto its back, and it completely ignores her. It freely lets Snarf climb onto its back. He sticks it in the neck with his little ionized blade, and it just keeps choking Davy. Towns is getting to his knees, and we'll go back to the main fight. Raging Raven is going to grapple young Sarah. Strength check of 24 or higher, or she's out of the fight, knocked out cold. He's
Okay.
going to take her up into the sky and ram her into the ground at high speeds.
Nope.
Not good enough. So you see and hear Sarah screaming, "Ah!" as she BAM! Slams her into the ground, knocking her this way, unconscious, as she flexes her wings up, wipes some disgusting magic water off of her. "Try it again, punk." She looks over at Ash and points and starts laughing. "Can't protect your women?" Ending her turn. Your turn, Ash, because Sasha's just going to keep doing what she's doing. Saris is out cold.
Have to hold my action until Julius gets near her.
Sorry. You don't have to wait too long, because Icy will go right into melee range, so take your turn.
Okay. Well,
It's the left side.
Yep.
This the right.
okay. You said left side, so I am going to pop Ash's stealth generator.
Okay.
Switch to where is he? Debilitator. And come out. Let me make sure I'm reading the stealth generator right so I know how many I have to drop for it. Apologies. Four grit. So, I'm going to use a grit for this attack. Where is it? Debilitator. At the left wing, advantage. It's an auto crit, so I get the grit back. I'm going to go for another one. Get the grit back. Gonna go for another one. And I'll use the threaded barrel on this one to get 2 more attacks after that. Second verse, same as the first. And one more. That one misses. Bonus action going to... Doesn't know if it'll do anything, but Healing Dart Saris. I know it won't do anything, but he doesn't.
Juliet?
He's gonna get up close and personal again, and
Hunk and Icy's attacks have hit this one.
okay.
And with Sasha.
Second. All right, Julius is going to look at Ash and say, "Big boom," thrown at the wing everyone is hitting.
Alright, where are you? I am sorry, it takes a bit. There we go. Just enough.
Whoa! Nice. Not bad. As you see the wing explode. But you can definitely tell from her flight suit she can still fly if she wants to. She's lost the access of the heat seeker.
All right, that's one down. Everyone start focusing the other one.
Affirmative from everybody as we return back down to a not so good scene. As Tao even though still really can't do anything. Davian sees Towns' wrist start to glow as he's finally able to pick himself up, but that's all he can do. But his wrist is starting to glow as this thing's choking the fuck out of Davy. Snarf will scream, "Let her go!" And he's pulling, but it's just not doing anything. He's going to stick it in the side of the head with his knife. And that will conclude Towns' turn. All Davine sees is this thing staring over her, choking her out, and Snarf trying everything he can to save her life.
Davine is staring at Snarf, using her free arm to motion to get away.
Oh, he's not leaving. I won't leave you, Davine! And we cut back up top. La Raven. It's going to ignite her thrusters in the back of her suit. Fly up into the air. She will hit Julius for 11 points of damage with her Vulcan little minigun cannons. Not yet. And then hit the three of you with her grenade launch, ending her turn. She's wobbly in the air, but she still can fly. Sasha holding her action. Ash, you hear the of her bolt reloading. What do you do?
Same thing I have to do. I'll burn the bonus action now to reload, but that's all I can do. Hold my action.
Okay. Boom. They're gonna try to chase her down, standing below her. Julius, you're.
Julius is going to fly up to her. And then. Oh, crap. Is she immune to prone effects? Or knockdowns?
You could try.
Yeah, let's go for it. Reckless uppercut.
Yeah.
Knocking her down to the ground right next to Icy and Hung. Light her up like a Christmas tree, boys and girls.
That is my cue. Aiming at the other wing. Shot one.
Hunk's gonna stick the Ripper right in her chest. Purple blood going everywhere.
I forgot to ask something. Do the auto crits trigger Debilitator's ability, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'll pop that as well. Let me find the dot. Sorry, I had to make sure on it because I know that could be a gray area. All right, now back to shooting. Okay, that's 2. All right, I'm gonna action surge.
On to Ash from Ice.
Thank you. So there we are. 3 more attacks. Okay, miss. I'll pop a grid on this one. Nice. And last attack. Alright, that will be Ash's turn.
Oh, what's up?
No, nothing.
Oh, yeah, I know, trust me. Down here, the choke effect, still in effect, on poor Davine. Towns is good to go, though. He's gonna come up. Activate his muscle suit, and he'll be able to pull this thing off, Davine, because he gets a flat 80 point bonus to any roll he's got to make, so he's gonna get it. He's able to pry one of its arms off of Davine. And this thing will return in kind with its action network circuits firing to full effect. Punch in Towns' stomach, sending him staggering back here, but at the same time. He notices the glow from Towns' wrist. Getting brighter. Definitely brighter. Towns grabbing his stomach. He will try to move back in melee range. As Snarf is going to calm himself down, think for a second, because he's an engineer. And he's gonna stab it right in the eye, the left eye. Left eye on the side of this thing's head. And it actually lets Davine go. Davine sees the eyes flash purple for a few seconds. Davine's free. She can take her turn right after. This thing has understandably had enough of Snarf. It reaches behind him, grabs Snarf. Snarf is screaming. And it's holding Snarf by his legs. It's got him pinched together. And by his neck. And he twists Snarf's whole lower torso. Snarf screams! He reaches out to Davy. Sorry, Day! As it will end Snarf's existence before he can finish Davine's name. By breaking Snarf's neck. And hurling Snarf's body back here, it hits the wall, slides down. And that's all it's.
Davine screams no as she loses all composure, and since she is completely disarmed from all her weapons, she's gonna start trying to punch it.
Go ahead. If she's got a punch on her sheet, I don't know.
She doesn't have one macro that I can roll.
It allows Davine to hit him. And before we go back upstairs, so it allows Davine to just punch him. He's gonna come over here, open his mouth, imitate the words perfectly. Snarf's voice, sorry, as he's mocking Snarf, and he starts bashing Snarf's head into the concrete floor. As he's mocking Snarf.
Yeah.
And that will conclude the combat. What, unless Davey would like to do something.
And I mean, it isn't much just past running up to it and not being able to do anything.
It's kneeling down, just bashing his head into the ground in front of Devon.
Yeah, she's gonna keep on attacking it, not being able to do anything. She isn't Julia. She doesn't know how to punch with key.
Yeah. Just for the sake of the log, even though he is dead. Towns' armor does act. Towns, if Davine looks back at Towns before we go back upstairs, she sees Towns press something on his wrist computer. There's a big red button that pops up from a opening flap of his armor, and he slams it, looking at Snarf, and the lifelink beam that she's seen Towns use in the past, usually to great effect, goes out, hits Snarf's body, and fades away. So we'll just say Towns tried to share like 50 points of his HP. Beam goes out, hits his body, but fades away because he's dead. And there's no saving him, at least from Towns, is what Towns can do. And this thing just continues letting Davine hit it, mocking Snarf, bashing his head into the ground. Back up top. And unfortunately, you guys are all none the wiser to what's going on. Raging Raven, on the ground again, is going to pick herself. And attempt to knock Julius to the edge of the platform. We'll just say directly behind him. Dex check of 23 or higher. So she's going to take off and go this direction. If you fail it, you'll join her at the edge of the platform. Nice. So she flies past you. You duck out of the way. She turns, whips her wing around. The one functioning wing left. She's still on the ground, ending her turn. She just tried to take you off the edge. Ending her turn. Ash, you're up. Still on the.
All right, can I hit her or?
Yeah, she's on the ground. If she's
All right.
on the ground, we'll just say you can hit her. Just keep going. Come on.
Okay, sorry.
Roll, baby.
Aiming at the right wing still. Take a shot with, where is it? With Debilitator. Pop a grit for advantage, I guess.
Just roll it up. Hit her. Where are you aiming this, chest or wing?
Wing.
Okay.
As I had been told to.
Okay.
Second shot. And third shot. Bonus action reload. That is my turn.
Guess who's getting teleported right into her face?
Her favorite big brother?
Yes, Julius is going to get teleported into her face. I don't know. What would my dad do? He'd do some over-the-top combat roll and try to shoot. So you see Hunk do some needless roll, taking a page out of Snarf's playbook, and he's just going to do his NP5, so you're up, Julius.
Alright, all of these are going to the chest.
That's going to the wing. Hunk's attack. All right. Anything else before we go downstairs?
I wish.
Well, down here, Towns is looking shocked because he's come to the stark realization that Snarf is dead. This thing continues to bash Snarf's head into the ground. Sorry, Davine. He stands up, flexes his arms out to its side, tilts his head at Davine, and just flashes its eyes at her, trying to taunt her. Davine's up.
She is not going to back down. In fact, she's going to scream in his face, its face, and why the fuck? She's gonna try to headbutt it. Why not?
Go for it.
I'll just roll a d20. Yeah, that's a natural one.
She connects. They press their heads together, looking each other right in the eye. Davine's beautiful eyes. It's lifeless eyes. And it just, sorry, Davey, keeps imitating Snarf's voice perfectly. As Towns fires, Davine gets knocked on her ass. Towns gets knocked back from aiming his wrist up, and it shoots right where Sasha told him to aim if he ever encountered one. Through its chest, Davine sees its arms start to contort. And the eyes fade, and it falls over, not on Snarf's body, here. Dead.
Oh god. Devane is going to get on her knees next to Snarf's lifeless body. Snarf. No. I was gonna keep you safe. We were gonna talk after this. Please, come on. No. And she's gonna take 3 of her nanotech needles and shoot them all into him. Desperate.
To no effect. His lifeless body.
Exactly.
Towns picks himself up, looks back at the mobile suit. He's dead, Davine.
No, he's not. We can save him.
Towns looks back at the ray. Maybe Sonny, he comes over here. Maybe Sonny can do something for him. Get him. Davine, you have to go. Get him back to the ship. I'll try to get the power core out as best I can.
She looks up at Towns. Nods. picks picks up Snarf's lifeless body. Also picks up all of her equipment that was disarmed and goes back to the ship as fast as she can.
Talons watches them leave. Shakes his head and heads in to start trying his best to pry this core out. Meanwhile, up here, it's the Raven's turn. She's going to unfurl her, they're called Vulcan minigun thing. And fire up at Ash, but misses. So imagine you're fucking straddling on this thing, Dick, but all the bullets just ding, 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 ding around you.
Okay.
Now, what we will do here is Hunk's going to come into melee range and use the Ripper on the wing. That's what's going to happen. Icy's got a heal cooked up for Julius. Julius, take your turns. And Sasha's just going to keep shooting, as ordered.
Yep. Same here.
Ash, you take your turn. Excuse me.
First shot, still at the right wing. Advantage on it from grit. Okay, second shot at the right wing.
That heal is to Juliet.
Third shot at the right wing. My turn?
Yeah, go. Keep rolling.
Those are my 3 attacks.
Okay, good. Awesome. Keep going. Julius, you're...
Alright, he is going to just do 4 attacks. All on the main body, 2 hit.
Good boy. Nice and quick. All right. You got the heal. We will go back to the top of the order. Ash, over your radio, Towns reaches out to you in the heat of combat. Ash, do you have a sec?
What is it?
Snarf's dead.
Stop. Snarf's dead.
I'm trying to get this fucking power core out as best I can. Please wrap up whatever is going on up there. Davine took him back to the ship. There was one of those robots down here.
Understood. Complete the mission.
Only you heard it.
He's going to hold off and just say, everyone, we need to kill this quick. Power core's being obtained.
Raven getting very desperate. Going to point blank her grenade launcher right on Julius and Hunt. Concluding her turn, but she will hit.
Okay.
Ash, rock, and roll.
I'm taking all 3 shots at the main body. Shot 1. Okay. Shot 2. And shot 3.
Can't we just say she hit? Yeah, we'll just say she hit.
Bonus action reload.
Copy. This wing's gonna explode, because I'm just gonna say Sasha hit. And now Raging Raven is wingless. She can still fly, though, if she chooses, but not to the effect and speed to have air superiority up. Julius, take your turn, because I know what Icy's gonna do. Okay. Ash is getting teleported right into her face.
Okay. Shooting time, right?
Yes.
Alright. Pull out Debilitator. Shot 1.
It's gonna take a shot.
But I'll pop Grit for deep impact shot on that, so that takes away one of her AC.
Got it.
Shot 2. Shot 3. That's it for me.
All right. Towns is going to get the power core out. Returning to the top of the order now that the action below deck has concluded. Good old Raging Raven is gonna stagger herself over here. Bear in mind there's no token for this grenade launcher, but if somebody wants to take it when she dies... she shoots the grenade launcher at Ash, Julius, and Hunk again for 32 points of void damage, ending her turn.
Alright, bang, bang, bang. Alright, bonus action reload.
That is going on Julius to end the engagement. From
All
her.
right. That
Sasha
means,
will take her shot. Keep going.
yep, 8 attacks against her.
I don't think I really have. 77. Well, I'm gonna say Hunk shoots a dead body, but how does the 28 kill the Raven?
She's standing there. Julius is going to go low, put his hand on the ground, and a lot like how he did to Ash one time, shoot straight up with another one of his legs and hit her on the chin, breaking her neck completely back.
Click! As she staggers back this way, her body falling into the ocean. But her grenade launcher is still sitting there.
Yeah.
Concluding comment.
All right.
Sasha with her grappling hook coming down, looking at Saris. Hunk takes his mask off and spits down into the ocean.
Grab the launcher, back to the ship.
Julius is gonna walk over, grab the launcher, and pat him on the back. Not half bad, eh?
No, not bad at all. Hope Towns got that core.
I'm sure he
Towns,
did.
copy. Towns.
He's got the core. That's the good news. Let's get out of here and I'll tell you the bad.
Towns, as he's tapping on his thing. Sasha looks down at Saris, breaks open a potato and puts it to her nose. And Saris, I really hate these void people. Looking up, grabbing the side of her head.
No Tommy blood this time?
If you stick me with that, our relationship's over.
Only if you need it.
No Tommy blood, I'm fine. I have a splitting headache as Hunk walks over here. I assume Julius got the grenade launcher.
Yes, he picked it up.
Alright. Icy's going to radio for Pequod, who is suspiciously hovering close to the facility as if she's picked somebody up already.
Davine's on the ship already.
Sasha, why? Go ahead, Julie.
Was she taking back the core?
No, I'll tell her. Tell you guys on the ship. Let's go.
Pequod lands. I don't know where Davine is.
Righter.
But yeah, I don't know where she'd want to be. But
I take it Sunny won't let her into the room?
oh no, she can come in if she wants.
Okay, she's in the room.
You guys are all, you rise up, from the platform. Towns joins you, presents the power core, which looks like he did his best, but it's definitely damaged. Sorry, Ash.
It's not your fault. I got the word at the towards the end of fighting Raven. Towns told me that Snarf didn't make it.
Did you? Ah, shit.
Sorry I didn't tell you sooner, ma'am, but in the heat of battle, I made a judgment call.
She walks up to you, puts her hand on your chest, takes off her helmet, and nods her head. I knew.
Understood,
It was best to stay focused on the fight.
He's just gonna arm around her shoulder and pull her in.
Don't know where Davine went, but there's another Davine.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
No. No, it isn't. How did he die?
Towns, you said there was another one of those things, the void robots, right?
Towns walks up to look into the window, Sasha looking in, Saris looking in. Towns turns around with his hand on it where his mouth would be on the mask. Yeah, there's the same one that beat Davine up last time. Only this one was juiced up. Snarf saved her, but it cost him. I didn't stand a chance against it. I got it with this. He holds up his wrist, a weapon SIS designed to deal with it if we ever ran into another one, but it takes time to charge.
Of course.
Too much time.
No, it's not your fault. You did your best. God, poor Snarf.
Hunk sits down at the table and just puts cups his hands and sits quietly.
Julius stumbles over, puts a hand on Icy's shoulder and nods at her as he goes up to the bridge.
Was it at least quick?
Towns, yeah, I guess. It mutilated him afterwards. It was taunting Davine, I guess.
Of course, it sounds like an abomination they'd build.
Icy's gonna come into the med bay, and what is Davine doing? As Sunny takes off her gloves and leaves quietly.
He has Snarf's blood on her hands, and her hands are covering her mouth and eyes, or covering her entire face.
Icy will gesture Ashen.
Yes, ma'am. Davine.
She doesn't respond.
Put his hand on her shoulder. Davine. It's Ash. Come on.
She lets her hands drop, rubs her chin for a second, looks at Snarf and has to look away at the wall. Yes?
Come with me, we're coming. I'm getting that washed off you. Come on.
Okay.
Come on. He's gonna look at Icy as he leads her out.
She points to a sink in here you can use.
He's gonna lead her to the sink. Come on, get that off you.
She walks over to the sink, looks at the mirror to see her somewhat bloodied face, and she leans on the sink, gripping it tightly. Fuck.
I know. It ambushed you.
He nods. I should have been more prepared.
What more could we have been prepared for? You had a weapon designed to help take it down. Towns had a weapon specifically designed for it. Looks at Snarf. We got jumped and we got unlucky.
Unlucky? Ash? No, that? She stands up and points at Snarf. Him. Him. She looks at him. It's my fault.
You think I don't get it? It's not your fault any more than it is mine, or Hunk's, or Pequod's, or Sunny's, or Icy's. You got jumped by something meant to break you.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Ash. I was meant to protect him. That was my job on the mission. You were the distraction. I was the protection for Towns and Snarf. Guess who had to save me? Snarf and Towns. He got hurt. He got punched in the throat really fucking hard. He was knocked down over and over again, and he had to save me. Ash, this man, right here, right before us, he saved me. After I told him over and over again to get away, but he wouldn't listen. She turns back to him. It was my job to protect them. All they did was protect me. It was my fault, Ash, not yours. Not hers. She points over at Icy. Not hers. She's pointing to everyone. Wherever the fuck Hunk is right now. It's not his fault. It's mine. Davian Rainfall. That's whose fault it is.
And I don't think it would have gone any different had it been anyone else down there. None of us, save for points at Icy, could have taken that thing on in that situation. Doesn't mean I don't care. Doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. It is what it is.
Maybe not. But this is what happened. And I failed him. She sits back down without washing off the blood and just forces herself to stare at Snarf.
Right. I suppose many of us did in more ways than one. But he's gonna put his hand on her chin and kind of motion to look at him. This ain't gonna help anything. Torturing yourself right now isn't gonna help anything.
But there's not much else to do, is it? Is there?
Looks up at Icy, as if to ask if she wants him to do anything.
She's gonna she has her mask off. She's gonna put her hand on Snarf's head, push her upper lip up with her lower lip, shake her head slightly, and just say, "I'm sorry." And let go of Snarf's head and walk out of the medbay.
You can stay in here if you want. If you need anything, I'm going to be out there with the squad.
She nods.
I apologize. Shh. And she goes back to looking at Snarf and then covers her face again.
He's gonna just put his hand on Snarf's. And I'm sorry I wasn't better to you, old friend. He's gonna walk out. Rub her on the shoulder as he goes, but walk out.
Icy sits in her captain's chair. Towns is gonna sit down next to Hunk. Sasha's gonna take her helmet off and come in. And sit with Snarf as Saris comes out and sits right down next to you. And Sunny will return to the medbay. Up here in the cockpit, on the bridge, Pequod turns to you. Guess that solves the squad's problem about being disbanded.
Julius shakes his head, gets down on his knees. I suppose it does. And he's gonna hug her.
She hugs you back and doesn't say anything. Just give me a second. She types on the computer and informs General Lorelei of Snarf's death over the radio. And all General Lorelei says is, return to base. And it cuts off. Pequod fighting back TRs.
He's gonna hold her hand and sit down next to her. He's gonna look back at Icy and gesture over to the med bay. Not good?
No. Not
No.
good at all.
He nods.
Icy's gonna put her hand up. He knew what he was getting himself into. He wanted to save Davy?
He shakes his head, pinches the bridge of his nose. He really fucking loved her, didn't he?
Doesn't matter anymore.
I suppose not. He looks out the window.
He definitely did. Icy crosses her arms, looking out the window. Pequod starts crying. He gave up everything. For nothing.
When Lorelai and him were talking, he does quotation marks. She told him that he was gonna die.
Pequod, then why did she let him go?
He probably would have went even without her permission. He had a stealth suit. Even if she said no, he probably would have snuck out, gone with Davine and Downs. If he was allowed onto the ship in a combat advisory status, he would have gone out anyway. If he wasn't allowed even on the ship, he would have gotten on the ship and went out anyway.
Pequod shakes her head. I don't understand why she'd let him even come on the ship then. Even come, period, as Saris speaks up. She had her reasons, I'm sure.
He'd made his mind up. One way or another. Lorelai's smart. She knew one way or another he's showing up on this ship and in that room. Unless she imprisoned him, and at that point, what are you doing?
Icy nods her head. He thought himself a meaningless loser in life. What better way to use his meaningless life? And just turns her chair to look away from everybody. At least that was his thought process. Looking out the window. Hunk just sitting nice and quiet, not saying anything.
God. I fucking failed him.
Sarah's hugged. Pequod, he wasn't a loser.
No, he was a brilliant hero. And a great man. I just should have let him know.
Sasha's gonna get up, say sorry to Snarf, and leave as Sunny leaves too. Sunny's gonna come out. At least it was quick.
That's some solace.
Towns, he had some type of tool, knife. He stabbed the thing, didn't do anything. Stabbed it in the eye and let go Davy. And that's when it killed him.
Yeah. It sounds like him. He was always tough. Never giving up against whatever Malcolm did to him.
And smarter than everyone here.
Brains and tenacity. And kindness to him. He deserved better.
Saris, well, he didn't get it. From any of us. Pequod starts crying loud. Sasha, I spent time with him in the armory, but towards the end, he didn't seem to want to talk to anybody, so I left him alone. Just the other dudes in the armory, and Sunny and Jennifer.
I considered and still consider him a close friend, but I should have asked him more. I don't know.
See, with her chair turned, doesn't matter anymore.
It's somewhat humorous, but it's correct. Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
No. Yeah.
And he's gonna rub his face, sit down next to Pequod, hold her hand as tight as he can, and lean back in the chair.
She continues crying. Saris, hugging Ash. I know he was your friend.
And I did a damn good job of showing it, didn't I?
Hunk. Yeah. We probably all could have. I dragged him on a ridiculous James Bond spy mission bullshit. And he just shakes his head. He had a flask, you know, with Davian's face on it.
Really?
Drinking out of it all weekend. That's how I got to spend the last weekend with me, Scar, and Zab. Spying on the girls.
There is worse weekends to be had, I suppose.
Hunk, yep, there is. There's also worse ways to be treated, and I think he was treated that way, Julius, so. Probably by me that weekend. But, you know, I don't think anything I did to him or said amounted to anything. As he stares at the medbay.
I agree.
At the very least, he could have been thanked once.
Yeah.
You pushed him out. Hunk stands up. Not you, Julius, but we pushed him out. I should say we, even though it's pretty clear who pushed him out. Looking back at the medbay, and Hunk's just gonna get up and come sit over here.
We were blind.
No, we weren't. Hunk looking at the computer monitor. I don't think so. Maybe there's blame when these things happen goes around, I guess, but I don't think it was us who was the truly moron of the story here.
You're not wrong. Says that she's the reason right now. That's not the truth. But the reason he was there at all. Maybe.
Sunny's gonna sit down. Sasha's sitting down now that there's room. Icy. Doesn't matter. Direct or indirect cause. He came to protect Davy. She shrugged. Prove he wasn't a total loser. A
He's a
waste of
hero.
life, really.
Agreed. He always was a hero.
Pequod, too bad he didn't think of himself as one. Icy, no, thought himself a loser. Nobody says anything.
You know, one of the last times I spoke to him, it was me begging him not to let Zap and Scar be stupid with the armory. I thanked him, but I should have thanked him more. I should have done more for him.
Don't think it was your thanks he was looking for, as Hunk's typing on the computer. Not that it matters.
Bought her goddamn panda plushie.
Made her food every morning. Even after she bit his head off, he didn't run away and just ignore that she existed.
Yeah. There's certainly something to be said about that situation. I think that's a grave understatement. A grave understatement, but there's something to be said.
Well, it seems she may finally understand.
There's
Maybe.
sometimes the obvious answers are not the clearest.
No, they aren't.
Very true.
You ride all the way back to Gateway in silence. Nobody really has anything else to say. Icy sits at the captain bridge, legs crossed, just looking out. Hunk sits up here. Sasha and Town sit quietly. Saris just embracing Ash. Same up here with Pequod and Julius. Sunny sits quietly. The ship docks. And Icy, alright, let's go.
Yes, ma'am.
As the elevator sounds from here. And appearing as per usual are General Lorelai's guards, her bodyguards, but with two other rangers. And they step forward. This one points towards the med bay, and these two go in and start picking up Snarf's body on the stretcher. This one, get out of the med bay, please.
She looks up at them, nods, and steps outside.
They take his body out as Davian sees his arm dangle off the... what's that thing called? Stretcher. As they've covered it up, but his arm's hanging off the side, and they disappear down the elevator. These two stand in front of the elevator. You're to stay here until General Lorelei requests you down in Jason.
Yes.
Icy just turns back in her chair, looking at them, and turns away. And sighs.
Well, yeah, yep, that sucks. Lorelai is. How much you want to bet Lorelai's gonna bite her heads off?
Pequod, I mean, we deserve it, but she should have never let him come.
I don't know. What would it have accomplished?
I don't know.
If he felt like that and thought that of himself, then what's the point?
Saris, he was gonna retire today.
Yeah, retire and then, even he didn't know, go into the wind, drift from place to place with nothing to attach oneself to, no family to really look after, nothing. Yeah, been there. It's not a life worth living.
Pequod, he could have just stayed with us. We could have worked something out.
Work something out. What would we have done? Waited
Something.
until we found out that he was cooking for Davine every single day, that he was buying her gifts, and then knock some fucking sense into her?
Or waited to the day where the anguish of the way some people treated him pushed him to airlock himself.
I don't know if there is anything we could have done. He had his heart set on retiring.
He had his heart set on getting away from Davine. Pequot speaks up, not retiring. There's a
Yeah.
difference. Stop covering for your mother.
Very true.
Pequot stands up and makes a fist looking at Davine.
She looks up at her, nods, and looks back down at the ground.
Pequot lets the fist go inside.
You really didn't know.
Icy, she knew. Spins around in the chair and looks at her. But can't change it.
Nope,
No,
he can't.
a little bit too permanent.
I'd say it's pretty permanent, Ash.
He's just squeezing Cyrus's hand.
Cyrus, he had a sick niece. And a sister.
Yes, whom he was providing for.
Sasha, we could send money. Lorelei will let us.
Yeah, I'm sure she will.
Maybe.
Punk's gonna stand up and come stand over here behind Sarah's looking at the range. I can make you breakfast in the morning, Davine, if you want.
She looks up and shakes her head. No, thank you.
The ranger on the right side, Private Hunk, Sasha. Cyrus, medical technician. Sunny. Pequod, Icy are to return to the apartment. Ash, Towns, Julius, and Miss Rainfall. Report to JSOC. We'll escort you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sunny is gonna look at Davine. Jiren ever make you breakfast? Jiren ever stay up all night for you? Hunk grabs her and just walks her off the ship. Cyrus,
Hey.
oh god.
Davine bends over slightly, holding her stomach.
Pequod, please come back to the apartment soon, Julius. She walks off and starts crying. She looks like she wants to say something to Davine, but she doesn't. Icy crosses her arms and leaves. Sasha gets up, kisses Towns, and leaves. And Cyrus is gonna hug you, and I'll have some deer jerky ready for you when you get back.
I'd appreciate that love. He's gonna kiss her on the forehead.
Maybe we could play some SWTOR?
If you want.
Soon.
So,
Icy will break the news to the guys in the army.
Should we do that?
Cyrus, no, she'll do it. It's her responsibility. Don't worry about it. Just be prepared for a shit show when you get back.
of course.
Alright, yeah.
She's gonna let Ash go, ruffle his hair a little bit, and walk off as the guards make room now. Gesture with their head towards the elevator.
Yes, sir.
Towns leads the way. Come on, Davine. Towns tries to gesture to Davine.
Davine looks up at him,
stands up as straight as she can. She's still pretty hunched over and follows.
Here at JSOC, Agent O and R await you. Towns presents the power core. Agent O, you did your best. Takes it from him and will. This is. Oh, Jesus. Agent R comes up looking at. Pulls out his wrist computer. Compared to the one we have when Ash defeated the last machine, 50% efficiency. So, Ash, it wasn't all for nothing. We can do something with this. It'll take a lot of time, but we can do something with it. Give you and Soletta an edge.
Understood.
It wasn't a waste, young man. Not completely, from my understanding.
Hard to... Excuse me, sir. Hard to feel that way right about now.
I don't blame you. As Agent O is... Yeah, I'll take this. General Lorelei is waiting for you. You'll wait out here until she calls for you.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
They're going to leave with the power core. You're made to wait out here like little children in the principal's office. Just waiting. Achilles glaring at you the whole time from the bench over there. Lifts his paw, licks it a little bit. You hear a door open. Here, and this guard comes out, gestures with his head without saying anything.
I'm gonna go up.
The guard comes in, closes the door. There's a dead body on the operating table here, covered in a cloth. General Lorelei takes the cloth off, revealing Snarf's mutilated head.
Davine looks away from it and then shakes her head and tries to force herself to look at it.
General Lorelei walks over here. She has something in her hand. Holding, look like cards or something from the distance you're at. And she's thumbing through them with her thumb. She takes one out, holds it in her other hand. They have blood on them. And she pitches them over here towards the edge of the table so Davine can see them. They're pictures. Two pictures are face down, one's face up. It's a picture of Snarf and Rolly and Scar from the Majestic.
Davine looks up at Lorelei, reaches down, flips over one of them, and then the other.
The other is a picture from the set of Spider Chance. Him and Davy in costume. Snarf and Davy.
She bites her lip, and a small tear starts to form in the corner of her eye, and then she'll flip over the last one.
The last one is a picture of Ash, Julius, and Snarf from the Majestic. She's still got one other picture. She's gonna walk up with it in between her two fingers and hand it to Julius. Who is that in that picture, Julius? See that young kobold child, that sickly looking creature, the older female kobold, and then that's Snarf. Tell me aloud who you think that sickly child is, and then, after you do so, pass it down to Ash. Ash, don't say anything. Pass it down to Towns. Towns, don't even look at it. It's not your fault. Pass it down to Davy.
That is his niece, ma'am. His terminal.
Pass it down.
He passes it.
Takes it, looks, tears in his eyes as he hands it down.
Towns looks at it for 5 seconds. General Lorelei, pass it. And he passes it to Davy.
Davine stares down at the picture, and tears start just falling. She doesn't make any sound, but tears start to fall.
General Lorelei is gonna come, pick up the pictures, the 3 that hit the table, take the picture from Davine, and tear them up right in front of her.
She stares at her do it.
These were in his wallet. He took his wallet into combat. She comes over and throws them away in a trash receptacle, and then wipes her hands like she's cleaning them up. Towns, go back to the apartment. Towns looks at her, go. Then Towns leaves. She comes over here, looking down at Snurf's body with her arms crossed. Now you're 2 for 2 on dead engineers.
Yes.
Shall we go for the hat trick and kill Jennifer? Push Jennifer away? When's that? Or how about Mr. Freetooth? Or Zap? Take your pick. Who's next? She puts a smile on her face, glaring right at Davine.
No, Mum. I wouldn't let anyone else come with us to combat or push any of them away, Mum.
Malcolm would be proud, wouldn't he? 2 for 2.
God.
Yet, I'm sure he would be, Mum.
She's staring down at Snarf's dead body, not saying anything.
Sorry. Sorry, Snuff.
Doesn't do him any good now.
No, it doesn't.
A loser. She looks down at him. Pathetic loser of a creature. A fool, really. Wouldn't you agree, Davy?
She looks at Snarf's dead body, and she shakes her head.
Tell me something. Why, of everybody on that planet of Gallia, did I have to get the biggest fuck-ups? She turns around and stares right at Davy. Why? Why? The biggest fuck-ups who have no social aptitude whatsoever, and then a bunch of evil do-gooders and a cursed moron. And you like to talk about fate, Ash, and say you're destined because you escaped it. And this is what you give me, after I've gone to great lengths to protect what you have. Oh, I can't lose my family again. And this is the result. This is what you give me. And then there's this one, almost ruining his marriage. Points at Julius, because you were stuck up on some stupid little girl from 400 million years ago, and this is what I get. You! How did you spend how many years in the Headhunters and not learn to interact socially? Are you retarded? Are you autistic? Because if you are, we will discharge you. Happily at this point. Or do you just enjoy being socially inept? She comes over here. Do you enjoy causing pain in other people? Do you enjoy fucking up what you have? Do you enjoy ruining a man? Because if you do, then please cross the line and join Tewaz's side.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
How many years? You have zero excuses. I shouldn't have to talk to you. Davine, and tell you there's clearly a young child who looks up to you that you should try, not only for her sake, but your sake, to be a maternal figure towards. It shouldn't come to the squad almost being eradicated by a child. It shouldn't come to your marriage almost falling apart because you're an idiot. What is it about you Rainfalls that you just can't get through your head? That it takes the near disaster or ruination of a man to make you learn? Must you learn everything the hard way? Must the walls have to come crashing down around you? Because this is the result. And now you're 2 for 2 on Dead Engineer. 2! Might I add 2 of the best? Guess we'll put his picture up on the wall too. You can come down and cry to it. She's glaring right at Davy.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Ash, Julius. She's playing with the ring on her finger, turning it face down, the gemstone. Go wait outside.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Head out.
She's going to come, sit down right at the edge of Snarf's table his body's lying on, and look up at Davine. Anything to say? Besides sorry, because it doesn't do him any good.
Could I use my pay to help his...
No. He was too weak and pathetic. He wouldn't want handout. He was already weak and pathetic enough. I
Yes,
won't
ma'am.
let you clean your conscience. No, I won't. In fact, when your son first came back from the Majestic, I had to set him straight. Now it's your turn. Understand where you stand. Raise a hand to me, and I'll crush you and throw what's left of you into the solar winds. She smacks Davine across the face, leaving a huge gash across her right cheek because her ring was facing down, cutting Davine all the way down the cheek, and she just stares right at Davine.
Davine looks shocked, touches the wound, winces, and looks back up at Lorelei.
Lorelai's gonna come up, put her arm around Davine's neck, and pull them forehead to forehead. So they're looking right in the eye. She's gonna slam her forehead into Davine's forehead. And she's going to listen to me. There are no elves, there are no high elves and low elves, whatever. There's just elves, elven kind, and you are failing miserably. People look up to us, do you understand me? Nod if you understand.
She nods.
I don't want to hear. You had a chance? You had choices? I don't want to hear about a few locked doors, or the Mother of Light, or being socially inept from Gallia. You had a chance, idiot! And she slams her forehead into Davine's head again. You don't know what death is, Daywin. You have no idea what death is! Davine can see in Lorelai's eye a very terrible vision. And she can see Malcolm in what looks like a boiling pool of tar. And some force is forcing Malcolm's intestines up out of his body, from the tar into his mouth, and he's just... She sees a vision of Dale wrapped in what looks like flaming thorns, just shredding him endlessly over and over and over. And Lorelai will cut off the vision and let go of Davy.
Her back hits the chair and she looks terrified. How else would you look after seeing that?
Here! Lorelai reaches down, picks up Snarf's wallet, shakes out a handful of credits. You took everything else from him. You might as well take your door prize. She grabs Davine's hands and slams the credits in and closes them so her hands start to bleed. Take them. You took everything else. Let me ask you something. Just ask you something. You see those men over there? She gestures with her hands. If Commander Jiren were here when I hit you, this is gonna keep you up at night. Guilt kills. If Commander Jiren were here when I struck you, do you think he would have tried to stop me knowing I would have killed him? Do you know the answer? Because I do.
She looks up at Lorelei after looking at the guards. I believe I do know the answer.
Do you know who would have? Knowing he would have died, stopped me. Or tried. And failed. She's gonna come over here and cover Snarf's body up. Get him out of here. They pick him up and leave. And you, go bleed on someone else's floor.
Yes, she'll stand up and head out.
Lorelei will angrily disappear. And you're here?
Does she want us back in there? As Davine comes out and she shakes her head.
Bleeding profusely.
Yes. Jesus, what the hell happened? Davine just shakes her head and takes a bit of her scarf and puts it up to it. She opens her mouth for a second, inhales, closes it. The apartment. Yeah? We should go up to the apartment.
Yeah, he's just gonna start walking that way.
Alright. And here you will find yourself. Take the elevator up, and here you are, in the armory for the first time, Davy, in a long time.
Isn't it nice? Finally being back in here. And he's gonna just walk out.
Davine's gonna look down at her feet after Ash says that and walk out. And Julius will follow.
Free to go wherever you want. Pequod is sitting with a cup of cold coffee, just sitting, looking at.
Davine will walk into the kitchen.
Lastly, will prepare her a cup of tea.
She'll also get out a little first aid kit that I assume they have in the kitchen for little cuts and burns.
Yes.
And look in the mirror and start stitching up her cheek.
You alright, Ceres? You took a nasty bump during that mission.
Ceres, my head's killing me, but I'll be fine.
Anything?
A few hours, I heal. I can get concussion after concussion. Can't keep me down.
Can't, but I don't want to see you hurt.
I'm good, Ash. I think you're the one that's hurt.
Whatever do you mean?
Come here. And she's gonna pat her lap.
He'll sit.
Sit with me.
He'll sit with her.
He was a good buddy.
One of the best.
Sasha, Icy's talking to the armory people. Friends, family. Word.
Julius nods. How long has she been speaking to them?
A while.
He nods again.
Leslie's gonna set Davine's tea down. Didn't go over well. Understandably.
Of course it didn't.
Davine looks down at the tea, looks up at Leslie. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, so you can say thank you.
Ceres is gonna grab your wrist. Towns is just gonna. Pequod, I made fun of that guy, Julius. Like there was no tomorrow. I'm to blame too. Maybe not for why he was on the mission.
We're all to blame to some extent.
Half the damn time I called him Spackle.
Most of the time when I talked to him, it was work. I didn't even know his fucking last name.
Hunk shrugs and Leslie sits quietly with her arms crossed and eyes closed.
Julius puts an arm around Pequod, brings her in close. We're all to some extent to blame.
Icy's gonna come in and sit down next to Dad.
So, didn't go well?
Oh, she just closes her eyes, shakes her head. No. It wasn't going well with him retiring, but now it's worse.
You went from him retiring and then likely not seeing him very often ever to it being over.
They had plans to meet up every once in a while, stay in contact.
They've permanently lost him.
Yeah. Icy shakes her head with her eyes closed. Jennifer lost her mentor. Sunny lost her buddy. And Zap and Scar lost their buddy.
Yeah.
And Rolly lost a father figure to him since Rolly is a child, believe it or not.
Yeah. 10 years old, I think he said.
Pequod starts crying.
We all lost a friend.
Icy lifts her head slightly. Not all of us.
No. No, indeed.
Some people lost potentially a lot more. But I think that's all that needs to be said.
Yeah, Davine cuts the last piece of the wire, puts the kid away, sits down, and just stares at the cup of tea.
I still don't get why she let him come. Why would you be a high-level powered spellcaster, yada yada yada? Superiority complex! She looks at Pequod, looks over at Icy, and let somebody willingly walk into their death. And Icy just shrugs. I've told you. It's simple. If you felt that way, you'd probably do the same.
Respect.
He did it to prove he wasn't a weakling loser. And like Commander Jiren, Icy shakes her head and just starts mumbling to herself. Nothing else. That's it. That's the blunt truth. That's why he's dead.
Davine shakes her head. He wasn't like Jiren. He was better. And she shuts up and looks back down at her tea.
Right.
Icy's going to just shrug and shake her head. Hugs, well, he can't bring himself to say anything.
Julius looks around, looks at Ash. He mouths, "Do you have any ideas?"
See him just think. mouth back. Some, not that it matters.
Well, the podcast tomorrow. big thing for you, Davine. Look forward to.
Yes, and maybe it'd be best to call the boys and cancel.
Yeah, maybe. Should I go do that now? And he goes to stand up, and Davine puts a hand out. No. No, we should go on and try to do something. Try to put on a good show. And she leans forward and rubs her face.
I don't know. What do you think, ma'am? Looks at Icy.
I see you. It's up to you two if you want to go or not. I don't. She leans in. I don't think Davine's gonna be able to go once things start hitting her. Take
Julius,
Hunk.
Not if he doesn't want to go, ma'am.
What do you guys say, Julie?
Julius looks over at Ash and nods. I'm willing to do it.
Only if you are.
Hunk, I'll go if you need me. And I see it. I'll polymorph myself to look like Davine and go.
Okay. If that's what you guys want to do, I'll do whatever you want right now.
I think. Well, Icy kind of shakes her head again. I don't think it's important to go, but I do think we should probably go.
Well, you're one of the wisest people I know, and I trust your judgment. If that's what you say, then I'll do it.
I'm not sure it'll be good or easy for us, but I think it'll be good for Davine. She'll have something to watch. Once things start hitting her, Ash.
Yes, I know. Believe me, I know. Speaking of which, I need to, talk to Sunny.
Icy looks at you. About what? I don't think now's the time.
About putting her on a watch. No, motions over at Davine.
Icy, not now.
Understood, ma'am.
Not
Apologies.
now. They are not taking it well.
I understand, ma'am. Apologies.
Not well at all. If you want to go see them, go ahead. But I don't think talking business, they're angry. And don't understand. Much like Pequod, only they don't have guilt. They just don't get it. All of it. The tea, the oatmeal, all of it.
Understood, ma'am. I should. I'm going to check on them. No business. Just check.
Pequod, come on, Juliet.
Yeah.
Stand up, kiss Saris, and make his way up.
Well, you come into a horrible sight. You see poor Rolly and Sunny crying. Jennifer off by herself crying. And Zap and Scar. They're not playing, they're just sitting in the computer chairs not talking.
Right. He's going to knock first.
The door opens for you.
May I come in?
Zap, sure.
Thank you. First thing he's going to do is put his hands on Sunny and Rolly's shoulders. Just pull them in. I'm so sorry.
Snarf was my buddy! Rolly cried.
Mine too.
We went through hell on the Majestic.
Yeah. We did.
Julius will go over to Jennifer.
She's crying in the corner.
Put a hand on her shoulder and sit down next to her.
He had a niece
Yes. Yes, he did.
that he took care of. Now she's done. Why did he even go? It's so stupid. Pequod, my thoughts exactly. Comes over and hugs Rolly too.
He.
Zap, tell the truth.
He felt worthless and wanted to prove he wasn't.
Big fucking surprise.
Said, he wanted to be like Jiren.
Yeah.
Scar, glad he felt that way. Hope it was worth it.
I can't blame him.
Zap, no, I can't blame him either, but I can blame somebody. But I'll keep it to myself.
Oh, say it.
No. You know.
Yes, I do.
Sonny, Davy. Clearly.
Davy.
Davy.
Zap's she's gonna get what's coming to her. Not in a bad way, but guilt kills.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. She thinks she's gone through hell already. She has no idea.
Pequod hugging Rolly. Rolly crying into Pequod's shoulder. She picks him up like a little baby.
He's gonna put his hand on Scar and Zap's shoulders.
Sonny, you know he got up early every morning? The mornings she comes over here, kicks the pinball machine, slapped. Most nights he stayed up working on your mother's overcomplicated shitty gear. Which doesn't do anything most of the time because she got throttled by whatever that robot was once and throttled again by it. One of the best fighters in the world,
Yes.
Hope all the sleepless nights were worth it. As Zap just and turns around looking at the computer screen. Maybe he was pathetic that he... Maybe he was a pathetic fool, Sonny goes in here at the door. But you know what? He cared about Davine. And it got him killed. And she slams the door and disappears.
She's not wrong. He was a better man than I.
That better than all of us, probably.
He's one of the best men I've ever known. I just wish I'd told him that more often.
That, well, what's the funeral details?
I don't-
Lorelei didn't let us know anything about that. If and when we see her again, we'll be sure to ask.
Aye.
Scar just staring right at Ash.
Do you have something to say?
Scar. I think I should have said something a long time ago. But I was new here. I used to watch Snarf work all night, and then I'd watch him get up to make breakfast. Don't be angry at me, but I told him to stop doing it because she was a bitch. But he never listened, so...
He's gonna put his hands on Scar's shoulder and just pull him in. I know. You're not... You know what, I'm just gonna say it. You're not wrong. She is. Up until, 3-4 weeks ago, I thought she hated me. So, can't imagine how he felt. It's not your
She
fault.
does hate everyone. She joined LD50.
She doesn't hate everyone. She's just an idiot.
Yes, she is. She's an idiot, a bitch. I'm one to talk, but someone who isn't able to see what's good right in front of her. Again, I'm one to talk about that, but
Pequod's gonna sit down with Rolly. Me too. That's why I can't bring myself to say anything to her. I'm no better in some ways.
Yeah. I'm sorry I didn't notice, Scar.
I don't think there was anything we could have done. Once Jiren came around, I think Snarf gave up.
Yeah.
He always said he wanted a chance to prove himself to Davine. I guess he took the only one he ever had.
Yeah. A hero. For what it's worth.
Thin line between hero and stupidity. We'd rather have him here.
I agree. It's not a consolation in any way.
Zap, get my crutches, Kelly.
Alright. He'll stand up, get them for Zap, and hand them to him.
I'm going down to look at the mobile suit. Come on, Scar. And they leave.
Just be safe, alright?
Yeah.
And
I might be out of action, but we still got plans. Just gonna be even slower now without Snark.
take your time. If you need anything while you are down there, call me immediately. I'll get anything you need.
Will do. As they disappear.
Gonna walk over and just, I guess, here, put his hand on Pequod's shoulder. It's alright.
Things are going so cool. I bought a miniature game company. Always caught up in myself. And now this.
Yeah. I got so caught up in work, in training the kids, in just my own petty relationships that I didn't notice either.
we didn't notice. It's terrible, but he's gonna gently put an arm around Jennifer and bring her in closer if she allows it.
Yeah, she does.
It's best we can do now is make sure no one ever gets treated like that again. Here on the squad or anywhere in our life, we can do our damnedest to live up to his name. And when the funeral comes around, pay the best respects we can to him.
I think the best respect we can is by making sure nobody else dies. There's something I read many years ago. I don't even remember where, but it stuck with me, and it's something I read. It was one of the hardest things one can do is to die for someone, and even harder to live for them. Just need to live for him.
Jennifer, I knew he was planning to leave. Making me make Davine's gear. The overcomplicated piece of shit it is. Testing me, quizzing me, making me read a book. I had to basically write a dissertation. That's not even my job. I'm a mobile suit expert, not a whatever her crap gear is. But I can fix it. He told me that's all that mattered, was making sure her gear worked.
Because even at the end, he loved her.
A lot of good it did him. Rolly speaks.
Yeah. A lot of good indeed.
Julius rubs Jennifer's arm.
trusted you with a very important thing to him before he left.
Important to him, not to me.
He nods. Very true. But yeah,
If you never
important
want
to.
If you don't want to, I'm not gonna make you ever touch that.
I'll do it for him, not for Davine.
Understandable.
Understood. You need anything, tell me.
I will. Scar was trying to work on your AKs, but they're botched.
I saw.
Snarf was trying to teach him at the end, but there's just not enough time in the day. And that, coupled with he had to be up early every day to make your mother a shitty breakfast.
Yeah, you're right. It's fine. I'll do what I can with him.
Down here. Icy's gonna get up and go upstairs. I'm gonna go hang out with the kids. Lasley nods at him. Hunk's gonna spend the night out here. Saris is going to sit here. Sasha and Towns are going to leave. And it's just Lasley and Davy.
Davine looks up to notice all of them are gone. Looks back down at the tea. She then stands up and walks over to the sink and looks at her still pretty bloody hands. And she starts trying to wash it off.
Lasley, his blood or yours from the Lorelei beating?
Both.
No.
Mine is mostly. She gestures to her face and to her scarf. His blood is on my hands.
Lasley nods. Yeah. I don't know exactly how you feel, but I understand to an extent.
She looks back at her and tilts her head in a questioning manner.
He really made you breakfast every morning.
Yes. Yes, he did. She leans forward, shakes her head. Yes, he did. Yeah, he would put saran wrap over it so it would stay warm.
You know, it
She-
was after Julius brought me back, and Ash. I wasn't acclimatized to the apartment here, all these people. I got up early one morning and saw that outside the gym, but didn't think anything of it. It just seemed weird. But again, I wasn't acclimatized. I figured it was left there for, at the time, you or Sasha likes to get up early, or Saris. Well, lately she hasn't been getting up that early, but thought it was for, at least Sasha or you, I figured. And I noticed him sitting in here eating alone. And back then it didn't strike me that it was him, but now I wish I'd at least come in and sit down with him.
As do I. I should have sat down with him. If I had just sat down with him, maybe this could have been averted. If I wasn't a fucking bitch to him, maybe I could. Maybe. That's
most dangerous word you can have in your vocabulary, because once you start saying maybe, everything starts going downhill. But when you something like this happens, then there's not much else that goes through your mind.
Leslie's gonna, let's go in the gym. Not work out, just somewhere, I don't know, we're comfortable. Walk her into the gym. At least this is where I've always been comfortable.
Davy nods and looks at the flowers that are on the wall.
Leslie's gonna sit down. Go ahead.
How many? She looks away. If it ever steps my boundaries with you, I'm sorry. How many times did Ricardo give you flowers?
Leslie shakes her head, not overstepping at all. We're family. I don't think you're gonna get the answer you want, but I can't give you an exact answer because at some point you lose track.
She nods. I see.
Punk was always into me. To be honest, and you can ask Julius and Ash and Pequod and Saris, Sasha even. I didn't even realize it for a time. You know that.
I did not know that.
You know where we go to watch the movies now that we're trying to keep Saris safe at Jupiter Falls?
Yes, yes I do.
Well, a long time ago, Julius and Ash, no matter what I did, no matter what I threw at them, they kept coming back for more training and more training. And they hit their 1 year anniversary of their military service, not including basic training. So, 1 full year in the service. And I decided to take them to Jupiter Falls. We had a cake, me, Suletta, Blaze were there. And it was then that it dawned on me. Somebody, I don't know, I think it was Ash, maybe, I can't remember exactly who. Maybe it was Suletta, but one of them basically told me, made me realize that Hunk was that into me. And that's how things started rolling from there. I didn't see what was clearly in front of my face. I was that oblivious. I was
She
lonely, sitting in my bunker. I had Blaze, but we were friends, not in a romantic way. We were just friends for years, and I was alone. I was lonely. I think I probably took some of that loneliness out on Ash and Julius, which is why I was surprised they kept coming back. I pushed those two harder than I ever pushed anybody, and they somehow persevered. It took Ash. I know it wasn't Julius because he didn't talk much back then, but I think it was like Ash and Suletta maybe. It took Ash, Suletta just cluing me into something that was literally right in front of my face. For years, mind you.
she chuckles, looks at the flowers and takes them off the wall, holds them as she walks over and sits next to Leslie.
Oh, they're nice flowers.
Astus.
Got your flowers once.
Yes. Once.
Leslie. Oh.
She shakes her head. How can someone be so blind? Me. I'm talking about me.
Leslie, I think sometimes when we're one, lonely, and two, caught up in other things, sometimes ourselves, sometimes things around us, uh, we latch on to the first person that shows interest in us. out of necessity. But that first person might not always be the best, if you catch my drift.
I do catch your drift.
And when we're caught up in these things, we don't see what's clear as day in front of us. You were worried about, killing that Globnock guy. Probably got a lot on your mind. You almost watch Julius and everybody else get slaughtered by a angry Nicole, but you flipped the switch on that. She's got a mom now, thanks to you. She never looked at me that way. I tried, but she met you, and it was just like through the roof. She had respect for you out the wazoo. You had a lot going on. It's not like you were sitting in here all day just hitting that punching bag with a blank mind. Julia Pequod being pregnant with twins, that complicates things. Just the day-to-day life of you never know when you're going to get called away on a mission. You got your son in the back of your mind to protect. That's not an excuse. None of them are, but I'd say that's probably what happened. If I had to bet.
She looks back down at the flowers. And yet, everyone else, with all of that in the back of their mind, could see, or eventually see, in Julius. It was right there in front of them the entire time.
Leslie nods. I give Ash a lot of shit because I say he talks. He doesn't know when to stop talking. And that's been a problem of his, but I think if Snarf had just confided in Ash, probably could have figured something out. But he didn't, so.
I wish he did. But that would be selfish of me to wish for something that would be better for me now, isn't it? In this situation.
I don't think it's selfish. I think if you have somebody that treats you good, that's all that matters, and I think that's all anybody wants. Ash and Saris, Julius and Pequod, the Towns and Sasha, me and Hunk. I don't think it's selfish. I just think it's I don't know exactly how he felt, but I know enough to know why he didn't ever try or say anything. And in that movie, when you gave him the ring back, was that like a real thing, or was that something that was scripted?
I was with Carter at the time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He did legitimately propose. I had to refuse.
Well, he was I should say, a kobold. And, I know you don't have to look in the mirror to know this, but you're you, right? And he's him, and then so I understand those feelings to an extent on his end.
That's no excuse on my part, though.
No, there is no excuse, but he wasn't gonna let that thing hurt you or kill you, and he saved your life. So, in the end, he did what he thought was best. His life for yours.
She nods. It's not really any point in dwelling on it now, but sometimes you just wish it was the other way around. Yeah. She looks at the flowers, stands up again, puts them on the wall, and sighs.
Leslie biting her bottom lip. I'm sure Jaren will come see you.
Yes, I'm sure he will once he hears about this, perhaps.
He's been informed.
Then, hopefully, she'll rub her chin. Hopefully in the near future. She'll, he'll try and visit.
Leslie's gonna, yeah. As boom. Casey's gonna come down into the gym with a big black hoodie as I move some things around.
Oh, what's this?
Just moving some things around. Casey's gonna open it, and you see a very old, worn Headhunters logo on it. And Leslie, wow, I haven't seen this one in a long time.
Davy tilts her head and looks for like a little name tag.
I see, this is Punk's. He gave it to me when I was 15, I think. I used to wear it when I wasn't feeling good. Scared, sad, nervous, upset, depressed. I think it will help you. It even it smells like a weird mix of me and him.
She kisses her forehead. Oh, Istrum, I couldn't take this from you.
Take it. Made me feel safe.
She'll nod and gently take it from her. Thank you, dear.
You're welcome, Mom. And she's gonna give Davine a kiss on the cheek, and it'll keep you safe, make you feel better.
She nods. I've never really worn a hoodie before. And she puts it on. It is quite big and baggy on me.
Leslie, you don't, anything will look good on you. So
Yes. Thank you very much.
Leslie's gonna clear her throat and get up. It's getting late. I'm gonna go hit the hay. I'll catch you in the morning. And she's looking back at the flowers. And Icy starts looking up at the flower.
Davine rubs her arms. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
Shakes her head. And then nods. Okay. You should get some sleep, Istrum.
She nods.
Moves some hair out of her face. Go ahead.
Icy's gonna look at her right in the eye. What did Lorelai ask you?
She takes the hood down and rubs her thumb across the stitched up scar. She slapped me. And then she asked me if Jiren would be willing to fight her. Because she hurt me, even though he knew she would kill him.
Snarf would have. Do you know the answer to Jiren? Because I do. And he wouldn't.
She nods and looks back at the flowers.
I think you have a right to know.
I believe I do.
He wouldn't.
She nods and wipes a tear away. Snuff definitely proved that he would.
I'm gonna go get cots. We can sleep in here tonight.
You can sleep where you usually sleep. I can sleep on the floor. It's fine.
No, you're not sleeping on the floor. I'm gonna get a cot. We can... Cots, too. We can hang out. You shouldn't be alone.
Thank you, Strum.
No
She'll-
problem.
She'll give her another kiss on the cheek.
She hugs her back. In 10 minutes, I'll be back with them. I'll just steal them from somewhere. She walks out of the armor gym. Now we flip to the next day. You've spent, the night comforting them up there in the armory. There's only so much you can do. You guys have slept in, big time. It's for you guys, it would be sleeping in. It's like 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. You're coming down the stairs together, all four of you. Just rinse and repeat, just like at the beginning of the session. There you go.
You
She
hungry?
leaves. Yeah, you guys hungry? I'll make you all anything.
Pequod shakes her head. Saris, I can't eat it, but something smells good. Doesn't smell like breakfast.
No, it doesn't. Let's go see what's going on in Pequod. You should eat.
Pequod nods her head without saying anything. Saris, come on, Julius. Let's see who's trying to show us up in the kitchen.
Yeah, let's go.
Come on, Pequod. She takes her wrist. Come on, Ash.
All right, love. Let's go.
She leads Pequod into the kitchen. Rolly sitting quietly with a cup of soda. Suletta making something excellent without saying anything. Smells great. Big pot. Leslie sits with her eyes closed and arms crossed.
Hello, Auntie. Hello, Mom.
Suletta smiles. Corn chowder. Early in the day for it, but it's a comfort food. Our grandmother used to make it for us when we were your ages.
Thank you.
Perhaps not the best breakfast food, but it's very comforting. Leslie, it's good. It's good any time of the day. She used to make it for breakfast. It would think substitute for like oatmeal or something. I don't know why, but it is delicious.
I can imagine. Nice hearty stew.
Good on a cold day. Suletta nods her head. No cooking for you this morning, Julian.
But Auntie, I would love to help you.
Oh, you can come over here and I'll teach you, but I'm almost done.
Of course. I love learning anything from you.
Haven't seen any of the folk from the armory.
I doubt we will. They're not gonna be doing the best, but I can go check on them real quick.
Sarah's Jennifer's in there. Looks like she's trying to fix Scar's handiwork.
I'm gonna go check on her. All right, love.
I'll come.
Okay, let's go. Okay, you all right, Jennifer?
She picks the AK up and hands it to you. I can't do anything with this. All my time was spent on Davine's gear. I can't fix this. I'm not a gunsmith. We need a replacement. Even though Snarf isn't replaceable, you might as well just throw it away. Scar tried his best.
It's okay, I don't blame you. Or him. It's okay. He's gonna just put it down, like, right over there.
He got the parts on, but it's not... I honestly don't even know how to calibrate any of these scopes. Your trade production is finished until you find a replacement. I've already told Scar just forget about trying to work on them.
That's fine. I don't care. We'll figure something else out. I don't care. He's gonna reach up and just hug her. It's okay. I'm sorry.
She looks up at you and nods sadly. In terms of maintaining the weapons that we already have, Sasha can do that. She said she'd help, but we need a replacement.
Yes. I'll start looking into it. Not that, like you said, he can't be replaced.
No, he can't.
You know, he did say how proud he was of you.
He was awesome. He taught me more than I ever thought I could learn. She comes over here looking at this AK. I didn't have to go to college if I had him. For the mobile suits, yeah, but for the other things, he was a genius.
He was. Trust me, he's some. You've seen the scrap armor I wore, right?
Yeah,
Did you know that although it was hideous and seemingly cobbled together, that worked beautifully? Never jabbed me, never hurt me. It was good armor. Because of how
kept you
brilliant.
alive.
Kept me alive. Kept other people alive too. He was brilliant. He's going to be missed.
Jennifer nods silently as Davine is awoken to the gym door opening.
She shoots up in bed.
Second verse, same as the first. The Spartan comes in, Icy sprawled out on the cot, asleep, snoring. Banksy, oh, sorry to wake you, man.
It's okay, Bingsky. And she'll gently touch Icy's arm.
I made you one. He sets it down next to her.
She starts to tear up, and she stands and gently hugs him.
He hugs her back. I understand you're going through a lot. If you don't mind, could you just make sure she gets hers? It's very important to me. I don't want to wake her up.
I would have no problem with that.
Thank you. He squeezes the hug in a little tighter. I'll let her sleep.
He nods. Yes, I will too. You didn't have to. Thank you.
He gives Davine a thumbs up, and now I gotta get by Hunk again. And walks out this way. As you see him, and Hunk's just standing there talking to him, actually, very cordially.
Davine sits back down on the cot. It picks up one of the smoothies and takes a sip of it.
It's very good. Fresh ingredients, taste just like Snarf's kiwi.
She sighs, brings her knees up to her chest, but rests her forehead on her knees, and tears up a bit.
Now, the new Davine token is in up here with Jennifer Ash. What's being cooked? I haven't eaten since yesterday morning.
Clam chowder. Auntie's making it for us.
Sarah's corn chowder.
Corn. Sorry. My mind isn't with me. I apologize.
Sarah's Ash, you're going on the podcast today. I can't be on camera. But how about I just come and I stay off camera to be there for you? Just off camera. Anytime you need me, you look over to me.
I would very much appreciate that, love.
These guys seem like great guys. They'll be fine with it, I think. The hosts of the show.
I'm sure. I appreciate you.
She's gonna hug you.
I'm supposed to be the one being strong for you.
You don't have to be strong right now. As Jennifer, Saris is going to let the hug go and try to take you out here to the kids to take your mind off things.
You know, Jennifer, I'm proud of you too.
What for?
For everything. Look at you. He's gonna kind of push her nose a little. You're brilliant. You're brilliant. You're a prodigy. Kind. You're wonderful to be around. And look, you're building a mobile suit. How many people have done that? Ever?
Not many recently, but Zap, when Zap gets on the suit, he's crazy good.
He is.
But recently, ever since he got stabbed and Snarf said he was leaving, he's been mean, I guess is the maybe short-tempered?
He's feeling bitter. I can't blame him. But you are doing wonderfully. You've already made Snuff proud, but you're gonna make him more and more proud. Wherever he is, he's looking at you and smiling.
She smiles back and starts to cry as the door is kicked open by magic energies. Pequod, what the hell was that? You see her stagger up, fighting back tears, and Julius, she comes out here.
I'll go check on that.
You join her.
Commander Integra lowers her head, Ash, as General Lorelei presents her with her guard.
Salute, ma'am.
They walk up here, not crushing the Amalco. I don't know why they're turned that direction. That's creepy. There you go. She's has her arms crossed, and Hunk, ma'am, does the same. The Spartan, Sarah. She snaps her fingers, and a strange robot that Ash has never, nobody here, at least currently in the room, has ever seen except Hunk, comes scuttling in. It scuttles around the children, stops, lets out some beeps. General Lorelei, down the hall, straight, then take a right. Then another right to the private living quarters machine. And it scuttles right by you guys. Pequod moving out of the way. What the hell is that?
I don't know.
Hunk watches the robot leave. Looks back at the gym. You don't have to do this. General Lorelei looks at him, lifts her nose towards it. Hunk, I think you've made your point, if I may speak freely. General Lorelei, please. Hunk, you made your point. You did the thing, you beat her down. Don't need to go any further. That thing doesn't need to be here. Lorelei, I'll take it under advisement, Hunk. Step aside. And Hunk moves over here, leans into Banksy. Let's get out of here. And they disappear. Lorelei, you're staying. Points to Ash and Saris. Jennifer, what's going on? Lorelei comes here with her guards. Julius, fetch your mother. That's an order.
Yes, ma'am.
You knock on the gym door, open it up.
Icy wakes up. Huh?
Uh, General Lorelei is here, and she has requested you. And Davine looks up, nods, and goes out to join him.
Before she leaves, she sees Icy immediately sending an I love you message to her Spartan for bringing her smoothie. General Lorelei, Ash, over here.
Yes, ma'am.
Jennifer, what exactly is going on? Saris comes in. Follow me. Everybody, this way. And she points to the guards to go up into the armory.
Gonna follow.
They come in. The robot's waiting. Icy knows what's coming, so she's just going to hold her smoothie and stand here with her head down. As Saris, Pequod, and Jennifer follow. Boom. General Lorelei, come in. There's room for everybody. The robot opens Snarf's room door, scuttles into the room.
If I may ask, ma'am, what's going on?
Spring cleaning, Juliet.
Is that what the robot is?
The trash receptacle at the top of the robot, it comes here, makes some beeps, opens, and flames shoot out. Mind the heat. And it's extremely hot. Now, she comes in here, looks around. Robot will move for a second. This must be the worthless loser's room. You hear Jennifer gasp, judging by this. She pulls out this picture of Davine. What to do? Leaves the picture on the wall. Comes back over here, looks at her guards. Begin. They look at her. Go. This one steps forward and then back. He pivot steps. Lorelai, go through the man's possessions and throw them away, or I'll get somebody up here who can. And they start slowly, respectfully trying to go through Snarf's stuff. As General Lorelai crosses her arms and watches. Get a good look, Ash. She moves this way so you can see.
Yes, ma'am.
Pequod starts immediately crying. They are slowly going through everything. This guy looks under the bed. Lorelai, you're not paid by the hour. Just start pulling everything out. Drawers, dressers. They can clean the mess up. This guy starts just ripping stuff out. And so does this guy. And she's staring right at Davine the whole time.
Davine's staring at them as tears start to formulate.
This guy comes up with a pair of goggles. Goggles, ma'am. Marked MIT class of... Throw it away. He throws it into the machine and the flames kick up. This one down here, a tool belt, ma'am. Same marking, probably MIT class. General Lorelai, throw it away. Jennifer, we can keep this stuff. What about his family? Lorelai, well, they're very poor, Jennifer. You wouldn't understand living in a mansion. They're poor people. They don't have room for Snarf's possessions, so we'll throw them away. Lorelai, Jennifer, I can keep that. I can wear it. Lorelai, throw it away. Pitches it into the incinerator unit. Jennifer runs off crying. Lorelai, what a shame. She cried her heart out for her sister when she died. And now she'll cry her heart out over her lost mentor, Davine. Twice! At such a young age.
She looks down. The tears start falling.
Pequod's going to run out, chasing Jennifer down. Saris is holding your hand very tightly, Ash.
He's just staring at what they're putting in the thing.
This guy, pocket watch. Looks old. Not sure. Throw it away. He throws it in. This guy, the picture. General Lorelai. You know what to do. Throws the picture of Davine away. He comes over. This guy down here. Box of cigars. Probably from Ash. And he just pitches it into the unit. The flames kicking up. She's staring intently at Davine going.
Davine looks up at her and then looks back into the room.
This guy pulls out whatever this is, a panda plushie? Lorelai, throw it away. She happily watches the flames kick up. Your favorite animal, if I'm told correctly, Davine, yes?
She puts a hand over her mouth and starts crying even more.
I wonder if Commander Jiren knows your favorite animal, Davine. Would you like to know the answer, considering the fact I can read his mind? The answer is no.
She looks away and continues to cry.
This guy, scarf? Blue? Looks like it was handmade. Lorelai, pitch it. He throws it in. And last but not least, as they've gone through all Snarf's stuff, thrown most of his clothing and stuff away, this guy pulls out a journal, but it has an updated letterboard lock on it. Basically, you can type in, but it's an old style journal. This guy holds it up, personal journal, ma'am. He goes to drop it into the incinerator. And right before he drops it, Lorelai snatches it. Huh. Would you look at this? A pathetic loser's journal. I wonder what's in here. Care to make any guesses? And she holds it up.
His thoughts, dreams, perhaps?
Excellent guess, Julius. Excellent. Wonder what the password is. Let's try loser. And she types it in. And beep, beep, beep. Doesn't open. I wonder. What do you think, Ash? Failure. Do you think that would work?
Davine.
She types it in and it beep, beep, beep. And there's a sound of somebody coming into the room. And it's Zap on his crutches. Ma'am. She's looking down at Zap holding the journal. I understand what you do. I do. But that journal was very important to me. She tilts her head. It was his journal. Why is it important to you? Tell us in great detail. As she looks right at David. Zap. One day down on the mobile suit, Snarf told me he had a lot of things he wished he could say to Davine. And I told him, get a journal, write them down. That way you'd never forget them. And so he did. And I would greatly appreciate it if you didn't destroy that. We'd like to have something left of him around here. And the password is Daywin Sulligan. I don't know what it means. Lorelai, how romantic. She doesn't say anything.
I'm sure you already know what that means, man.
Say it aloud.
Davine Sunrise, her maiden name.
Oh. So sad. She grits her teeth, protruding her lower jaw, showing her teeth, looking at Davine and holds it over the fire with a shaky hand. Shall I?
Davine shakes her head. Okay.
She snarls at Davine, goes, Ash, you see her eyelids start to twitch.
Mom. If not for any of us, just for him, please.
She rolls her lips, licks her bottom lip for a second. The hand stops shaking. Here. And she hands it to Zach, who, thank you very much. He puts it in his coat and leaves.
Thank you, ma'am.
She comes to the door, snaps her fingers, the robot leaves. Clean up the mess.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Stop by my office in a few hours. I'll have the details of his funeral. I'm waiting for his pathetic loser sister to get back to me. Rangers, as they stand at attention, let's go. They leave. She storms out like a bat out of hell out of the apartment.
Julius gets on one knee and starts picking up the things that they left on the ground, as Davine will get on both knees, just drop to them, and start doing the same.
Ash is gonna start helping.
Saris will start helping. Tracy starts talking with Zap out here. You take some time cleaning up. Saris, why don't you go find Pequod, Julie? I'll finish. Davine, go anywhere else. Me and Ash can do that.
Alright, well, if you're sure.
Yeah.
Stands up, puts a hand on her shoulder. Thank you, sirs.
You're welcome. Davine, go rest. Somewhere. Saris looks right at you. When she wants to make a point, she makes it.
She does.
She's been like that since I met her.
I know. Trust me. I know. I know. I just... That was different, though.
That hit closer to home. Let's put it that way.
That's fair. It's just a shame that poor Jennifer had to get caught in the middle.
Like I said, when she makes a point, she knocks it out of the park. As Saris is trying not to cry,
Hey,
she makes you feel very bad.
she does. Hey, it's okay. I'm here for you.
We'll
You
go
do.
to the funeral. Definitely.
Of course. You don't have to be strong for me either. But just be there for each other.
She tries to smile. As Julius, you find a very weird sight. The armory locks are lifted, so you can freely get in. But you find yourself in a very strange sight. You see Pequod cradling Jennifer, holding her, resting her head on Jennifer's head. With her eyes wide, not crying, but Jennifer is just sobbing. And Pequod, Dad always told me I had to learn things the hard way. And here I am. There's no saying sorry, there's no goodbye. I fucked up.
Julius walks in and places a hand on both their shoulders.
I fucked up. Big time.
Well, I fucked up too then.
You didn't laugh at him like I did, nor did you call him Spackle all the time.
Eh, tomato, tomato. I did other things that probably contributed to this.
I screwed up big time. I don't think we contributed anything. I just think... It's not to blame your mom, Julius, but the way I treated him. Dad always said I was too hard-headed. And one day it'd catch up to me. And now it has, and she looks down at crying Jennifer.
Julius starts petting Jennifer's head. Sometimes things catch up with us, yeah. Sometimes people are caught in the crossfire that we don't want in the crossfire, and then other times it's only us that it hits. This is one of those times for the first one. He's gonna also hug Jennifer.
I have to do something.
Like what?
Anything.
He shrugs. Well, Lorelai won't let us donate to or give our pay to his niece.
That's fine. She can stop us, not a charitable contribution. Maybe not to his family, but to the... I have an idea. She's gonna look down at Jennifer.
Well, what is it?
I'm gonna change the name. I'm gonna change the name to Snarf's Workshop, the company I bought, for miniatures.
Okay, yeah.
50% of the sales will go to the Cobalt Sickle Cell Foundation.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good idea.
That's all I can do.
True. Won't make up for anything, but what else can we do?
She squeezes Jennifer tighter. Nothing.
other than be here for people and try to atone for mistakes.
She nods her head and rests it back on Jennifer's as Ash, you and Saris finish. Saris stands up and puts the last drawer back in the dresser and come on, Ash.
Let's go.
She walks you out here and looks at Icy talking to Zap. And you hear Icy asking if she could have the journal. And Zap, I don't think so. Icy gestures with her eyes for help to you.
Hey, Zap,
What?
did you ask for the journal, Icy?
Icy, yeah, I'd like to. I know what's in it. But I think Davine should know what's in it. Telling her is one thing. Her being able to physically read it is another. And Zap, I'm thinking we're gonna airlock it. There's lots of things in here that Snarf wrote down. He has it opened reading it. Snarf wrote down that he wanted to say to Davine, and I won't have Jiren and Davine making fun of Snarf.
Believe me, Zap, I don't think she's capable of it. As for
That, well, if she wants it, she can come ask for it. She's gotten enough, if you ask me.
Okay. I'm not gonna make you do anything, right, Icy?
Icy shakes her head in agreement, nods her head in agreement. I'll get her to come in.
Good.
Assuming she wants to read.
I think she does. She should know. Know what she threw away. How much she hurt him. She should hear it from, well, as close as she can from his mouth.
Scar's gonna come sit down, start playing SWTOR. Just keep it for a while, then airlock it after Jennifer gets to read it.
If that's what you think he would want.
I don't know what he would want, Ash. He's not here to ask anymore.
No, he's not. He's gonna walk over and hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry.
Icy will go down to the gym. Davine.
At this point, Davine is staring at the flowers. She shakes her head and turns around. Yes, it's true.
You want to see the journal?
Yes, I probably should.
Do you want to?
Yes, I do.
Then just go ask Zap for it. He won't give it unless you come and ask for it. He said you've gotten enough.
She nods. Okay. Walks up. May I read from the journal?
Zap looks at her. If I find out you use this to make fun of him with that Jiren fellow, he hands her the journal. I'm done here. And that means you don't have a mobile suit, Ash. So you're putting your team's fate in this woman's hand.
Oh, I promise you, if I find that out, I'm going to request Davine be removed from the squad.
Zap, you know the password. Go wherever you want and read it. Not in here. You ain't welcome in here.
I understand. She'll go down back to the gym. Sit down on one of the benches. Open it up and begin reading from it.
Icy's gonna slide her smoothie Spartan made for Davy. And sit down and watch her read. As up here, Scar Podcast Day.
Yes, it is.
Not gonna be an easy one.
No, it's not. Thank you for your caring, Scar.
Zap, the whole mission was to get a power core. What's the prognosis on the core?
50% effective compared to what the other ray had. SIS is working on it currently, but it should be viable. More so if we can repair it.
Scar looks confused for a second, as does Zap. Zap, he died before we could get the core out?
Do you want to know all the details? I'm not going to force it on you because it's not.
We've
pleasant.
been briefed on how he died by the captain. The whole.
The thing.
He taps his temple, you know, whatever that thing is. She could tell what was gonna happen.
It came through the door. I'd assume he'd have been briefed on exactly what happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
It came through the door ahead of them as they were about to enter, and he didn't get the chance.
Well, he must have given it was the agent. He must have given him a crash course on how to get it out, because 50% still good, Ash.
It is, just... I almost would have preferred they not get it at all, and we still have... Not almost. Pardon me for stupidly saying that. I'd have preferred not at all, and still have him.
You don't have to. You were a good friend to Snarf. Snarf liked you a lot. He liked everybody, but just one individual too much.
I know. I'm sorry. I should have been better to him than I was.
Nothing we can do now.
But learn.
I'm serious. If she makes fun of Snarf with that journal out, I'm done here. Scar, me too. And Sonny, I can get a job as a doctor anywhere, Ash. And Jennifer, kiss her goodbye.
Oh, I do. And I promise, even if you leave, if she does that, I will do everything in my power to make sure she is done here as well.
Zap, thank you kindly. Turns around and starts playing SWTOR.
And I'll walk over and hand on her Sonny's shoulder. I am sorry.
She nods, grips her mouse. Tell it to Snarf at the funeral.
I will. I wish I could have saved him like I helped save you.
She nods her head and just looks at the game and starts playing. Unfortunately, things unravel down here for Davine. Snarf put a lot of things he wished he could have said to Davine as Icy sits next to her, not drinking her drink. Davine turns to the page where Snarf's dream was to take Davine on a cross-country trip, starting in the Florida Keys, it's the longest road trip in America, all the way up to Dead Horse, Alaska. And you see most of the most beautiful parts of the country. Let Davine wander, have a good time, paint. He wrote down that he bought her a paint kit. Hasn't come yet. It was on back order. Very expensive. And Snarf details how he's a pretty good fisherman. He was going to catch her fresh fish. In an RV. Live in an RV, something like that. Never got into details about the vehicle. Davine's reading that.
Tears start to hit the page as she flips through more pages, detailing the dream. She starts to shake her head as she moves on to the next entry.
More details on the journey. He drew a hand-drawn map. 15,000-mile journey. He cost out gas and everything. Planned the stops for gas and food. And the types of fish you would have encountered. Basically down to every detail, including the free camping sites along the way.
She starts to breathe heavier and heavier as she flips through more and more pages until eventually she snaps the book shut. Sets it down, stands up.
Icy, no. Read the last page. Not that I should be teaching you a lesson, but I think you should read it. for your sake right now, look around. Look who isn't here coming to comfort you when you need them. You should read the last page.
She picks up the book and turns it to the last page.
Oh. It details Snarf's recipe for making the oatmeal, where he would go to buy the ingredients, Davine's drink order, 1 cream, 1 sugar, and all it says was, someday she'll come and eat breakfast with me. That'll be good enough. And then it says, get a life, loser, under that.
She falls to her knees. And then she starts crying. And as she starts crying, why did I say no again? Why did I say no again? He was so good. Why didn't you just go into the fucking kitchen, you bitch? Why didn't you just go in there and eat? All you had to do was eat with him. You were happy that he was eating. Why didn't you go in there and say how proud of you were? You fucking bitch. Why didn't you just say what you wanted to say? Why did you say no? Why did you? As she picks up the milkshake, stands up and goes to throw it and then stops herself as she was about to throw it directly into the flowers. She stares at the flowers. She sets the drink down. You know, even though I was a bitch to him, he would have been there for me. Even if he was scared or thought he was a loser or anything like that, he would have been here for me. She takes a step forward. He would have been here with a cup of tea, a smile on his face, and a reassuring pat on the back as he said something like, "You're too beautiful to cry, dear," or something like that. She takes another step forward towards the flowers. He would have dropped everything. Everything. Every single gun that Ash gave him, he would have dropped every single thing. And she takes the flowers off the wall.
Alright.
And she would have been here. And she closes her eyes, throws the flowers onto the ground. He would have been here. He would have dropped everything as she steps on the flowers as she starts to walk back. And he would have known exactly what to say. She sits down and she opens to a certain page in the book that says something about him going through Washington, D.C. with her just to show her the pandas. He knew. He would have been here. She sets the book down. If only I went to that fucking kitchen. And she just lays down on the bench and stares forward at the wall.
Icy's gonna, you should keep it. It's probably the only way you'll feel close to him. She's gonna put the diary back here on top of the lockers and just right on top. It's the only way you could probably feel close to him.
She nods. Thank you, Istra.
You know, we went to an anime convention. She slides the smoothie to her. You didn't come to the first one, but Snarf had a rough go of it. She picks up her drink. He didn't want to come to the last one. The only reason he came is because he knew you didn't do good in front of crowd. I think that's... Though I'm not one to talk, given I just recently got a boyfriend and I'm not a virgin anymore. Don't tell Hunk, but I think that's what love is.
She puts her face into the hoodie, like she puts the hoodie on and pulls the drawstrings so it covers her face, and she nods.
He's gonna pinch the bridge of her nose. I need Ash. I need Ash. We're gonna go on the podcast. I'm gonna polymorph myself to look like you, and we'll put a strong front. And you should watch. I need Ash, though. I need Ash's help.
She opens up the hood. Yes, yes. Thank you.
I will try to do you justice as her wrist computer starts beeping. Oh no. I'll be back. And she leaves and takes her drink and runs up to Ash. Ash!
Yes, ma'am.
She gestures to her wrist computer and she has a message saying, briefing, high command, Snarf's full name, and death after that. I have to brief high command on Snarf's death. Lorelei apparently won't do it. It falls to me.
Okay, and we'll just say Davine can't make it this week.
Saris, well, aren't they going to think it's weird? I mean, that's half the reason they invite you guys is Davine.
That's fair. Yes, they may, but we can just tell them she's not feeling well. They'll understand. Like you said, they're nice guys.
Jennifer is going to go back to working on Davine's gear and Pequod. Come on, Julius.
He rubs Jennifer's head one time before he heads out.
Pequod leads you up this way. I see, so I can't polymorph myself. Davine can't come on the podcast then. Because I have to go to High Command and report Snarf's death, Julius.
Shit.
Pequod, Julius, I will come with you to be there for you, but I don't want to go on camera.
That's understandable.
Let's get Hunk to come.
Well, where is Hunk right now?
He'll answer the phone for me. And she goes in here and starts calling it. Saris, if Pequod's not gonna go, Hunk's enough, and I could be polymorphed, and I see that would be good. You have a British accent, and but Saris, but I'd rather be there for Ash, not pretending to be Davine. I'm sorry. I see, understandable, and looks back at Zanzibar and thinks for a second. Zap, take Scar. Scar, what?
Agreed, what?
Scar gets up, icy, looks at Scar, looks down at Zanzibar. She lifts her eyebrow at Scar. Scar, polymorph me into Davine? And I can do it. You'll look just like her. You won't sound exactly like her, but... Scar, do I have to talk much? Or am I just going to protect Davine's image?
Well, you can talk as much as you want to. You're the one who's being polymorphed.
But do they ask me a lot of questions?
From time to time, it's normally mostly you and I who do the talking, right, Julius?
Most of the time, we can definitely pick up some more of the slack if you don't feel comfortable with talking.
Scar, you see him think for a second. You know what? I would like to come, actually.
You sure? I'm just making sure because I know we're all going through a rough time and I wouldn't want to push anything on you.
Scar, no. I think it will be cathartic. As Icy looks at him and tilts her head.
Okay.
Hunk shows up here. Pequod called him. He came running for Pequod. Pequod comes out. I told you. Hunk, what's going on?
Uh,
What's with the Spartans down there? I haven't seen Jiren and basically me training them. What do we need to do? What are we doing? How's Davine taking everything?
Well, not the worst, some of the worst of us.
Alright.
Would you go on the podcast with us?
Yeah, sure. If you need me, I'm here. That's what dads do.
I appreciate it.
Alright.
Scar, yes. I will be coming. Polymorphed as Davine to protect her image. Hunk. I do think they'd understand if she didn't show up, but at the same time, she's important to the show. I think they built their fame from what Davine was telling me off, pretty much being the vanguard of trying to clear Davine's name from that shitty Malcolm guy. So yeah, I'll come. And we're really just gonna polymorph Scar up and go?
I suppose yes, if he's, again, as long as you're willing, Scar.
Scar, oh. I am more than willing, Ash. This will be the greatest, how long, hour of my life. Trust me.
Alright.
Okay.
Do it, Captain. As Icy snaps her fingers and in Scar's place appears Davine. Scar, nice.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Scar, well, it's podcast time. They really like me, right, Davine?
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
I promise not to ruin Davine's image. I will protect it.
Okay. Thank you, Scar.
Yes. If not for her, then... Well, definitely not for her, but... Just for us, please, Scar.
Icy puts her finger up at Davine's scar and coughs. And I have to go and just leave.
Right.
Ceres is gonna take your hand. Let's go. Let's get through it. Put on a strong face.
Right.
Dun dun dun. These are old tokens. These are the new ones. Here you go. So, Pat and Ian are going to come up. They're waiting for you right here. One sec. There they are. They got big smiles on their face and they're waving. Happy to see extra people this.
Hey, guys.
Ash, how's it going? Miss Davy. She comes up, crosses her arms. Hello, boys. They both look really confused.
Davine's not feeling great. We, went on a mission and she got thrown around and ruffled up pretty hard. So she's not quite feeling herself.
Understandable. Ian's gonna come shake Julius's hand. Pat shaking yours. This is your wife. We saw her last week. We saw her last time you guys down at the convention. Introduce me to her. We never got formally introduced.
This is Ceres, my fiance.
Ceres comes up, shakes his hand. Pleasure to meet you. I can't come on camera, classified, but I just want to be here for Ash. I'll just stay off screen. And Pat, absolutely. Pequod, same for me. Holding Julius from behind, resting her head on his back. I just want to be here for Julius. I can't come on camera this week. And Ian, of course. Who's this? And he looks back at Hunk. And Hunk, Julius will introduce me.
Oh, yes, this is my father and Ash's father. This is Hunk.
He comes up, shakes both their hands. I taught him how to drive. Davine, yes. A good man. As Pequod looks at Davine's scar and Saris looks at Davine's scar.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I agree. He is a good man.
Did you get hit in the throat or something, Davine? Yes. Currently dealing with a lot. Oh. Pat looks at her. Well, take your seat, get comfortable. If your throat's bothering you too much to talk, that's fine. Nice. And Davine walks by all the microphones because she doesn't know where to go. As Pat and Ian watch him very confused.
Davine, right here.
Oh. Where do I sit? Ash?
Right there.
She sits down in Pat's seat.
No. How about he's gonna point right here? Should work.
Excellent. Sits down. Pequod is squeezing your waist. Oh God, Julius.
Like I said, hit her head very, very hard.
Pequod squeezing Julius's waist tighter. Oh dear God.
Julius just clears his throat.
Yeah.
He pats Pequod's hands, turns around, gives her a kiss. Wish me luck.
Pequod's gonna give you a big kiss back and sit down, start working on her wrist computer. You can see she's filing a name change for LLC to Snarf's Workshop as Saris worriedly nods at Ash and sits down, crosses her legs. Hunk, I'll sit next to Davine. Right here. Yeah, that's good, huh? It's right here. Ian's gonna take his seat. Pat's gonna take his seat. So we go live in a little bit here, couple minutes. We're gonna go over Malky Mitchell's stuff today and a Malk Hogan interview, and we got some other things we want to ask questions about some Malcolm movie productions, and a very strange incident that has been leaked on the eNet involving Malcolm and the rest of the crew. Nice.
Of course.
Yeah, nice. I'm not an expert in Malcolm, but in Davine, I am. He was a bad man.
Yes, very bad.
Ian, alright, looking at Davine inquisitively. We're going live. Ash.
Yes.
See Saris biting her nails.
Yes.
Julius. You see Pequod with her hand on her forehead looking right at Davine.
Yep.
Saris is gonna lean in. This is bad. And Pequod, real bad. As the show begins, the intro plays. They introduce themselves and their guests, and as per usual, every other week here, hot off the game convention we went to, where people got beat up. We can get into that at some point, but we have Ash, Julius, Miss Davine, the fan favorite, and Hunk, a new guest, member of the squad. We're gonna go down the line as per usual. Tell us what's been going on, how you doing, how you hanging in there.
As good as can be. We, without getting too into it, we had a loss in the family recently.
Oh! We are sorry to hear that. Why did you... Never mind. Anyway, sorry to hear that. You know, you didn't have to come.
Oh, happy to come. It's always a pleasure to be out here with you.
Ian, was it recent? And Davine, very.
Very, yes.
Okay, well, you know, we'll get through it, try and make some good times, good laughs. Shit talk some Malcolm that always puts smiles on Davine's faces, and your faces, guys. So, Julius, how's it hanging? Yeah.
It's now it's hanging. About as good as it can be. Yeah. Yeah.
Miss Davy, how's it going? Wonderful. Just wonderful. They both look at her very confused. Pat's going to lean in, turn off your mic and his. You didn't have to bring her.
I know. Apologies, but she wanted to come.
Okay. She seems out of sort. As Davine, hey, Pat. Yes, he comes over here. Hey, Ian. Yeah, I have a question for you. As we cut back to the apartment. Suletta and Lasley have come into the gym as the intro has started. TV's playing right back here. Suletta's going to set down a bowl of corn chowder, line up Davine's drink, and Lasley's going to sit down next to her. Suletta, you should eat. She turns the TV on.
Baby nods. Thank you. She starts digging around the food.
It's corn chowder. Leslie, comfort food our grandmother used to make us when we were young, I guess you could say. Let's watch this podcast. Come on, JV. Focus on the cast. It's going to be a good time. That's Nicole polymorphed as you, I think, right?
Yes, that's what she said.
Oh, okay. Good. Suletta, she had to leave to brief high command on, you know. Leslie, then who's that next to Hunk? Suletta, oh god. Under her breath. Back here, Davine asks her question. What would you think if someone cooked you oatmeal and tea, just the way you like it every morning for the past 7.5, maybe 8 months? They both look very confused at Ash.
He shrugs, kind of like, I don't know.
Pat, well, I think it was a good person. As we cut back here, and Ian, yeah, I mean, a good-hearted soul, a good person. And if they got up early, like an hour and a half early, assuming they slept, what would you think? Just to do that, take a dropship down every day to buy fresh ingredients and spend their money on overpriced tea. What's going on here as Leslie is making a fist and Suletta is face palming?
Davine has stopped digging around the corn chowder and has started crying into it.
Davine on the podcast, would you say that would be a, in this case, good man? And Pat, I don't think sex matters in the equation, but yeah, a good man. It would be a good man. I try to, take care of my girlfriend, though I'm not the best at it, and Ian does as well. We're not the best. Nobody's the best. And Davine, yes, nobody's the best. What would you think if your fiance didn't come to comfort you in your hour of need? That said, and it goes back here. Go ahead, Ash, because the show's going on, so you can still talk, Ash.
Yeah, that wouldn't be fun. Yeah.
Imagine if somebody prioritized paperwork and their career over you. A stark contrast to somebody who stays up day in and day out, making gear for you, and getting up early to make you breakfast.
Davine has set down the corn chowder completely, and is now just crying into her hands.
Suletta, oh dear God. No wonder why he wanted to go.
She starts to curl up into a little ball, putting her knees up to her chest.
Leslie glaring at the TV. Back here. I just wanted your opinion on that. Thanks.
Yes.
You see Saris face palming and Pequod fighting back tears, Ash and Julius. Hunk, well, I'm having a good time, Pat and Ian. Recently, as he's stepping on Scar's foot under the table, I've been training with a Spartan group and having a good time and actually getting to know my daughter's boyfriend. It's thanks to Ash basically forcing me to do it. I've come to realize we have a lot in common. And he's not that bad of a kid, though I'm still not thrilled about him. Ash.
Well, I believe it's what people were telling us recently. Maybe sometimes you should listen to me because I do know what I'm talking about some of the time.
I can't disagree on that front, Ash. I found out, from talking to him that he takes good care of her, and that's all you can ask. And Davine, yes, he takes excellent care of her. Like making oatmeal and tea. Every single, and he turns and looks right into the camera, morning.
She is now in the ball completely with even the hoodie like over her knees. Her hands completely in the sleeves, holding the knees closed. And she doesn't want to, but she almost like starts to lean on Leslie a little.
Leslie's gonna put her arm around David as we cut back here. Pat, alright, so I understand spirits can get low at times, things happen, but we're gonna go into this as strong as ever and try and come out with a smile on your guys' face. And we hope we accomplish that goal here today. He stares over at Davine, who's staring right into the camera. So, you guys know we have a Patreon poll. People vote on top memes that they want you guys to see that they made, because you guys are heroes, and they want your honest reaction. Somebody made this, and I do think it's excellent, Ash, Julius, Hunk, but give us your thoughts.
Yes, I'd say that's pretty accurate.
He's looking up at the meme, realize the fact she hates you. I'm sure you probably told Malcolm that. Or Julius, did you ever actually try to just sit down and tell him, like, you have no chance, Buster Brown? Like,
Countless of times he would just come back with threats of no food and bodily harm.
One of the few I said it, I was hit over the head and then sequestered to my room for days.
what do you think of the meme? Hunk. And Hunk adds, it's pretty accurate. Ash telling the truth. Who's that old lady?
That's Denara, yeah.
Oh. Hunk looks confused. Davine looks up at the picture. Realize the fact she hates you. Yes. Imagine feeling that way at the end of your life.
Well,
It cuts back here. Go ahead. Remember, when it cuts, you can keep going because it's a lot.
Yeah, just stopping because you're talking.
No, take it away. Take it away. Blast.
Well, let's very much hope that Malcolm did realize that in his final moments. Yes.
I know someone who realized that a long time ago. Yeah, me too. As Hunk is increasing the pressure on Scar's foot, but it's not stopping him.
Yeah, me too. It was
Yes.
who was it, Ash?
Well, probably Globnock. Yes, that'd be a person who realized it rather quickly.
Yes, very quickly.
As Davine is sobbing uncontrollably, about to fall off the bench. She falls down onto her hands and knees, crying on the floor, somehow into the corn chowder.
Leslie tries to pick Davine up. Listen, Davine, he's just airing his grievances. It's not that bad.
She continues to cry.
These armory guys were close. None of us spent enough time with them. It's not your fault. Completely. As the gym door slides open and Zap's standing there watching everything unfold. And Davine hears, oh, this guild ships for bloodline only. Davine should be kicked out if you ask me. As Suletta, get out of here! Limp your way out of here! As Zap, oh, at least I'm not the one with blood on my hands. And limps away.
He starts crying even harder as she just lays on the floor. She just lays on the floor.
Lasley is going to try and pick her up and lie her vertically on the bed. The cot, I should say, whatever bench, whatever it is. And here, Pat. So, anyway, so we want to get into some video game stuff here briefly. Malcolm had a propensity for not understanding technology. He tried to put, that Spartan game on the Amalco. He tried to put Final Fantasy VII Remake on the Amalco. And the games wouldn't. There's no way they would have run, correct, Ash?
No, I'm not the most versed in computer chip knowledge, right? But from my knowledge, the Amalco was comparative in power to a smartphone from the early 21st century.
And, from what we gather, a cheaper variant from back then, so...
Yes.
Why would he think that a classic all-time game, but Doom Eternal, or in his case, Kernel Eternal, would run on the Amalco? And did you ever get it into a working state? And was the game really just about killing a millipedia, old ladies, and Davine, some handsome Leogan? There's Tennessee. Oh, look who it is! Davine gets up and points. Look! Look! And he's looking right back at the camera. What a surprise! What was his name again? Spackle?
Yes. That's...
It was
Yes.
Snarf. Davine.
Oh. Forgive me for forgetting. It's not like I watched him eat alone from the gym door every morning. As Ian's just mouth agape, and Pat is just blinking, trying not to laugh because he doesn't understand what's happening. You see Hunk slowly drawing a knife.
Yes, that never was really into a stable state. You see, from my understanding, from what I gathered from people talking about it, you know how a mod works, right? It changes things slightly. Malcolm did not try to mod Doom Eternal to change it, like he did with the Kernel Fantasy one. He tried to work at the very code of the game to make these graphical changes.
Davine sits down, Pat. Okay. And he was not creative or intuitive enough to come up with his own game, so his business plan was to try and, I guess, rehash successful games that he thought people would have forgotten about, as if video game history isn't something taken serious.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's Malcolm for you. So, Cool M, Malcolm's rapper persona, is very popular. It was popular on the frontier, but apparently, come to light, there's been, and pardon the image, but a new persona of his found that apparently didn't last long. And from our research, Julius is the expert on Melkpock and the DBJ, which apparently stands for the Dead Beat Julius.
Oh god, Malkpock. So, 1990s, right? There was this rapper named Tupac, and then the Notorious B.I.G. Tupac, of course, was, with most rapper videos, pretty popular with the ladies, and Cool M, he was losing popularity pretty fast on the frontier. So, Malcolm decided to shift the personality completely into Malkpock, and you can't have Tupac without Notorious B.I.G. So he decided to, well, he turns around that to me.
Pat, is it true that, and Ash, I think you're aware of what happened, because at least in some of the video clips that were leaked, when he was brought back to the Majestic, you are seen in the background clapping. Is it true he was shot by some rival gang or something?
They hit him with a drive-by.
And why? Why, Julius? Do you know why he was hit with a drive-by? Do you know why exactly people tried to kill him on this colony?
Yeah, I was there with him when he tried rapping to just a group of people in what can only be called the ghetto of
Okay.
this colony. He said some things, and I was pretty sure we were dead right there. I didn't see a way to get out of there. They let us go, surprisingly. And then the drive-by came. I got out pretty unscathed. Malcolm luckily didn't.
And I quote from one of the end of the video clips. Somebody says basically that everybody is currently praying he doesn't pull through.
Yeah, I remember a few times that happened. This one specifically, where we even had like a banner made up that said like "Congratulations, Eloquin," who was our doctor, just in case he didn't make it through.
It's we also had another one that was repurposed, and it used to say like it's a girl or something like that, and the "a girl" was crossed out with "dead" written across it.
Dead. Much like some people's hopes and dreams.
Yes.
Ian, who? And Scar Davine, nobody important.
Do you have any more memes to show us?
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff to go on here. So Malcolm apparently tried to start a trading card game, and it's coming in full swing. This is just a still from the commercial. We have early access to the commercial, but apparently the trading card game is going to be very popular. This is the early, just a screenshot from the commercial.
Did Malcolm have himself lose in a commercial?
No, EarthGov has edited it so he loses. Malcolm never got most of the cards produced. What little we know, at least in terms of Malcolm's end, was there is a card that if you play, it's the Davine card, Miss Davine, and you automatically win the game. I think Malcolm cards are hard countered by Ash cards in EarthGov's revision game, which I would say makes sense.
It does, but why that picture?
Well, that is apparently, if the card list is here, the proposed deck list. That's a starter deck, the Ash starter deck, the Gunslinger starter deck, and that's one of the stronger monster cards in the deck. It's called Tortured Ash.
That's one way to put it, yes.
It can't be destroyed. It has to be destroyed by magic or trap cards. It can't be defeated through physical damage, because I guess you were that persistent in that state of your life, which speaks to your aptitude as a soldier and why you're a hero.
I'll take that.
Will you be playing the Malcolm trading card game? Something tells me no, you guys.
Likely not.
Juliet?
If I don't have to, I probably won't.
Okay, fair enough. So, this is a blank. It's out there. It's been confirmed. We have no information on it. Take it away. What the hell was this?
Okay, so... you know about what that is based off of, yes?
Honestly, I don't.
So there was an MMO in the early 21st century. I'm talking like 2008 to, later on into it, called World of Warcraft. It was an MMO sequel to a TTS game, right? One of the expansions for it was called Warlords of Draenor. Some weird alternate dimension time travel story, something like that. But Malcolm saw that game and wanted to make World of Chancecraft an MMO for the Amalco.
The Amalco had no internet connectivity, I thought.
It didn't. He was going to. His plan was to, for 2,000 credits apiece, sell the World of Chancecraft bundle, which would have given you a built-in router to receive the Wi-Fi signal, yes, that you plug into the Amalco.
Okay.
It would have given you a keyboard and mouse that you would have plugged, that would have attached to the wireless contact charging of your Amalco controller, and it would have came with the original game. This was a planned expansion to that game.
Okay. So he didn't even have the original game finished, and he was already making expansions.
Yes.
Speaking to his lack of aptitude with everything, including video game production.
You want to hear even more of his lack of aptitude?
That's why you're here. Hit us.
His lack of media comprehension. You see the character he is on the right?
Punk's gonna speak up. That's a good-looking character for that asshole.
Oh, it gets better. That character, I researched this a bit when I heard he was planning to do it. That character in the original games is named Gul'dan, a warlock who makes a deal with basically demons, right? Demons called the Burning Legion to raise and kill everybody and basically conquer the planet. He's the main antagonist.
Okay.
But Malcolm
And
chose him because... Sorry, you go.
But doesn't he usually fancy himself the hero?
He does, but Malcolm did not read the story. Malcolm saw the cool picture of the seeming to him wizard holding a ball of fire and decided that must be the hero and made that him.
Ian's gonna speak up. Well, it's a fitting character for the true Malcolm, I'd say.
It is, it just is hilarious that he didn't notice it.
Scar Davine is going to, wow, look at the muscles on Julius. What do you think of that, Julius?
Oh, thank you, Mom. Oh, you really did hit your head, didn't you?
Scar looks up at the picture of Snarf on the guy's body. Thank God I took the first meathead who came along, who prioritizes paperwork over me, as opposed to taking the person who actually cared about me. What's happening here?
I like to think that Davine was starting to come back to it. She was like sat up, leaning on the bench, still sitting on the floor eating some clam chowder. She just sets the clam chowder down in her lap and starts crying again.
Leslie, oh God. He's knocking him out of the park. Estelita, and just shakes her head. Hug, sit down, Davine! You might get hurt! Don't want you to trip as Scar Davine sits down.
Yeah, I think Julius ended up being put on one of the big heroes of the expansion, so that's even funnier. Julius and I. That's funnier.
No, yeah, it's definitely a different take for Malcolm. So going into some Malcolm movie production stuff, at the end of the day, some of these movies are crappy, but people love them because they're crappy, because this guy thought he was hot shit. People love to laugh at other people when they fail, and I think that's why they make so much money. And in this case, it's good-natured laughing, because Malcolm was a villain. There's no arguing that. But recently come to light, EarthGov keeps this stuff like super under wraps. Things have been leaked. They pulled them back under the rug as best they could, but they recently announced this movie. Care to share your thoughts on it? The filming, Saving Private Deadbeat, The Mission is a Deadbeat Father, starring Malcolm Chance.
Right. Well, I believe we should preface it by, you know why Malcolm said that about Julius, right?
Honestly, not entirely. I don't think we've ever gotten into it. We try not to get mega personal.
Well, are you okay with me explaining, or would you giving cliff notes, or would you like to, Julius?
Basically, I have a wife and kid. Well, at the time, I had a wife and one child. I tried to convince Malcolm through them to let us go back to Gateway so we can visit our family members, personal matters, everything like that. And then he started calling me deadbeat.
What a good man.
Yes, using a moment of weakness. A family to insult someone. Wonderful.
So he's replicating Saving Private Ryan, a World War II movie from a long time ago.
Yes.
Is this another Malcolm story where basically he ended up ruining a colony, embezzling funds to buy authentic World War II equipment? What was the production big, small? What do you think? What do you know? What do you say?
If memory serves, it was actually quite small. I don't think he ended up destroying a colony as much as causing massive amounts of fire and damage to a nature preserve.
Almost as bad, if you ask me. Ian speaks. Davine is Julius was never a deadbeat father. I mean, my son. He is a good man. I've watched him. Recently, since I got back to the apartment. His wife loves him, and so do his kids. Do you know who is a deadbeat? Somebody who doesn't come comfort you in your hour of need. Or know your favorite animal.
Yes, it would be astute observation, Davine. I'm happy we don't have anyone like that here with us, right?
Scar, hey Pat, what's your girlfriend's favorite animal? And Pat, pandas, actually. Oh! What a coincidence. They are mine. One time, I liked this guy so much, I bought him a pangolin stuffy and put my favorite animal, panda stuffy, right next to my bed.
Oh god. Davine. You know what? She's not even over there. She's over here stomping on some flowers.
Leslie watching her. Suletta. He wants to speak his mind. That's fine, sister. Don't strike him when he returns to the apartment. And Leslie's cracking her knuckles looking at the TV.
She then falls to her knees, goes back over to sitting in front of the bench and starts crying again.
Back here, Davine. Ian! What's your girlfriend's favorite animal? And Ian, well, I mean, she has a lot, but giraffes are up there. And do you buy her giraffe plushie? Ian, I've bought her one. Yeah, she only ever wanted a certain one. We were at a carnival and I won a game and bought it for her. And Scar Davy. Nice. Imagine being too afraid to give it to her. Because you're not a roid-raged alien. Isn't that something? And he stares right into the camera. Back to Davy. What's she doing?
She's she's in a little ball again, biting her nails, trying to wipe one of her hands down on the ground.
Ian, yeah, I mean, I love answering questions from you, Miss Davine. Any more you have to ask is No! Davine's done asking questions. Aren't you? Is that right, Davine? And Davine, suck it. And looks right at Pat, trying to keep the show going. So, Ash,
Yes.
about movie production. I am having trouble following my production notes, Ash. Forgive me. As he's looking at Davey.
Oh Go ahead. Take your time.
So this movie, again, we like to pose these questions because EarthGov's keeping them under wraps. They release only the poster and maybe a title card and some title credits. What the hell is this? The sands will rise, the heavens will part, the gunslinger will be unleashed. Malcolm Chance stars in The Gunslinger.
Okay, so have you ever heard of a movie called The Mummy?
Maybe.
There's a very old version, but he was going off of the remake of it, starring a man named Brendan Fraser. The rough story is that in between World Wars One and Two, there was archaeological digging in ancient Egypt on Earth. Well, in searching for the City of the Dead, Malcolm's character and Davine's, who was playing an archaeologist, and shenanigans happened. They released the Gunslinger, Ashmotep, the Gunslinger, a punished mummy creature that controlled the 7 plagues of Egypt and wanted Davine for himself. Oh.
Really interesting. So, in the same vein, then, and Davine speaks up. No, wait, please go back. Pat, anything for you? Puts the picture back. The sands will rise. Looking right into the camera. The heavens, as in where people go after they die, will part. What's Davine do?
When he yells heavens, she covers her ears.
And blah blah blah, Ash played another villain. Take the picture down. Pat quickly takes it down. Oh, David's not in the best of moods today, but that's fine. Anyway, so Malcolm also produced a sequel! The Gunslinger Returns, starring Malcolm Chance, and apparently some Leogan.
Yes, that's a member of the squad, a good man named Scar Freetooth. Very good man. I think
Not as good as Snarf was.
Yes, quite. I think you saw him in something in Spider Chance as Uncle
Oh, right,
Scar.
okay. Okay, the guy, the real wooden acting guy.
Yes. Very good man.
Excellent, man. But I'd say Snarf had him beat. Scar never woke up early to make me oatmeal. And looks right into the camera. Tea. 1 sugar, 1 cream. Looking right into the camera, David!
You could still hear it because when you cover your ears, you can still sort of hear things. And as he says that, she mouths it, then shakes her head and covers her ears harder.
Fresh kiwis from Earth. Every day. Good thing he was just a loser. As Pat, what is going on? Takes the picture down!
Okay, so what's your next question, guys?
Right. They're both looking. So there was an incident on the Majestic that has leaked. It can only be described as Spanish Malcolm. We're gonna just play the clip and let you two, Hunk, if you want to, share your thoughts. But since you weren't on the Majestic, Julius and Ash give insight as well as Davine, and boom.
So it's wrist footage from Ash's point of view, and you hear him in bed. What is that? As you hear. What the fuck is that? Gets up, opens his door, and it gets louder as you see Malcolm in black robes, like that, holding a lit torch,
What a ship!
walking through the Majestic. Yes, Ash. Muerte. Okay. You see him, point of view, walk over to Julius's door and bang on it.
Julius opens the door. Yeah, what's up, Ash?
That. Has had lost, Julius.
What?
Zalo.
Julie steps out of the room, closes the door. What? Did you punch him or something?
He was like this when I got up. La vino estaba experimentado con el as. Julius.
Experiment? Experiment?
You wanna go get your mom? I'll go get. I don't know. Someone, maybe Eloquent can put him to bed.
Yeah, get Eloquent. Maybe she can drag him up or something. You see Julius walk away.
Ash goes, wakes up Eloquent. Can you sedate him? Te tramparemos, Ash.
I already sedated him. How is he up?
More morphine. Something, please. There he no sales, Ash.
I'll try. I'll try something.
Is-
Let's see what I have.
Do you know what language he's speaking?
I don't know. It sounds like butchered Spanish, maybe? I don't know.
Right. Reúne a las demás, Julius.
Yeah, I think that's Spanish as Julius and Davine walk up. Alright. Did you do that to him? No. How do you mean, did I do that to him? He's walking around. Is that a lit torch?
Gloria a las Davin. Gloria a las Davin.
I only hit him in the head as hard as I ever have. You know, as I always do. Not enough to give him brain damage.
Gloria a las Davin.
Glory a las David.
¿Qué está pasando?
Alright, yeah. Eloquent, you got that morphine ready? Yeah, here. Just put that in his thigh, if you can. It should put him to sleep, hopefully.
Puto intruso, Ash.
Alright. You would probably get the closest to him. Yes, just hand it to me. She takes it from him, walks over.
Davin.
Yes, Davine. She stabs it into his thigh and pushes morphine in.
You see him stand there for a second, then tumble down. Try to stand up and tumble again. Mi cuerpo, Davin, no puedo caminar.
Clip ends, I assume.
Yeah.
Clip ends. Pat, what in the fuck? Like, I mean, what in the fuck? These clips have over 8 billion views. This one, anyway. There's more coming to light. What in the actual fuck?
So we assume it's an effect of the curse?
We honestly have no clue. It was something that came up every so often. Like, it only happened like, what was it, Ash?
No more than 5 times over the year and a half since it started. We asked one of the people aboard the ship, Dr. Gonzalez, because she was fluent in Spanish, if it was in fact Spanish, and she said that it was almost Spanish, like a busted dialect of it, but not quite, and that half the words were incomprehensible.
And you handled it like professionals. Put him to bed like a little baby. And
Yes.
how many times would you say this happened over the course of the entire Doom journey of Majestic?
At least 3, no more than 5 or 6.
And only after he was confirmed cursed. So, as you say, most likely a side effect of the curse, somehow turning him into Spanish Malcolm.
My going theory is it only happened if he was sedated first. I'm assuming it's some sort of reaction between the curse and specific sedatives.
Okay. Well, fair. I gotta say, that's probably the most creepy Malcolm clip I've seen. Even the sexual weird things he said to Davine, Miss Davine over there, and stuff like that. That's probably a lit torch on a ship. Let's just all stop and think about that for a second.
Oh, because that is one of the closest he came to killing us all, because I don't know if I need to say this to anyone in the room, but fire and an oxygen-rich environment like a ship do not mix. It's one of the reasons why, if you didn't know, gas stoves aren't allowed on Gateway. We use electric ones for that very reason, because it's an oxygen-rich pressurized environment. AKA, if something goes up, it's a bomb.
Davine speaks up. I worked in Mexico for a while as a dock worker. I kind of know what he was saying in some of those clips.
You did, Davine. I didn't know that. What an impressive resume.
The experimentado one is him saying Davine did not experiment on them. He
Oh.
turns and looks right into the camera, and yes, I did experiment on them.
Oh. Davine just. She does exactly that. She says, "Oh." And then goes back to crying.
Right. Yes, well,
Do you know who didn't care about the fact I did questionable things? Pat. What? This...
No.
Wait, who? Hunk. Davine, I think you've said enough. And Davine, no, I think I'll keep talking. I'm the star here, right? And Ian can't argue that. I mean, she is the most popular of all the guests, right? Pat, yeah. Davine, imagine if somebody wrote in a journal and told their friends about how I, Davine, beat myself up, here we go, over being a bad mother to my son Julian and doing terrible things. And somebody wrote and told their friends in a journal that I beat myself up, but I don't see the truth in front of me. The truth being, I raised a good man like Julius, a hero, which in turn means I was an excellent mother.
Davine stops crying. She sets down anything that she was holding. She takes off the hood. She stands up, walks over to the journal, opens it up, flips through the pages for a couple
Page
seconds.
82 is where it was recorded and recounted in this journal. Hypothetically speaking, Ash.
yes.
She opens it up to page 82, puts her back against the locker, slides down as she reads it.
Yep, it's just Snarf saying he always wished he could have told Davine she beat herself up over things that happened in the past that didn't matter because the proof was right in front of her eyes that she raised a good man in Julius. She was a good mom and a good woman regardless of how she felt about herself.
She closes the book, sets it on her lap, holds her own hands, rests her head against the locker behind her, and silent tears start falling.
The gym door opens. Dozer appears with a handwritten letter in his hand. A typed letter, I should say, printed out. Suletta, what are you doing here, Spartan? Lasley, oh no. And he's got a cup of coffee in his hands. He comes up to Davine. Are you okay, ma'am?
She doesn't really respond past rolling her head over and looking up at him.
I have this letter here I'm supposed to read to you. Commander Jaren sends his deepest sympathies over the death of... Is this... What? Sparkle. Even I know his name was Snarf. Ash always says he's an amazing armory guy. Gunslinger, or what? I am so confused. He's the guy that worked in the armory, right? Well, anyway, I'm sorry to hear he died, man, but Commander Jaren sends sympathies and says he's busy with paperwork, but he made me get you your favorite drink, 6 cream, 8 sugar, coffee, ma'am, and he puts it right in front of her.
Davine stands up, sets the book down. Just go.
I'm supposed to give you this.
Just go. Keep it. Just. Please, Spot. Go.
Oh. He walks over here. Well, I really don't want the coffee. It's gross with all this sugar in it. Are you sure you don't want... Do you want this letter? See, he misspelled his name. Sparkle.
She takes the letter, crumples it in her hand, uncrumples it, tears it up, and then crumples all the pieces into her hand. Can't even do the fucking deed of spelling his name wrong. You know what? I will take that coffee. And she puts her hand out.
He gives it to her.
She puts the letter into the coffee cup, closes it, and then walks over here and throws it into the trash.
The Spartan watches. Suletta, just go, Spartan. Yeah.
She goes back to sitting with her back to the locker, holding the book.
All right, back here, Pat. So, you got a lot on your mind today, Davine. Is that correct? Davine, you have no idea. Pat. So, Ash, Julius, we want to get into a Malk Hogan interview and a Malky Mitchell, then we'll let you boogie on out of here. Fucking confused at Davine. Which dealer's choice, as per usual, you pick. Ash, who do you want to start with?
Let's do Mitchell first, yes?
Oh, perfect. All right. He's going to pull up the clip and play the clip.
We open to a lightly crowded conference room at what appears to be a hotel concert room with about 30 people in it. It shows them clap slightly and almost confused as Lord Nemesis enters the frame and grabs a mic.
Hey, mans. If you don't know me, my name is Lord Nemesis Day, and I've been in the video game culture for about 86 years now. I started Twin Galaxies, and I oversaw the birth of the world of video gaming in the colonies. Competitive gaming tournaments that I've started. I've seen many talented individuals who built this amazing community, like Malky Mitchell or Glob Rogers. Malky's in the room right now, as you see Malcolm moving around in the background, sitting at a fold-out table. And we're gonna talk about how he helped grow this community. Everybody ready? Without further ado, Malky Mitchell, the greatest Donkey Kong player ever.
As he begins to speak, you hear feedback and cutting out from the cheap mic he's using. I should start this off to an apology to my expensive legal team. I'm doing this against my will. They said I shouldn't have come today, but because I might accidentally reveal trade secrets. So, take as many pictures as you want and I will sign them. Please ask questions. Ask, but no filming me, please. That is the, agreement, me and my lawyer, Julius, the blood-sucking parasite. I'm a part of a group, that being Lord Nemesis and I, that has advocated for the video game community. So we're going to start with point number 1. Me! I don't have a social media, you see. We've had people come up to me at shows and say they've friended me on MySpace, and I tell them they have not, for I don't have one. There's been some flattering pages on there, but not mine. But I've been sitting next to my friend Scar Freetooth, and he was telling me that those people are not me and that they are liars. They were not. And is there a question in the crowd?
Denaria stands up in a hoodie with her hair in a ponytail. What about your video game records? Are they real? Some people been saying that they weren't, and I want to hear the truth about from the hero's mouth.
They were you. Let's see, there's a conspiracy at work. People who want to prove that I didn't achieve these feats, even though I did. It's obviously just jealousy. You know, there are people who work hard to show that my competitor in the tournament, Ash, was cheating. He has nothing to do with this, but he was cheating. People say that the motherboard I used when I got the first ever perfect score in Donkey Kong was fake, but to prove all those haters wrong, I got into contact with Masahiro Sakurai, the senior engineer at Nintendo, and he said it was completely real. He knew me. He knew the story, and he said he'd do it for me. Nemiste is the one who facilitated the situation. The founder of Twin Galaxies here, a true hero fighting for truth. He sent the board off to Nintendo. It was then taken to an assistant manager in a GameStop at the Ripper system. That man then brought it to the venue, a colonial venue with millions of people there. It's all documented, so you can't tell me I'm lying.
A random person stands up. What was the name of the colony, Malky?
Security, take that man out for interrupting me. See Globnog walk over, pick the dude up, and just chuck him out the doors. As I was saying, even if I did the score in a private room with a Mercurius unit there with me and only Lord Nemiste watching, it's all documented, so it can't be fake.
Another random person. Can we see the records of these being documented?
That one too. Second verse same as the first. With him getting whipped out of the room by Globnog. As I was saying, scientific evidence is what matters, something that those people on that podcast can't seem to figure out. Then when they ask for scientific data when the records are already there, and scientific evidence is on both sides, you see. And honestly, when it comes down to it, what matters in courts, the only thing that matters is eyewitness testimony, where I have tens of people to back up my claims. Any attorney in the room can testify to that. But please stand up. If you are, do not be scared.
A man stands up. I am. And no. Witness testimony isn't completely accurate if the person doesn't know the full story about the situation, or if the witness has any bias to anyone
Security,
else.
this man is a liar. He's no attorney. Now, can we get an honest question in here? He licks his lips again and then burps loudly into the mic.
Denaria, wearing a sweatshirt and a fake mustache that is falling off now, then stands up. You said it was a conspiracy, Malky. How are they doing the conspiring?
Yes. You see, there was a man named Ash Weeby who claimed my records were cheated, and he edited all my recordings to make it seem as if I was playing on emulated hardware. He painstakingly edited all of it out of jealousy. Those people on that PU podcast, they may claim that I played it on MAME, but they are liars. Just like when they claimed Davine wasn't married to that beautiful, charming, and well-meaning man, Malky Talarico. We have real emails that I printed up myself and ran through Yahoo.com, and if it has that date and it has the name Yahoo on it, it cannot be fabricated. That name, Ash, is the same name as the man who took those tapes from the library.
You hear the door open and a young high school aged kid walks in. Sir, who are you?
Malky Mitchell. I'm one of your key speakers, boy. Why are you here? As he points to the kid's badge.
We have no Malky Mitchell on our schedule, sir.
What do you have going on here that you have to run everyone out of here? The people are enjoying our discussion.
The camera pans over the crowd of people who are either looking scared, bored, or is Denaria.
Is the dark.
Sir, you have to leave now. You've literally thrown 3 people out of the doors head first. We've already had to call emergency services to check on them, and the police are on their way with them.
Oh, damn it. Thank you for your time, everyone. Let's get out of here, Nemesis. The pigs are after us. Perhaps we can leave Denaria behind as it fades to black.
Pat's going to. So, what the fuck was going on with this guy's mouth?
Well, I would assume when you're lying, you kind of get dry mouth, right? That's a normal reaction. He was probably having that, also having to speak for a long period of time, and knowing Malcolm, he didn't bring anything to drink.
Now, Julius, he really thought he'd get away with this forever? Because
Oh.
he's on the frontier, EarthGov captain, associating with a known wanted dead. Not alive! Wanted dead, this Nemesis Day character who worked for the UIR. Go ahead. What,
Yeah, he thought he was going to get away with it forever. We were just waiting for the next time we went to Gateway, which never came, to report him do anything that might help us get away from Malcolm.
I was waiting for the next time we were within relay range long enough that I could establish a proper connection to Gateway to report him.
And Ash, you never played him in some tournament or something. Just all fabricated, and he picked you because he hated you the most.
Yes, to be honest, I like retro gaming, but this may make me seem as a poser or may upset people. I don't like Donkey Kong. Not my cup of
I don't
tea.
either. I don't either. I don't either, and I don't understand why he thought this was the key to Davine's heart.
Honestly, I can find reasons for pretty much any other Malcolm character. Like Malky Tellerico, he was rich, had a big house, that kind of thing. This one, I don't got a clue.
Well, I'd again say lack of media literacy being a reason, possibly. I mean,
Scar Davine speaks up. I know the key to my heart. You see Saris wincing, grabbing Pequod's shoulder as Pequod's covering her ear. May I share it? Pat, absolutely. Nice. Comes back here. The key to my heart. Well, it's simple, actually. I'll find a man who treats me like shit, and ignore the man who actually cares for me. Back to Davine.
Well, Davine, at this point, is sort of catatonic with what she read in the journal. She's just staring at the screen blankly, looking down every so often to reread the page, and then looking back up.
Leslie making a fist at the television as Suletta strokes Davine's head. Scar Davine back here. Oh, well.
like I said, hit ahead on the last mission.
Get to the next video, boys. I have something I want to say before we go off the air. As you know, hey, you call the ball, ma'am. We're just glad to have you here. And the Malk Hogan video starts.
It opens with a man in a suit entering, as you can hear faint clapping in the background.
Welcome everyone to the best late night show across all the frontier colonies, the Jackson Hall Show. He pauses to let applause through, and then it eventually dies down after a little. Now, tonight, we have a very special guest. I assume that you all know him, representing the MWF, the real American himself, Malk Hogan.
Real American begins to play in the background as you hear whistles, women screeching, and whoops from the crowd when Malcolm's arm flexing comes into frame as he steps onto stage. He flexes a few more times before walking over and sitting down next to Jackson.
Hello there, Mr. Hogan. It's a pleasure, I guess, to meet you in person. And such nice clothing, too.
Yes, it's a pleasure to be here, my boy, and these clothes cost more than you could know. He gestures to him wearing the complete Malkogan getup, including the feather boa.
Well, okay. I'm sure you know why you're here. Your name has come up recently, and accusations of you being one of 6 people, I believe, who are a part of the MWF.
Oh, I've heard about that malarkey. I'm hurt to my core that people would make those claims.
Well, okay. Would you want to discuss it?
Yes, I'd love to talk about it. So, yes, basically, I've seen people out here that are basically saying that I'm basically the only one that wrestles in the MWF. Basically, when it comes to these kinds of things, you have to talk about it and deal with it. Basically, hey, L. Jackson, I saw you basically throw my name into the ringer and under the bus last week.
Well, I wasn't trying to throw you under the bus, sir. I was just trying to be a good reporter and report on everything. I never accused you, I was just giving information out.
Well, basically, that's the problem. When people take the paper, they think they'll be informed, but sometimes they're misinformed. See what I did there? What I'd like to do is, with all respect, basically, inform you of the truth about the MWF.
Well, of course, I'd love to hear it. What's the truth?
Well, the truth is that, basically, there are many men in the MWF, and even though we all basically look ravishingly handsome, we are all different people.
Alright, sure. Real quick, Malk, could you do me a favor and stand up?
Of course! He stands up along with Jackson, as Jackson takes out a small chest and opens it.
Ready?
Yes, my boy, what are we doing?
Jackson takes out a Malk Cena hat and puts it over Malcolm's bandana that he's wearing. As Jackson looks at the camera. Who's this?
I'm Malk Hogan. I do look a lot like that young up-and-comer Malk Cena, but I'm a bit older and more weathered, you see.
Okay. How about this? He then takes out a hat that looks like the Undertaker's hat and puts it on Malcolm's head. Malkertaker?
Oh no, I know. I look nothing like the dead man cursed by Ash. I can tell you're a fan with all this merchandise.
He takes the hat off. Right. He then looks at the camera. Do you all truly believe that the characters in the MWF are played by different people?
Sounds of applause, cheering, and yes chanting flood the studio. See, I told you, and you said you weren't here to accuse me.
I was just asking questions.
Well, yes. Well, basically, back to what was at hand. It was a lie that was basically spread by Ash, yes.
Ash, the guy who's a wrestler there?
No, that one's merely a character. We named him after the true enemy.
Okay. Then why did this Ash start this rumor?
Well, basically, he's a horrible and foul man who enjoys basically torturing people by telling them his backstory.
His backstory.
Oh, brother, let me tell you, it was horrible. I nearly vomited just by hearing it. It was basically the worst thing you'll ever hear.
Right. Well, I would love to get a couple more MWF wrestlers here at the same time as you to talk to them all, have a little powwow.
He was a slaver, I tell you.
Oh God!
Okay. Well, that's all the time we have for today with Malk Hogan. Please tell the other MWF guys, if there really are other ones, that I want them on the show along with you, and that I said hi.
The crowd applause comes in as the camera pulls back, jazz music plays, and you can vaguely hear backstory as he whimpers and it fades to black.
Pat, so was there ever? I mean, I think the true question for you three that were on the Majestic is, did he ever tell the truth? His entire life revolved around playing multiple characters, keeping the facade up, hiding from the authorities who were, as we've been told, coming to kill him. Would you confirm that Earthgov was coming to kill him at some point?
Oh, most certainly.
Yeah, I mean, we've been told basically there was a hit out on him towards the end, but nobody could find you guys. So, I mean, with the exception of the easy one being that he loved Davine, because that was obvious truth, was there ever anything truthful this man did, said, presented? He lied about his rank. So I think that's the more intriguing question. Because at this point, I mean, Malky Mitchell, Tellerico, Hogan, Cena, we're in double digits of characters, this man. And who knows, there's more coming to light. So Ash, you take it away first.
Well, he did from time to time, but it was mostly small things, telling me he hated me. I believe it was completely honest, as it sounds. It was probably a completely truthful reaction when he ran to vomit when I started telling him a bit about my past.
Ian, he hated you. Yet there's clips that surfaced last week of him begging you to act in a movie.
Yes, but not because he liked me, because he thought he could benefit from me.
Okay. But so he was essentially just a narcissist who used people. I mean, he's way more than that, don't get me wrong.
Yes, 100%.
Julius, Ian looking at Julius, anything he ever said that was true?
Honestly, not to my knowledge. Other than what we have already said. Hating Ash, his backstory, and Davine. I do think he never believed me when I said that General Rico was my wife. I do think he was telling the truth when he said he didn't believe me, but past small things like that, nothing big, nothing serious.
Okay.
To be honest, we're not even sure if the chance family members he claimed were family members even existed.
Wouldn't surprise me if they didn't. Davine, I want to save my thought for the end before the cameras go off. And Ian, okay. Well, Hunk, you haven't said too much. What do you think? Did you have fun on the podcast? And Hunk, a blast. A blast. As he reaches for his knife holster on his right breast. And they're both just staring at Hunk, looking at Davy. Strange week for you guys. So closing thoughts. We'll start with Hunk, and then we'll, I guess, skip over Davine and go to Julius and Ash. We'll go left to right. Hunk, closing thought. Pass. As he's just staring at Davine, holding the knife handle. Davine or Julius, you go ahead. Closing thoughts for the week.
I hope everyone has very good day, night, afternoon, evening, dusk, dawn, whenever you're watching this. Have a good one. Love the people who are near you. Hold them true and close to your heart.
Well said, Julius. My son.
Thank you, Mom.
Ash. Pat looking at you.
Well, to put it simply, and I guess this goes for anything, but right now too, there are times where things seem at their worst, but keeping going, leaning on those who are good to you, and working through it with them is the only way to live.
Well said, Ash. Pat, you have the floor, Davine. You say what you want to say, then we'll cut the cameras off. Scar Davine stands up and looks right at the camera. I have two things to say. First, I'll tell you a short story about walking by the kitchen one morning, seeing someone eating oatmeal with a picture of me quietly by himself at 5:02 in the morning. Yes, I recorded the time on my wrist computer. Here, I'll play the footage. And you see Snarf eating alone, and Davy, as Lasley, didn't mean to move her. Lasley is just face palming, and a tear forms in her right eye.
Davine Looks back down at the journal, wipes off some more tears, looks back up. I'm sorry.
Still looking at the camera. Back here. Davine Scar puts his hands on the desk. Hunk grabs his arm, and you've said enough, Davine. And Scar flips Hunk over, and falls out of his chair because he's a strong man. As I was saying, Pat, imagine interacting with someone for the last time in their life. Pat, we've all been there. It's not easy. Yes, but not during a mission in your normal day-to-day life. Hunk gets up. That is enough, comes over. Scar pushes him with one arm back this way. Ian, what the fuck is going on this way? Scar turns back to the camera, looks right in it. Imagine biting someone's head off for basically no reason. And that's the last time you ever actually got to speak to them. Good thing my fiance didn't ghost me for 2 weeks and disappear over a minor misunderstanding. Davine. Or should I say, Daywin Soligan. And back here, Pat. Is that all?
I hope so.
And Scar Davine. That's all. And Pat turns the cameras off as Hunk gets up and walks over here glaring at Scar. Pat, we're not gonna pry. No questions asked. It's not our place. Thank you for coming on the cast. We do appreciate it. Look, Davine's the star here one way or another. Everybody loves her. At least our fan base. They feel, Malcolm did terrible things to all of you, but she's the one that got, the raw deal, we'd say, and so would our fans. So, but if she's ever hurt like this again, you do not have to bring her. She does not have to come. I understand her wanting to please the fans, but there's always another week. You know what I'm saying, boys?
Of course.
Understood.
Never again.
Hunk, right. As he unseats, I can't say that word, the knife, and Pat and Ian are going to leave and disappear. Goodbye, guys. Thank you for coming. As Hunk draws the knife and puts it right to a sight you never thought you would see. Davine's throat.
Hunk.
Pequod's gonna get up, come over. Saris is gonna grab you and hug you. Ash as Pequod stop and grabs Hunk's wrist. And Scar Davine, go ahead. Hurt me for saying what nobody else would, but everybody else think.
Right.
I'm not a coward. I'll speak my mind. Hunk pulls the knife away slowly, puts it in his chest. Do you value your sister-in-law's opinion, Hunk? And Hunk, yeah, of course, she's up there with my wife. What about your daughter? Hunk, yeah, I mean, she's number 2 in my life. Julius, her baby Julius, Lasley's the only one above them. And Ash, and Pequod. What are you getting at? Ask them their opinion. They'll tell you. And Hunk, ugh. And just his head sinks into his shoulder. I'm going back to the apartment. He leaves.
I can't blame him, but gods, was that a step far, too far.
Hunk, she was watching, I'm sure.
Why do you think he did it?
Yeah. He stared at the camera a lot. He knew what he was doing.
No, I'll be fair. I'm impressed. Didn't think he had that in him.
Well, grief brings on a lot of weird emotions that you never thought you would feel. That's... yeah.
Hunk, I don't blame him. I just don't think she needed to hear that right now.
She didn't. You know, we were saying, when it hits her, Scott just took something that would take time and caused it all to happen at once.
Saris, he lost his friend.
No, I understand. Believe me,
And
I.
honestly, wait, Ash, he didn't have to lose his friend. Davine should have tried something beforehand. I I don't agree with the Galleon excuse. Maybe I just don't make excuses because I'm a full-fledged ranger. But coming from Gallia, and that's your excuse for having no social skills, it doesn't cut it with me. As Pequod hugs Julius, turns you around, and just throws herself on you.
I agree. Why do you think I told him that so many times? Or tried to help him so many times? Believe me, I wanted to say it. I just knew that there wasn't the time or the place.
Pequod starts crying into Julius's shirt.
Julius holds her close, as tight as he can.
Back here. Leslie, thank Christ that's over, and turns the TV off. Looks down at Davine. How's she?
Davian's still staring at the screen. And she just looks down at the journal, wipes her thumb on it a couple times, and holds it close to her chest.
Shaletta wipes the tear away from her eyes. Can I read that?
She hands it up to her.
She opens it and starts reading it, hands Davine her smoothie. She's paging through. You know, the other morning when we saw the tea and oatmeal, Davine.
Mm-hmm.
My husband used to make me breakfast every morning.
She looks up at her.
And it was the worst breakfast imaginable. Burnt toast, overcooked Canadian bacon. When he would try regular bacon, it would be shriveled and terrible. Somehow he managed to ruin scrambled eggs, the easiest thing in the world to cook. Home fries that tasted like you were eating paste. But it was the best as she's paging through the journal breakfast ever. And I ate it every morning.
Davian smiles up at her and nods. It's
It's
very,
my favorite meal. Go on.
it's very good.
He never missed a morning, no matter how sick, no matter how tired, or no matter what his duties were for the day. And I did nothing. She looks over at Davine. I hardly lifted a finger in our household. The only responsibility I had was dinner, because I was very busy at the Marauder Academy. And if I ever came home looking exhausted or tired, he quickly ran out and got something for me to eat. When you can find somebody who treats you like that, she points down to the journal, or would have treated you like this. I think that's all that matters. She hands her back the journal.
Davian takes the journal and holds it close to her chest again and nods. Very true.
Suletta's wrist computer dings. She sighs. You're wanted at General Lorelai's office, Davy.
She sighs. Yes, ma'am.
I'll hold this for you. She takes the journal.
She stands up, brushes herself off. Wish me luck.
Good luck. Leslie gives her a light hug before she leaves, and down here, Ash, your wrist computer ding.
Great. Time to go talk to the general.
Saris, she said to come in a few hours, probably funeral details for Snarf.
Yes. Well, let's go.
Pequod, we're going, Juliet.
Yes, of course we are.
Hunk, I'll be more than happy to come to the funeral home, but I gotta get back to the apartment. I gotta see how things are there.
Of course.
Hunk's gonna leave, and you guys find yourself right outside. You all meet up. You find yourself right outside Lorelai's office. Sasha and Towns have been summoned, and the two guards, even disheveled Davies, and the two guards are at the door. This guy, no hard feelings.
No hard feelings.
Just doing your job.
She knows how to make a point. And they stand out of the way and let everybody come in.
Head in.
She is sitting at the back of the office, sitting on the side of her desk, with a cigarette in her mouth, holding it with 3 fingers. A very awkward way to hold it. And she just has the cigarette hanging out of her mouth, holding the cigarette, looking out into the stars. As Pequod comes in, Towns and Sasha,
Salutes, ma'am.
and stare. She waves her hand up to wave down your salute. Funeral details.
Yes, ma'am.
Cigarette still hanging out of her mouth. I regret to inform you there isn't going to be a funeral.
Excuse me, ma'am?
She's just smoking her cigarette, not even taking it out of her mouth. Earthgov was willing to cover his funeral. He didn't want one. His wishes were to be cremated and his ashes spread at an undisclosed location. I was not aware of this. It was in his last will and testament, which he updated 2.5 weeks ago. Anyway.
Okay.
His sister was aware of this. There will be no funeral. And no, I will not divulge the information of his location of his ashes to any of you. It was to be kept confidential. He thought himself. She pulls the cigarette out, looking at it, spinning it in her fingers. A loser in life that nobody cared about. She stands up, looks right back at Davine. Why would anybody want to see him in death?
Thank you, ma'am, for letting us know.
Congratulations on ruining a man. All of you. She looks around the room. Some more to blame than others. Doesn't say anything. You've done well. You have your family. Proud of yourselves, little creatures. Proud of yourself, little woman. She looks right back at Davine. What's Davine doing?
She looks down at her feet.
That's right. Look down. Sasha, I didn't really get to know it, General Lorelei, and I expect better from you. She turns around and lights another cigarette. Doesn't say anything. You're free to go. Choose your next victim. Have fun.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Saris is gonna. May we please donate money to. And General Lorelei, no. Leave. Now.
Yes, ma'am.
Saris is gonna come out here and just sigh, standing in front of the armory. Pequod looks at Davine. She's not looking good, Julia.
She isn't. I'm gonna be honest, I've never seen her like that before.
Sasha taps Towns on the shoulder, and Towns. Davine, come on, we'll take you back to the. Davine? He snaps his fingers in front of Davine's face.
Davine is still staring at her feet. In fact, she held on to Ash's sleeve to guide her out. And she lets go of the sleeve, looks around and looks up at Towns. I'm sorry, what did you say?
let's go back to the apartment. Me and Sasha are gonna take you. We ordered food for today because apparently Suletta's chowder got cried in or something. So just stop down at Tommy's. Ask Julius. It's on the house. We
Okay.
paid for it. I mean, me and Sasha, Saris. Yeah, we'll help Davy get back to the apartment.
Okay, love.
She's gonna come on, Davy, and put out her hand.
Vivian looks at the hand, puts her hand in it. Oh, of course.
They leave. Pequod stays for a minute as they disappear. She's never been like this?
Not that I've seen.
Me neither.
Is that grief or guilt?
Why can't it be both?
Both. Mixed with regret, anger, pain.
I hope she wasn't watching.
She probably was.
I guarantee it.
She's gonna look back at you. Do you want me to come to Tommy's?
It's up to you, dear.
I
You
want to
want
go
me-
check on Jennifer.
Of course. Go right ahead. I'll be up as soon as possible.
She's gonna give you a kiss and leave. And you two are just left standing alone. Right here.
Let's go to Tommy's.
Yeah.
Very interesting that. Very slow day here. Here you are. Tommy's behind the bar, Gondar and Ruger watching something on the TV. Drinking their beer. As Tommy's over here talking to
Here we are. You pick what you want to order.
Well, Sasha and Towns already ordered it.
That's right. Sorry. Well,
You're
let's pick
good.
it up. Hey, Tommy.
Tommy turns around. Boys, how you doing today? What you do here?
Just picking up food.
What name of order?
It would either be under Towns Weebly or Sasha Browse.
Gotcha. One second. He goes back into the kitchen. I believe it should be ready. Let me go check. As Gondar just drinks his beer watching the TV with Ruger.
How you doing, Gondar?
He takes a big drink of beer and looks over at you. Well, alive and kicking.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Alive.
Huh. Lucky you, I guess. He looks back up at the TV.
Lucky me.
How you doing, Julius? Enjoying all the tears up at the apartment? He starts chuckling.
Won't run out of salt for a while.
Something else, isn't it? He takes a drink of his beer. It's just something else. Sets it down. Wild.
Do you mean the grief, or are you referring to something else, sir?
Oh, just the whole shenanigans. The whole endeavor. I live with her, so I get to hear all of it.
Fair enough.
Yeah. We're fuck ups, I know.
Think about that. What a loser kobold. Giving his life for mommy. He takes another drink of beer. Talk about a fuck up.
Nah. Not a fuck up. A good man.
Too good for you. And too good for Davine, I'd say. And he's staring right at Julian.
On that, we agree, sir.
Very much so.
Should be happy. He sets his beer down. Your problem solved. He died in the line of duty before he could officially retire. Therefore, you're not under the gun anymore. You get to wake up next to your wife and kids every day.
Yeah, wonderful. Not worth it.
Tommy comes out here with a bunch of food. What we talking about? He's standing right here.
We had a death in the family recently.
Who?
Snarf.
He sets the bags down. Is that why he not show up for work? He was supposed to do some hours today.
Yes,
I am sorry.
it's okay.
Tommy, how about we have a shot to him?
Sounds good to me.
Tommy, I could offer great advice, but on death, there is not much advice. Everybody grieves differently. As he starts pouring 4 shots. Here. I know you don't like drink, Julius, but just have one. Does not mean you're a bad man. Here you go,
Thank you.
On the house.
Thank you, Tommy.
He comes over here, sets one down in front of Gondar. No, I've toasted to enough dead, good men. And Ruger, pass. Gondar, oh. Or Tommy, oh. Okay. Looks over his shoulder. Gondar, I don't know. Here. Puts down some money. You keep the shot. Give it to those two. Put this towards the kobold's funeral fund or something. He's gonna grab Julius's shoulder. What a fuck up, wasn't he?
Not as much as me, sir.
Good boy. Maybe someday you'll learn. Or, in this case, maybe your mother. Lets go of his shoulder and they leave as Tommy. Well,
Bye,
we
Gondor.
can toast the 3 of us to Snarf.
Let's do that.
He's going to ding his glass with yours and take a shot. Oh, I did not know they order all this food for death, so you'll take this for free. I will refund Towns and Sasha.
Thank you, Tommy.
Thank you.
No problem.
You're far too kind to us.
I wish I had good advice, but I have none in this case. Death is difficult, especially when close person. Good thing he was family member and you treated him well towards the end. That's all anyone can ask for.
Should have treated him better than we did.
Well, we don't know when these things are going to happen. We can't see future.
I wish I could. I always give people the advice that death, loss, it never gets easier, but my god, does it seem to get harder every time.
Tommy, I've been around a long time. I know what you mean. Snarf was a good man, good dishwasher, and I very much will think I will miss him. He was nice to have here. Had some funny conversations in the back. He would tell me about his sick niece.
Yeah. He was a great man. Just wish I'd told him more.
Tommy, well, we all have those type of regrets. You should get back to be with your family during this time of crisis. Tommy will be here if you need anything.
Thank you, Tommy. You're a good friend.
No problem. I will do some dishes. Tommy doesn't mind. I will take Snarf's shift today. He starts rolling up his sleeve and going back into the kitchen.
Let's go to the girls.
Yeah.
Well, you fine? I don't know what Davine's doing, but Suletta and Leslie have left. And they're in the kitchen.
Yeah, she's still in the gym.
I'll get you.
Bringing it down.
And there you are. Right here. Commander Integra with the kids and Zap just with the kids talking with Commander Integra about something SWTOR related.
Right. I'm gonna walk over to the two of them and just grab Commander Integra and hold her. I love you, Mom.
Oh, the feeling is mutual. What's wrong?
Everything.
I know.
Gonna be better. Need to tell people how much they mean to me.
There is a lesson to be learned in everything. I think the hardest lesson is Davine's to learn, but I think showing people that we care about them, whether it's telling them or doing little things for them, is all you can take away from Snarf's death.
Agreed. And
For others, they will take away much more. As she's looking at the gym.
yes, they will. And Zap, I say it a lot, but not enough. I appreciate you for everything you do, not just on the suit. You're a
Oh,
brilliant
no
man.
problem. You were a good friend to Snarf.
Maybe not good enough.
You didn't treat him like horse shit. Davine did. She
Yeah, but-
joined LD50.
No. No, she didn't. She's just a foolish woman.
Well, she learned too late then, I guess.
Agreed.
I think Snarf really loved her, but I didn't want to say anything because once who's that guy, the bald dude?
Jiren.
Yeah, once he came around, Snarf said he pretty much gave up. And then Davine screamed at him, so he was trying to find his way out of here as quick as possible.
Yeah. Can't blame him.
No, I can't either.
Alright, well, we have food if anyone's hungry. He puts a hand on Zap's shoulder. Got some for you too. We'll be in the kitchen if you want any, okay?
I'll limp my way in later.
Alright, just
Alright.
promise me you'll eat.
Yeah, I'll eat.
Good. I need to make sure everyone does. It's no good for you not to eat even if you don't feel like it.
I'll eat later. Right now, I'm just spending time with the little one. Head pack.
They're wonderful to have around.
It's good to be here, but don't let Davine be making fun of Snarf. Otherwise, I'm done, Ash.
I already told you.
Well, you have to. You understand, I don't believe you. Not against you, but Davine's got to prove to those of us in the armory that she's human.
Oh yes, I agree. What I mean is I already told you. If she does, she's gone too.
She should be. This ship's for bloodline members only, Juliet.
Kids. Zap, in your opinion, do kids usually help with grief and bad feeling emotions?
That's why I'm sitting here.
Julius nods. Thank you, Zap. Thank you.
No problem. I'll miss Snarf. He was like a brother.
Yeah.
He's a good man.
Was.
Alright. Well, food will be in the kitchen.
Go see the girls. They're waiting for you.
Hugs Commander Integra again and arm on Zap's shoulder. I do care about both of you.
Oh, likewise, Commander Integra nod.
Alright, I'm gonna check on the gals. Just gonna head in.
Well, Talons and Sasha are just sitting there quietly. Rolly's sitting next to Leslie. Suletta, she perks up when she smells the food. Pequod looking down at the table, and Hunk just shaking his head.
She saw everything, I'm guessing.
Leslie, yeah. Suletta, oh yes, she saw. Mr. Freetooth knows how to send a point home.
Yes, almost as good as the General.
He spoke his mind.
No, he did. Can't blame him.
Leslie, I was gonna beat the shit out of him when he got back, but I just can't. I can't. I really tried to will myself so that I didn't even have to fight her back. She lost the will as soon as she saw him.
Yeah, I can try to judge the lack of tact all I want, but I can't say I wouldn't have done the same given the chance in that situation.
Suletta, I think he just exacerbated things. I think it was all going to come crashing down for her anyway. Once she got her hands on his journal.
He hastened her demise.
Sometimes that kind of thing happens. As he sets down some food in front of Pequod, gives her a kiss, and goes over to Suletta and bends over. Auntie,
Yes.
I have somewhat of a plan.
Sure.
You're able to polymorph, correct? As a very powerful wizard.
Absolutely.
You think you could polymorph costumes onto kids?
Of course. Easily.
One moment. He's
I'm
gonna
the
go.
one who unpolymorphed Mr. Freetooth.
He's gonna go out, get little Lazuli, and come back in.
I'll bring her. Hiya.
Could you, quite possibly, polymorph her into a turtle costume?
She snaps her fingers and does so.
Alright. Alright. He sets her down. Okay. Yes, this can work. This can work. He looks over at Pequod. Twins. He goes out, gets the twins. Okay, these two into elephants.
She snaps both of her fingers.
They both go into elephant costumes. He goes over and hands them both to Pequod as he makes a little elephant noise.
Ha! Pequod finally giggles for the first time all session.
He Segoy and Pad Pie.
They come in.
Can you make one into an octopus and then the other into a dog?
Done, Julian.
Oh, thank you, Auntie. And then, if you don't mind, Memory Ann into a little black bear?
I think she would look adorable as she snaps her fingers and does.
He leans down to Memory Ann and whispers, "Over to Rolly, okay?"
She nods and walks over. Rolly, wow! Picks her up. You are heavy.
He chuckles and then he picks up Segoy and Pad Pie, brings the one who's dressed up as an octopus over to Zap. And then he's gonna go into the armory and bring the one who's dressed up as a dog to Scar.
Scar takes it. No hard feelings, Julius, but it had to be said.
He pats his shoulder. It's all good, Scar. You got the ball speed down.
Unfortunately, someone had to.
He nods. No hard feelings, my man. He then gets little Lazuli and goes down to the armory proper.
Nice. Scar looking at the big. Jennifer's working on Davian's gear, miserable.
Julius does a little knock on the frame of the door.
She turns around. I don't want any dinner. What is that?
He sets little Lazuli down and she'll run over to Jennifer and hug her leg. It's a little turtle.
She picks her up. I could use some company. I don't
Yeah.
have anybody in here with me anymore.
Yeah. He'll walk over. She can keep you company anytime you want.
She is adorable.
Yeah, look at that little shell on her back.
Turtles are my favorite.
Yeah, I know.
She's gonna kiss her forehead. Whose idea was this?
He looks around. Believe it or not, me. I know.
Surprise.
Not bad, Julian. Not bad.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you. He does a little bow, rubs her head. If you ever need me, I'll be in here at Lickety Split. You know how fast I can be.
Hey, you know where you'll to find me. Now I am responsible for all this. She looks around the armory.
And he puts an arm around her and hugs her. You got this. If anyone does, you do.
I do, but Blaze, she nods her head. We should look into getting him back somehow, if applicable.
Oh, holy crap. Yes, you're right. You're right. You should. Thank you so much.
I could use his help. From what Major Leslie said, he was great. Him and Snarf are different types of engineers, but Blaze more of a firearm guy, Snarf a generalist. That's why Snarf could do so much, but yeah.
Julius nods. We'll try to get him as soon as possible.
I'd appreciate it. I'll keep her and squeezes baby lot.
Alright, go right ahead. You have fun, you two.
Everybody starts awkwardly eating, quietly. Pequod's not eating. Sarah's, Ash, you should eat something. There's tons of sandwiches in here.
I'll try. Take my own advice for once.
You need to eat, Ash.
I know. He'll pull one out and try to eat.
Wrapping up. The gym door is gonna open, and Icy and her Spartan are here. What's Davey doing?
She's sitting on the cot, watching a video on her computer.
Icy's gonna gesture with her head. The Spartan carries her over. What are you watching?
You remember when you were off training with Jaren with the boys?
Yeah, a couple months.
Well, one day, everyone had to leave the apartment for different reasons. I think Pequod Ceres went to visit them. Hunk to get supplies down on Gateway, so on and so forth. It was just me, Snuff, and Rolly left in the apartment. She plays the video, and it's from Rolly's point of view as the camera sort of moves around, focusing on a door as you hear, "All right, boys, are you ready?" You hear Snarf say, "Yeah, come on," as the door opens up and you see Davine in farmer's clothing, the overalls, a little shirt, those fake hillbilly teeth with a piece of straw sticking out, and goggles that make her eyes like 10 times bigger. As you hear Rolly start dying laughing, move the camera over to Snarf, who's wearing one of Julius's coats. And he's just looking at her, smiling. As it pans back over at Davine. "Well, boys, how do I look?" "You look amazing as always, dear. Just beautiful in anything." As you see Davine get surprised, her face slightly flush, and the video ends.
Icy watches it. Put me down. He puts her down, goes into the kitchen, sits down next to Hunk, and Hunk, eat. Come on. And actually lets him eat. She's gonna sit down next to Davy. Have you heard about the funeral?
That was then when Lorelai told us.
His ashes were spread around Master Yen's temple.
She looks at Icy.
I'll take you there whenever you want.
I would like to visit him.
There's no exact spot. Guard detail that guards the place handled the spreading, but I think the one time he went there, the planet left an impression on him.
She nods. If yes. Yes, we'll have to visit someday.
We can go whenever you want. Not today, but tomorrow, whenever.
Whenever. I'll have to take you up on that, Miss Drum.
And we'll tell the others.
He nods. Yes. Yes, please do. Especially the armory members.
Speaking of the armory crew, I would like you to try and make amends with them.
I'll try my best. I don't know if they'll even want to talk to me.
Well, it's not something you can fix in a few words or a speech. I think it's an overtime effect. And she taps the journal with her finger.
Okay, yes, I will try my best.
They're all good-natured people. They'll forgive you. But we're a team. We have to function as a team. Everybody needs to get along. So you're free to go wherever you want in the armory. It's all unlocked to you. Towns took care of it. Not now, I think, but at least with Zap and Scar.
Yes, of course, I'll do it, yes.
She's gonna look down at the journal. He really did care about you.
She starts crying.
She'll take Davine's hand and we'll cut there for the day. I think that's a good note to end on.